Good morning, race fans from beautiful Homestead, Florida. Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is bright and early on a Saturday morning. The 2024 racing season is upon us. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg with me like last year, and we're doing it again, Greg. Kicking it off down in sunny southern Florida.
That's right, Brian. It is 2 days of racing coverage from Homestead-Miami Speedway. And this is, I guess, what we would call not really a tune-up, but a kickoff. It is certainly a kickoff to the SCCA Sports Car Club of America's National Majors Tour here, the very first event of 2025. And it is always the lead-in for the Snowbirds for the very first rounds of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, which will start up next weekend at Sebring International Raceway. So we see not only a large contingent of local racers, but we have a number of folks that come down from up north, near me, like North Carolina, and actually much further north than that, to race here at Homestead and make sure that everything, after a long winter of hibernation, that everything is set and ready to go once the Super Tour kicks off.
As those of us from Wisconsin would say, up north dare a. It's great to be able to go down south in the winter, snowbird for a couple of weeks and do some racing for those folks that are up north and braving the winter weather. And that is what is the part of the charm of these early winter races in Florida. And we are here already qualifying for our races this afternoon. We've got, 7 races this afternoon.
Groups.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed. 7 race groups, Brian. And this is actually starting off this morning, and we'll talk a little bit more about our presenting sponsor for Race Group 1 here in just a moment. This is actually the second qualifying session that the event started yesterday. Racers had both a practice session as well as their very first of 2 qualifying sessions, and the best qualifying times in each one of our race groups will set the grid for this afternoon's first sprint race of the weekend. And we're going to see races this afternoon, 25-minute sprint races, and then tomorrow we're going to have 22-lap or 35-minute races for each of one of our 7 groups, whichever comes first. But Brian, before we jump into the action here with our first qualifying session of the morning, I would be remiss if we didn't mention our presenting sponsor bringing you coverage here this weekend from Homestead-Miami Speedway, and that is Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top performance wheel alignment specialist, and with over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goals all take into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop, but genuinely cares about the service they provide and the quality of work seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com for more information.
All right, so these are 20-minute qualifying sessions here. The times from this session will be together with the times for yesterday's sessions to give us a qualifying order for today's races. And right now in this session, our fast car early out is Robert Allaire. He has got a time of 1:22.8. He is in a Formula Continental car, and Chris Charno right behind him.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, Allaire, a national champion in his own right, both he and his son Nolan, taking home gold at the national championship runoffs. And if we take a look, and I'm going right now, Brian, and looking at the results from qualifying yesterday, Robert Allaire was the fastest of our Continentals with a qualifying time of 1:21.821. So that is the bogey time that all of our racers are looking to beat. Chris Charno in the Morgan Stanley Continental was your second fastest driver, with Robert Wright third fastest in Formula Continental. And in Formula F, Jonathan Kotek, I think, maybe looking for a little redemption after how the runoffs this year finished up in Formula F, where he was denied I think what would have been a 5th national championship. I'll have to go back and check that out on the very last lap. But he was your fastest driver with a qualifying time of 1:26.334. Wesley Gundler, second fastest at a 1:27.601, so 1.3 seconds back from Kotek. And then Daniel Thorogood, your third fastest driver, only 5/100ths of a second back from Gundler. In what is looks to be a very strong field here this weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars here this weekend, and it's a good tune-up for these drivers for next weekend's Super Tour race at Sebring, which of course we'll be bringing to you live as well. So that's what this is all about. And of course, it's a great way to go on vacation in January in Florida.
Absolutely it is. Although Brian, I guess we could let people know I'm not actually at Homestead this weekend. I'm actually calling the races from a balmy Charlotte, North Carolina, where it is currently 25 degrees. So I could definitely use some time down in South Florida right now. It looks very, very pleasant down there.
I'm in Florida. I don't know what happened to you. Did you miss the flight? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll blame American Airlines.
Well, and I'm in Pasadena, California, where it's a slightly warmer 46 degrees this morning. So
yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so obviously, Brian, will both be physically at Sebring next weekend. So obviously we'll like to meet up with everybody that we can once again this year once we kick off the Super Tour. Should mention that this very first race group of the day and throughout the weekend is brought to you by Roland Plumbing Incorporated. Roland Plumbing Incorporated, founded in May 1991, and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida, working on all new construction and primarily complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Their 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact them for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. So we want to thank Roland Plumbing Incorporated for helping bring the coverage this weekend from Homestead. And so, Brian, let's check back in on our qualifying times here at Homestead in our first group. And yesterday it was Robert Aller. Let me get his last name correct. Robert Aller was your fastest driver yesterday, and he was into the 126s. Well, Chris Charno, now your provisional pole sitter in Formula Continental, with a qualifying time of 1:22.605. That is 56/1000ths of a second up on Rob Aller, who turned into 1:22.661, and third fastest being Mark Deffer in the 08 machine. Mark with a 1:28.710, so a little bit off the pace there. In Formula F, Jonathan Kotek, a 1:26.707, the fastest time this morning, and that is about 4/10 off of where he was yesterday. Michael Dowden, your second fastest racer in the Piper Race Cars machine, with a 1:28.07. So he's about 1.3 seconds back from the rest of the field, as Kotek now moves to the top of the leaderboard in Formula F, besting his previous lap time, turns in a 1:26.079. Michael Dowden now with a 1:27.308. Wesley Gundler at a 1:27.946.
Currently 53 degrees in the morning sunrise area here in Homestead. So going to be a 73-degree day today. So beautiful weather, sunny skies. Tomorrow weather's going to be a little cloudy, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of rain in the forecast. Of course, though, it is Florida, so every once in a while that can change very quickly and very briefly. But yeah, we also need to do a quick call to grid here, Greg, if you want to hit the tones.
I can absolutely do that.
Attention in the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. That's our production cars: GT3, GT3U, STU, B-Spec, C-Spec, GTL, and SPU. Group 2 cars to the grid.
All right, Brian, I think we should mention here that this event, besides being part of the 2025 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour, is also one of the earliest events on the calendar for the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, regional
SARRC.
The SARRC series run by the Southeast Division of the SCCA. So we're going to see some classes that we don't typically see in majors and super tour racing here this weekend. We may see some C-Spec cars. For example, when we get to Group 3, which is our Spec Miata group, we're going to see SMSE and possibly SMT and SMSET, which are some regional-only variations of Spec Miata. We also will see, and I'm really looking forward to it a little bit later today, Spec Corvette for the C5 Chevrolet Corvettes, I think all based on Z06s and all very, very closely matched. And I've called a number of their races on the East Coast before, whether it be at New Jersey Motorsports Park or Summit Point Raceway or VIR, and they always put in some very exciting races. But primarily here we are going to be focusing on our majors classes, and again, a lot of what we're going to see coming up here on the Super Tour, as we now have a little bit less than 5 minutes remaining here in the final qualifying for Formula Continental and Formula F. And,
one of the things I was going to say, but you mentioned the SARRC series. That's what a lot of people may not understand. You and I typically, we're doing the Super Tours, but there are some really great regional racing series around the country. You have the Mars series that you cover with all of your broadcasts. We've got up in the Northeast, there's the Northeast's Road Racing Championship up there as well, the NERC, and of course the SARRC series. So some really great regional racing, even week in and week out here throughout the SCCA, and this is part of that SARRC series. So fantastic regional racing across the country.
Hey, and Brian, already noticing some good old friends showing up in the chat here. I want to thank you all for joining us here early this morning. Although I think for some folks like Erwin, who's Erwin Greven, who's joining us from the Netherlands. Oh, as we have somebody goes around there over, and I think that's at turn 6. Trying to get that car back underway. We'll see if we can grab the number on that machine. Let's see as they go by. But want to thank everybody for joining us. Havoc Motorsport in the chat as well. Havoc, one of our sponsors here this weekend, that they are sponsoring one of our race groups. We'll talk about them a little bit later, but want to thank them for joining. Want to thank Brad Gould, one of the SCCA's finest flaggers from the Mid-Atlantic area, and Happy New Year to you as well, Brad. Thank you for joining us.
We love our associate producers in the chat. Big part of what we do is the engagement with the people at home, or the people at the racetrack, as I've learned. It's not just the people at home sending us stuff in the chat, Greg. Yeah. It's the people at the track, too. So, Havoc Motorsports did a great podcast with those guys a couple months back, talking about the Wings and Things classes. 2.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Scrolling up here on my timing screen here, Chris Charnow is our fastest lap car in this session. That's a Formula Continental car with a 1:22.5. Wesley Gundler is your fast car in Formula F in a 1:28.2. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, looks like we've got just Formula F and Formula C cars today.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And this group was scheduled also to have, I believe, Formula V as well as Formula 600 racing with us. No entries here this weekend. And the layout that I think should talk about a little bit about the layout here, Brian, is we have this beautiful shot of our race cars coming around through, I guess, what would be NASCAR's turn 3 and 4 onto the front stretch here at Miami Speedway. Here at Homestead. There are two layouts generally for the road course that are used at Homestead. One of them breaks down into another little infield section before you get into NASCAR turn 3. A pretty high speed just before this camera. Matter of fact, you can actually see where the breakdown is on the apron there, and then a nice little chicane that the drivers go through before they get led back to the oval at the exit of turn 4. But this weekend, we're going to be using both NASCAR Turn 3, which we're looking at right here, and then NASCAR Turn 4. So some real high speeds, much higher speeds for these race cars as they come under braking, going down into Turn 1, where they come down off of the oval. And that makes not so much turn 1 difficult, Brian, but because that's turns into just a high-speed sweeper. Where it gets very difficult is as you come down into turn 2. And checkered flag is now out on the session as our ticker there drops, now shows 0.00, and I think we can see the flagger there throwing the checkered flag on the starter stand. So let's quickly take a look at where we finished up, and I'm gonna we'll try, especially with Formula F, see if there are any changes from yesterday. But we'll start off with Formula Continental, where Chris Charno on his very last flying lap put in his fastest lap, turned in a 1:22.153. That is not fast enough to beat Robert Aller's provisional pole time. Things were a little bit slower here this morning, Brian, and I think a lot of that owes to just, it being the morning, the track maybe not warmed up as the sun isn't high in the air, because again, these racers had their first qualifying session in the afternoon. Now Allaire crosses the line and completes his final flying lap, Brian, turns in a 1:21.944. So a lot closer than he was just a few moments ago to his time from yesterday, but he's going to be your pole sitter for the entire group. He was your fastest Formula Continental driver based on yesterday's time of a 1:21.821. Chris Charno will start today's race, this afternoon's race, to Aller's left, or probably to his right. He'll start second. He had a fast time this morning of 1:22.153, so he improves upon what he did yesterday. He had a 1:22.328. Mark Deffer and Peter Vida will make up the top 4 in the field, with Arshia Akhtar and Robert Wright rounding out the field. Looks like Wright only managed to get 1 lap in qualifying, though, Brian. And in Formula F, Michael Dowden was your fastest driver in qualifying today with a time of 1:26.853. That is not enough to displace Jonathan Kotek, who had a 1:26.334. And then Wesley Gunler and Daniel Thurgood will round out your top 4 in Formula F.
All right, that's going to do it for this session. We're going to head to a quick break. We come back. Group 2 is ahead. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service service we provide and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. Havoc Motorsport is the premier open-wheel motorsport support organization for SCCA Club and Pro Racing. If you've ever thought about going wheel-to-wheel in Formula cars, Havoc Motorsport offers trackside support and arrive and drive solutions to get you up to speed. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more. 3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Babyface Fabrication is a custom fabrication shop with a variety of solutions for road racing, oval racing, and road car options. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to shop, learn more, or inquire about custom solutions.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC event here. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg here. Group 2 on the track. Group 2 is E Production, F Production, H Production, GT3, GT3U, STU, B Spec, T Spec, GTL, and SPU. 20-minute qualifying sessions today, combined with yesterday's qualifying sessions, will determine our starting order for our afternoon or late morning and afternoon races.
Yeah, Brian, and our group heading out on track right now, our second group of the morning, it's Small Bore Production, GT3, STU, GT3U, B-Spec, C-Spec, GT Light, and one of the regional classes, SPU, are brought to you this weekend by Babyface Fabrication. Babyface Fabrication is a product of over 2 decades of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Their website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current race car or new build. Whether you're looking for roll cages, performance parts, or have ideas for custom parts, Babyface Fabrication can do it all. Welding, plasma cutting, shaping, shearing, bending, and powder coating. Visit our website and contact us at babyfacefabrication.com to learn more. And so, Brian, as our small bore production racers head out on track, we had somebody in the chat, I think David Smith, was asking about Formula Atlantic, and Formula Atlantic is going to be racing during and qualifying during our second open wheel group of the day. That's race group 5, and they are scheduled to be on track right around 10 a.m. for their second qualifying session of the day.
Right. We should also mention that our Group 1 qualifiers who just got done, their race is scheduled to roll off at 12:30 Eastern Time today. So if that's your jam, that's where you should come back. But we really want you to just be with us all day long here as we do our qualifying in this morning, and then all of our races this afternoon. And then, Greg, if you love what you saw, and even if you didn't, come on back tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again.
That's right, even if you hate everything that we say. All right, Brian, let's well quickly, as our racers are out for their out lap right now, and they're going to be starting their first flying laps here in a moment. I'm going to try to give a little bit of a flavor for what we saw in qualifying yesterday, and I think we'll talk about one of the big stories here which I think not only here this weekend, but also probably all season on the Super Tour is going to be F production. But we'll get to that in just a moment. In STU, and your fastest racer on track during yesterday's qualifying session in the number 72 Krug Speed, I think Lotus Exige, Richard Estacio turned in a 129.431. Jose Osiris Pena took second fastest in the Moss Race Team Honda with a 129.445, 14 one-thousandths of a second separating those two drivers on track. And then Miles Hewitt was your third fastest STU racer with a time of 133.314. In GT3, and this is something, as we have the classes listed down at the bottom, Brian, you'll notice that we've got GT3 as well as GT3U listed. We'll talk a little bit about the difference there in just a moment, and what that variation is. I have listed as a GT3 racer Scott Sansone in the number 80 Pettit Racing machine with a 129.663. And I'm looking to see if we have any other racers listed in either GT3 or GT3U. And I do not see any other racers. So regardless, he's a class of one. And Brian, it looks like now we've got the race cars coming off the grid. So they'll be heading out for their outlap. In F production, Ken Kennard, who is your 2023 national champion, provisional pole sitter after 1 day of qualifying with a 133.831, his fastest lap time. Chris Bovis in his Hartmarks Advisors Honda CRX, second fastest F production racer at a time of 134.110. And again, that's going to be one of the storylines for us to talk about. Then we had Steve Saney, who was your fastest E production racer with a qualifying time of 135.593. Thomas Burt with a 136.886, second fastest there. And looking to see, of course, we don't want to forget B-Spec. And a large B-Spec field here this weekend, Brian, and picking up where he left off at Homestead last year. Stuart Black in the number 40 Bill Black Autosports Chevy Sonic turned in a qualifying time of 145.317. Second fastest racer, Babyface Fabrications, Josh Schmidt in his I believe also a Chevy Sonic, the 119 machine, a 146.134, so almost 0.8 of a second separating those two racers. Jason Grant, third fastest driver, and Luke Russell, fourth fastest in B-Spec.
Yes, and Jose Osiris Pena coming off a podium finish at the runoffs, finished third this year at the runoffs. So trying to build on that momentum with a great early start here to his season for 2025.
Well, it was very successful for him because he finished third in STU, but he took the national championship in STL. So,
that's right.
So great run for him. So we're seeing him in. We'll take a look here as he comes out. Let me check our timing screen here. He is once again in the 199 STU CRX as opposed to the very similarly liveried STL CRX. So we'll see there. So let's talk a little bit, Brian, about that the change here in F production.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's a huge deal because although we have them listed here as possibly racing today, and that is owing to the fact that we have the SARRC series running, GT Light had its swan song at the National Championship runoffs this fall at Road America. It is no longer a majors eligible class. It is for regional racing only. But what has happened is GT Light has been folded into F production, and so you have in many cases some tube frame silhouette bodied race cars racing against unibody cars, production based cars out there as well. But it also gives us a big glut of national champions on
Yeah.
track at once. This weekend, and we'll see it at Sebring as well. We mentioned Ken Kennard, who is your 2023 national champion. We'll have to see when some of our other F production luminaries bring their cars out. We'll have to see if Mason Workman, who's our reigning national champion, if he decides to take to the track during the season to tune up for the runoffs, or if he's going to be content using his champion's exemption and just show up and compete at the runoffs. But we now also have people like Christopher Bovis and that storied Honda CRX that he has raced for so long. One of the handful of Dentisi cars, front wheel drive CRX. We've got Peter Shadowin as well in the rear wheel drive number 72 CRX. That is I think going to be a force to be reckoned with in F production as well, and it's really gonna upset the apple cart.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how throughout the season all of these teams start learning how to work with their cars in a different class and work with drivers from class that they're not used to driving with necessarily. So it'll be very interesting. There is Osiris Pena coming right through our screen right there, and that Dayglow yellow and white CRX. I'm a Honda guy, as we all know.
Both of us, Brian.
Very, very cool to see that car out there. He is bringing the mail right now. No question at all. So it'll be very fun to watch all of that play out as the season goes on.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll start to run down now that we've got about 2, and in some cases 3 flying laps in the books for these racers. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Looks like we had some challenges there, Brian, coming through the little kink over at turn 5. A couple cars getting together here in morning qualifying.
Looked like one car had a little moment, and then another car couldn't avoid him or her, and that was the situation. Then you can see there's a little bit of damage on the front of that B-Spec car there.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the number on that. That looked to be, is that the 193 of Luke Russell, possibly?
It does appear to be the case, yeah.
Yeah, so that we'll see how that affects his qualifying time. Again, since the racers are spending so much time here on the oval, and with that front bumper cap kind of moving around, could affect his times. Russell, currently your 3rd fastest driver in B-Spec in this morning's qualifying session, with a fast time of 1:49.865, about 6/10 back from Stuart Black's Chevy Sonic. And checking in on the chat, and I want to thank Brendan Kaczmarek, our producer, for answering Blake's question. Blake wanted to know when Spec Racer Ford goes out. Spec Racer Ford is our 7th and final race group of the morning. They're going to be heading out this morning right before lunch at right around 11 o'clock for their qualifying session, and then of course they're going to end the day with their race. Ooh, Brian,
there's another little moment there. A slower car coming out of turn 8, and another car came up upon him pretty quickly. Maybe that was one of the cars involved in that first incident. And
quite possible. Let's take a look here as he's coming down the back straight towards us. It is another Honda CRX, I believe, based on the profile. Yes, indeed. And we see he's pulling down off the track surface. And Brian, I believe that is. Well, I thought that might have been the H production CRX of Rob Horrell. And yeah, I believe it is, although I'm not seeing Rob on the timesheets right now. So we'll try to verify that. But Rob Horrell, who had raced in H production and Honda CRXs for a number of years, my understanding is he was coming to Homestead with a chassis, a Loshak built Honda CRX. And we'll have to see how that does, but it looks like he's had some challenges here early on this morning.
About 11 and a half minutes left in this session. Of course, we should let everyone know that our presenting sponsor for this weekend's racing is Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment, South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow and go shop. We generally care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer smile and inside the trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
All right. Yeah, look, Brian, over on driver's right, it is not the day to be in a Mini, apparently, as we've got a Mini there on the apron on the outside of turn number 1, and I can't, it might just be the shadow, but I think that there might be something amiss with the right rear suspension.
I see that too, yes.
On that car. We'll try and get the number on that in just a moment. In the meantime, let me try to run down where we are in qualifying currently. Of course, we've got the great ticker on the left-hand side of the screen. The great ticker, that is one of our good friends. All right, in GT3, Scott Sansone, our sole racer in the class, and he is turned in a 148.426, again, the only racer in that class. In F production, it is once again Ken Kennard, your fastest driver, with a time of 134.147. That is about 3/10 off of where he was yesterday afternoon. Chris Bovis, second fastest driver at a 135.575, and that's almost 1.4 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Paul Mavoli, third fastest on track this morning in F production at a 138.852. And he was, I think, quite a bit further down the field in yesterday's qualifying. Yesterday, his fastest lap time was a 38.3. So he still hasn't gotten to yesterday's times, but a little bit further up in the order than he was yesterday. John Rodat, fourth fastest. In STU, it is Jose Osiris Pena in the Moss Race Team Honda with a 128.192. That is 7/10 up on Richard Estacio in his Lotus. Michael Kuna in the number 74 high-speed motorsport machine, third fastest. Currently 1.7 seconds separating all those racers. I have James Bell as the only racer that's put in a time in H production. Again, I think that was Rob Horrell in the H production CRX that pulled off a little bit earlier. We just don't have a time for him. Actually, I don't have a time for James Bell either. In E production, and here's an interesting one, Brian. In E production, your fastest racer so far this morning in the Whelen, I believe, Mazda, is Nathan Nicholson in the 157 machine. When we last saw Nathan in SCCA road racing, it was in the SMX. The SMX, how do I put this, exhibition during the 2023 runoffs at VIR, where I believe he finished second in the national point standings that year. He raced in MX5 Cup pro racing this past year, and I think he will be doing so again. He's currently your fastest driver, 133.993, so let's call it a 134. Steve Saney in the Active AutoWorks STS racing machine, the number 48 car, 2 full seconds off of Nicholson's pace. Matthew Fritz, third fastest. And in B-Spec, here's a big change, Brian. Got Josh Schmidt. He's your fastest B-Spec driver here this morning with a time of 145.270. And let's see where that stands compared to yesterday. That is almost 9/10 faster than he ran yesterday. But more importantly, it's about a 10th faster than John Black ran yesterday. So that is going to put Schmidt on provisional pole right at, for the moment, here in B-Spec, with Stuart Black second fastest, Luke Russell, third fastest. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Race group 3, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Six minutes, 25 seconds to go here in this second qualifying session of the morning. All of our qualifyings will be before lunch, right after lunch. This race will start around 1:10 this afternoon, and we will get that one going. And, of course, doing it all again tomorrow. And this has been a bit of there's an old school mini, Greg. I love that.
Yeah, indeed. And that is, I believe, obviously no longer. We do have Ted Phoenix shown as racing in GTL, but I don't believe that is his. Actually, it might be Ted's. I'm looking to see here. Paul Mavoli races in a Nissan. Let me see if I can track down who is in that machine.
That would be. Yeah, I don't see it on my timing screen here.
Yeah, let's see. I should be able to pull it up. Let's see. Yeah, as I suspect, Paul Mavoli is actually racing in an FP Mazda Miata, which is when he was racing in GT Light, he typically raced in Nissans. It is actually Ted Phoenix who is racing and shown as being in GTL, so he is running as part of the SARRC series here today. And there you go, Jesse Prather. Good morning, Jesse. He did say that it is Ted Phoenix. As we've got about 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And we just had Yuri Colossos turn in his fastest lap of the session in the Star Wars Racing Rotec Motorsports machine. Yuri turns in a 1:41.9. That is good for fourth fastest in E-production this morning. Nathan Nicholson resets fast lap once again in E-production in the Whelen Motorsports machine, now at a 1:33.727. And let's take a look over at STU because we haven't seen many updates there. Most of our racers set their fast laps fairly early on in the session. Jose Osiris Pena with a 1:28.192. He is your fastest racer. 7/10 up on Richard Estacio. Michael Kuna, another 1.7 seconds back from there. Miles Hewitt, another almost 1.3 seconds back. So pretty widespread here this morning in STU. Ken Kennard just puts in a heck of a flyer here, Brian, on his 10th lap, turns in a 1:33.880. That, though, in that Northwest Cable Construction Hoosier, Jesse Prather Motorsports, Carbotech, Acura Integra, is still sitting about 6/10 back from Chris Bovis, who is your fastest F production qualifier this morning. And again, the bogey time for F production was set by Ken yesterday to 1:33.831. Bovis is your new provisional pole sitter in F production.
Right. And we talked about Ted Phoenix and that Austin Mini Cooper, the old school Mini Cooper, as I like to call it. That's a good example of this class consolidation situation, Greg, where he's chosen to continue to run that car in GT Lights in a regional only mode. Right. So that still is an option for the GTL drivers, is to keep their car configured as it had been and race just regionals here within the club across the country. So.
Yeah, and I think at the top of the show we had also mentioned we talked about GT3 and
right.
GT3U. So I think might as we've got a little bit of time left here, is looks like now the checkered flag is being displayed on the session. But before we go to break, this is kind of a transition year for GT3, where starting next year, GT3 and STU are going to be combined into one class. And so what we are seeing is at the national level for the U.S. Majors Tour and for the Super Tour, the GT3 racers are now racing in what is known as GT3U, where they now must run DOT-approved race tires as opposed to the true slicks that they could run previously in GT3. And they have to run with a bit of some extra lead weight compared to what the minimum weights that they needed to run previously. Whereas the old GT3 rule set will still be in effect, but again, only for regional racing, like the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship.
And before we head to break, one other thing we should mention: Josh Schmidt just hit the B-Spec track record in that qualifying session. So that's pretty cool. Although,
go ahead, Brian.
I was just saying, although track records need to be set during races and not during qualifying, that's still a pretty darn good lap time.
Yeah, indeed. Turned in a 1:44.902, and that is 11/100ths of a second up on Stuart Black, who was your provisional pole sitter for B-Spec coming into the day. Luke Russell, who, again, we believe caught some damage early on in the session, I think on lap 2, does manage to turn in his fastest lap on lap 9. He's your third fastest driver going in B-Spec going into today's race. Jason Grant, fourth fastest. In E-Production, we mentioned Nathan Nicholson, your provisional pole sitter, Steve Saney, Matthew Fritz, and Yuri Kolatzos, your top 4. In STU is Jose Osiris Pena, Richard Estacio, Michael Cuna, Miles Hewitt, your top 4. And in F Production, Chris Bovis holds off Ken Kennard with Paul Mavoli, your third fastest driver, and John Rodat, your fourth fastest driver.
All right. Let's head to break. When we come back, this is a big one, Spec Miata and all the Spec Miata variations. That's up next here.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Racers, Babyface Fabrication brings you championship-winning roll cages, exhaust systems, and even race-ready cars built to perform safely under pressure. Crash-tested, mom-approved. Babyface Fabrication, where performance meets perfection.
Havoc Motorsport is a full-service motorsports facility specializing in open-wheel programs around the country. Based at Autobahn Country Club, our team builds, maintains, and campaigns successful racing programs specializing in Ligier F3 and Pro Formula Mazda efforts. Single-day, race weekend, and full-season programs are available. Visit HavocMotorsport.com to learn more today.
Roland Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Yuri Kolapsos' SWR 77 Arrive and Drive program supports Mazda Miata racers in multiple SCCA classes, from VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring and Homestead. Contact Yuri or visit swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the what is it here? I have to go look to my right. The
Winter
Palm
Majors
Tree, yeah.
at Homestead Raceway, Brian.
There you go. We've got Group 3 Spec Miatas, Spec Miata SE, Spec Miata T, and Spec Miata SET. Those are the regional classes here this weekend. But the big show is Spec Miata, and that is going to be another 20-minute qualifying session, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And we have a number of dignitaries, we'll say, running in Spec Miata here this weekend. And I believe we only have a single SMSE and a single SMT driver. Everybody else is racing in Spec Miata. But we have, of course, our reigning national champion, Ethan Goulart. We've got his father, Elvin Goulart, who I think finished 4th at the runoffs this year, and is also a former national champion, both here racing with us. We've got Preston Pardis. I think we've got some folks that are going to be racing in MX5 Cup that are maybe using in the Pro MX5 Cup series. We saw Nathan Nicholson in the previous group running an E-Production, but we've got some other folks that are racing, like Nate Cicero. We've also got, let's see, who else besides Nate is part of the Pro Series? Preston Pardis, of course, who has run quite a bit in the Pro MX5 Cup and is a many-time national champion here. We've got Nick Bruni, who is former national champion. There's Nick and Preston Pardis, as a matter of fact, two E Street racing machines teamed up as they come through turn 6 and turn 7. We've got the Stretch brothers, Matt and Logan Stretch, here racing this weekend. Vinny Miskelis we're seeing in Spec Miata. He is one of Mazda's MX5 Challenge Shootout Scholarship Award winners. He's here racing this weekend in Spec Miata, and I'm sure we'll see him in SMX as well a little bit later today. And a number of racers here, again, of note. This is going to be, I think, a real big shootout this weekend, Brian. Fastest driver in qualifying yesterday was actually these are not correct. And hey, how about I do this? How about I click that little button? There you go. Fastest driver in qualifying yesterday, Logan Stretch in the Wheels America Racing Machine with a qualifying time of 1:39.123, 2/1000ths of a second faster than the aforementioned Vinny Miskelis, who turned into 1:39.125. John Salerno, another 53 thousandths of a second back from Miskelis in the number 168 car. He had a 1:39.178. Matt Stretch, 4th fastest. Joe Federal, 5th fastest. Sean Noonan, 6th. Reigning national champion Ethan Goulart, 7th fastest. Christian Sarnecki, 8th. Elvin Goulart, 9th fastest. Christian Meyer, 10th fastest. And that is in a field of, I believe, 40 Spec Miatas. And then again, James Jackson, your sole SMT racer here this weekend. He was 41st fastest in qualifying yesterday. And then Mike Taberno in SMSE with a qualifying time of 1:49.497.
Wow, this is going to be a stacked field with a stacked race when it comes time to race this afternoon. The Group 3 race, Spec Miata, is presented by SWR 77 Race Car Rental. SWR 77 offers an arrive and drive experience to our customers with a focus on quality and fair pricing. Owned by Panama-born racer Yuri Colossos, our pair of Star Wars Mazda Miatas are built to run in a variety of classes across the Southeast. Whether you'd like to get involved in Spec Miata, Super Touring, Production, or Improved Touring, SWR 77 will ensure a great time and a proven and reliable race car. Get behind the wheel of the number 66 Darth Maul or the number 77 Kylo Ren and racetracks ranging from Homestead to VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring. Visit SWR77.com or contact Gary Colossos for more information. You can't tell I'm a Star Wars fan, can you, Greg?
No, definitely not. Just gotta make sure that somebody doesn't get out of their car with a lightsaber and show up an impound with that. All right, as we watch the field now making their way through, this is over at we were just watching over at turn 3. This is over at turns 6 and 7. which then bring you on the long run down towards the hairpin. Looks like had one racer having a little bit of challenge there coming out of turn 3. There's the hairpin. Great shot. I love this shot.
Yeah, it is a great shot. You know, if we didn't have to worry about a copyright strike, Greg, I'd ask Jordan to pull up some John Williams music for us for this race group as our theme song.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Jordan in our ears is telling you would gladly do that if he could. As we just watched the two Goularts with a third driver sandwiched in between them as they were coming down the back straight. Here, as we have now 2 flying laps in the books for a good portion of the field. It is now Christian Sarnecki, your fastest racer in the Stellar Custom Jewelry MBM Performance Kessler Engineering machine, a 138.475. That is 0.4 of a second up on Elvin Goulart in the number 70 machine. Logan Stretch, third fastest, 82 thousandths of a second back from there. And then Vinny Miskelis, who early on was your fastest racer. He is only 1/1000th of a second back from Logan Stretch. He is currently 4th fastest. Ethan Goulart, 5th fastest. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. That's our big bore group. American Sedan, GT 1 and 2, Touring 1 and 2, GTA, GTX, SPO, Spec Corvette, and A Sports Racer. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4. This is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, I tell you, Greg, watching these drivers out here, it does not look like a qualifying session. Look at that. It looks like a race session. Cars going off left and right, literally. This is turn 7. We've seen several cars go off here. Saw cars go off at turn 3 earlier, and I don't know if they understand that the fastest way around this racetrack is not with the grass.
Well, the first car in that group that we saw go off, that was Nick Bruni. Again, former national champion. I'm sure he knows that staying on the pavement is probably the fast way around. I didn't catch the second car that went off. I think it might have been one of the Wheels America cars, but we'll check on that. But what this also means now is that Preston Pardis in that black 42 car, which is the second to last in that first group, he now picks up a different drafting partner. He had been working with his 2023 co-national champion Bruni. Obviously that now has changed. And as we now have 4 laps in the books, it is Sarnecki, who did not improve that last time around. He now has a 0.1700th of a second advantage on Ethan Goulart, as we have another car running a little wide there. Brian coming into turn 3 into a very difficult left-hander, and we see another driver. I don't know if he just pulled over to the right to let some of the other traffic through, but very challenging quasi-hairpin over at turn 3 as you're still trying to bleed off speed coming out of turns 1 and 2. So it is Sarnecki and Ethan Goulart. Sean Noonan now joins the chat. Noonan out of Newburgh, New York in the Kessler Engineering Krug Speed machine. He now is your 3rd fastest driver. He is only 2/1000ths of a second back from Ethan Goulart. And then Noah Harmon, again, one of our MX5 Cup racers in the Pro Series, driving the number 99 machine. He's now up to 4th fastest.
I believe, Greg, you said that fast lap yesterday was a 1:39 something. Ethan Goulart's already at a 1:38.6, so it looks like all of today's times are going to be the times of record for the start of this race.
Yeah, that definitely appears to be it. Yes, yesterday fastest driver was Logan Stretch at a 1:39.123, and so we're starting to see some heat get into the track surface and into these tires as well. Brian, as we have a couple of racers, looks like they're coming down the apron and going to head into the pits. And I think one of them might have been, I think the trailing car might have been the 42 machine of Pardis. No, but it's another black Miata as they go down the pit lane now. And you look at this, you look at that lineup there. It looked like Bruni is starting to make his way back up towards Preston Pardis, who is still out there. We had Rob Hines in the number 4 car, I believe, directly behind him. another one of the E Street Racing machines. And a little bit further back in the order, we have a new provisional pole sitter, Brian, and it is Matthias Ramirez in the Global Project Services number 41 machine. He's out of Bradenton, Florida, and he turns in a 138.153. That is 1/1000th of a second faster than Preston Pardis, who is now your second fastest driver. Sean Noonan is in third in that Kessler Engineering machine with Ethan Goulart in the 72 car, now sitting fourth. Sarnecki, who just a few moments ago was sitting at the top of the order, he now falls to fifth.
And it should be noted that our timing pylon is sorting in not the fast lap order, so it still has it had Ethan Goulart up on top. Now it looks like it's got Sean Noonan on top, but Matthias Ramirez just hit that fast lap. So
at least we know what order they're in on track when we look at this, Brian. So we're trying to get that
sorted out
away.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at the pylon right now. We'll try to keep on top of who's fast here as we talk about it, but don't want to get anybody confused.
All right, so we ran down the top five. Sixth fastest right now, Logan Stretch with Vinny Miskelis now seventh, Nick Bruni eighth, Frankie Barroso ninth fastest, Jose Olfe 10th fastest. That is your top 10. Noah Harmon in the 99 car, who was just up in the top five a few moments ago, he falls to 11th. Nate Cicero 12th. Elvin Goulart, who had been in the top five, now 13th fastest. So lots of changes here. Matt Stretch sitting down in 17th fastest. And let's take a look here. Bobby Gossett, who was so strong here as a rookie last season and put in some very strong drives in the 2024 Super Tour. He is currently sitting 28th fastest. I'm sure not where he would like to be.
It's hard to do with this many cars on the track to find some open space, but these cars really do qualify fastest in groups of two rather than these long trains. And I'm curious to know whether or not that fast lap for Matthias Ramirez was paired up 2x2. Like you could see a couple of the cars going 2x2.
Right.
And I think that may be what's happening is with the drivers who can find a partner and who can get in a two-person pair might be having some better luck right now with their lap times.
And not to ignore our two regional classes, Brian, that are here, SMSE and SMT. Looks like we've got some improvement from Mike Taberno, who is our sole SMSE racer. He's now down to a 147.305. That is almost 2 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. And in SMT, James Jackson yesterday ran a 145.888. He is he's a couple hundredths off of where he was yesterday. He's at a 145.895. I was checking in with this because I would suspect that some of these long drafting trains might help these other two racers pick up some time. Major difference that you find in the SMT car versus the standard Spec Miata is that the SMT racers are on a Toyo tire, I think a Toyo RA1, as opposed to the Hoosier 7.5 molded tire that the SM racers must race. And in SMSE, I believe that those are all 1.6 liter motors and have a little bit more in the way of restriction and a little more tightly controlled than what you see in Spec Miata.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack, whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance endurance sports car, or street autocrosser. Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance, driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
All right, going to the top of the leaderboard in the number 18 Lit Racing Mazda is Nate Cicero. Nate's out of Pound Ridge, New York, and national go-kart champion, two-time Mazda scholarship winner, both in 2021 with the Spec MX-5 or SMX shootout, and then in the MX-5 Cup for 2022. He was the 2023, Brian, MX-5 Rookie of the Year. So,
I was just going to say, if you go up in turn 7 there, you might need apex alignment to help you out with your car.
Absolutely.
It's like the hoop-de-hoops on an off-road, on a motocross track. That is a lot of bumps right there on the exit there of turn 7.
Yeah, indeed. And as a matter of fact, you can see on the outside of the curbing there, the big divots where drivers are using that grass and sand to get a little bit better launch, to open up that corner a little bit more and be able to straighten out those front wheels to get as much of, I think it's maybe a point of diminishing returns there. You may be able to open up the corner a little bit more, but I would think that getting the power down on that softer material might lead to a slightly slower launch onto the backstretch.
About 3.5 minutes to go here in this qualifying session. Another one coming up next. So all qualifying this morning, racing this afternoon. The race for this group number 3, that will happen this afternoon, approximately 1:50 p.m. Another car going off there at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, and that was Preston Pardis. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, American Sedan, GT1 and GT2, T1 and T2, GTA, GTX, SPO, Spec Corvette, and A Sports Racer. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starts in just a few minutes. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. So it looks like both drivers in that little pair there. Nick Bruni a little bit earlier over at turn 6 and 7. And that time Preston Pardis over at turn 3 having some challenges with grip. Of course, Pardis right now is still your 3rd fastest racer here in qualifying. Nick Bruni mired down in 11th, almost 0.4 of a second off of provisional pole right now. But I'll tell you, it is so close here at the top, Brian, as we look, once we get past the top 4, I'm going to read some gaps out to you here. Between Frankie Barroso in 4th and Sean Noonan in 5th, 6/1000ths of a second. Ethan Goulart is 1/1000th back from there. Christian Sarnecki, 5/1000ths back from there. Noah Harmon, 1/1000th. Here's probably the biggest gap in the top 20, Brian, as we had 27/1000ths of a second separating Logan's stretch, and we've had some more changes up at the front. We'll get back to that in a moment, but for the most part, only a couple of thousand separating each one of our racers here. Jose Olfe now moves up into the top 10, turns in a 1:38.477. That's 1/1000th back from Noah Harmon, who's 1/1000th of a second back from Christian Sarnecki. So again, you can see how tight this is. And I think a lot of this, when you look at these long trains, Brian, and as these racers have been staying literally locked nose to tail almost around this entire race course, that's what's bringing this on. It's only when you have these larger gaps and maybe a break in the draft where you see a couple hundredths of a second separating the racers.
Right. This car going in through the inside there, trying to make up a little, and then pushes that car a little bit wide, but they were doing a nice job keeping it mostly on the tarmac there.
Yeah, and so Brian, as I'm watching this qualifying session, this brings me to we'll just say get well, Danny. That I'm so used to over the last couple of years seeing a wholesale change in the way we have drafting in Spec Miata. It used to be you drafted on the straights, you backed off in the corners, and I think what we had seen in the past couple of years is a very big change, primarily I think leading off with Danny Stain and his teammate Chuck McTudis, who have practiced for so long the ability to draft and keep cars locked together in a draft through an entire lap, not just on the straightaways, but through corners, in braking zones, etc. And it really promotes fast racing. But again, want to send our well wishes. Sad that we don't have both Danny Stain and also Jim Drago here racing with us this weekend at Homestead, and after their big incident at the National Championship runoffs this past fall, I want to wish them all the best.
Yep, they're on the mend, which is good news, and I can't wait to see them both back here at the racetrack. Well, we have run out of time here on this session, and it was a fast and furious session all the way through, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Here, as the checkered flag is out, let me give you the. I'm going to give you the top. We'll give you the top 20 real quick here. Nate Cicero will be your pole sitter. Should be your pole sitter heading into this afternoon's race. And Brian, what time did we say that Spec Miata is racing this afternoon?
1:50 p.m. Eastern Time.
That's right. All right. So Nate Cicero, your pole sitter. Matthias Ramirez, second fastest. Then Preston Pardis and Frankie Barroso. They should start on row number 2 with Sean Noonan, Ethan Goulart, 5th and 6th. Christian Sarnecki, 7th. Noah Harmon, 8th. Jose Olfe, 9th. Logan Stretch, 10th. Vinny Miskelis, 11th with Nick Bruni, 12th. John Salerno, 13th. Elvin Goulart, 14th. Matt Stretch, 15th. Joseph Fedorl, 16th. Jason Fichter, 17th. Stuart McAleer, 18th. Bobby Gossett, 19th. And Brian Ira will start in 20th. And that's out of a 40-car field. So good luck to them this afternoon. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with our next race group. There it is on the screen. Race group number 4, the Big Ground Pounders, presented by Pope Machine Shops. We'll be back in just a few moments.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Roland Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Havoc Motorsports isn't just an arrive and drive platform. We're also a full-service motorsports facility capable of race car storage, transportation, ACTRAC service, driver coaching, and more. Our facilities at Autobahn in Joliet, Illinois allow us to offer everything from single-date track programs to fully supported season-long campaigns. Contact us at havocmotorsport.com today to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X, .com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalopso's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at SWR-77.com today.
Welcome back to the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC here from Miami Homestead Speedway. Race group number 4 is up next. Group 4 Big Bore, presented by Pope Machine Shop. Pope Machine Shop is the official distributor of high-performance lifetime oil filtration from K&P Engineering. K&P Engineering's reusable oil filters offer faster oil pressure at startup and offer 7 times more oil flow than paper filters. Their magnetic pre-filtering spin-on filters are easy to inspect for contaminants, and better filtering helps you extend the life of your vehicle. K&P Engineering filters are environmentally friendly and reusable. Call Pope Machine Shop, located in Kissimmee, at 939-645-5339. Call them today.
All right, Brian. So heading out on track, it's the ground pounders, our big GT cars. Also, we've got Spec Corvette, which we mentioned. We've got our American sedan cars as well here heading out. And let's quickly take a look at where we stand after our first qualifying session. We'll start off with Touring 1 and our provisional pole sitter for the entire group. That is James Candelaria in the Candelaria Racing Products Hawk Hoosier machine, the Chevy Corvette, with a qualifying time of 1:26.688. 2 other drivers set qualifying times in Touring 1, Jose Garcia. And Garcia, let me see if I can find him because he's quite a bit further down in the order. In the JLG Law Apex Alignment Dynasty Racing machine, turned in a 1:38.726. And then we had Hugh Stewart, who did not put in a qualifying time yesterday. So that is our top 3 racers, and we'll see some times coming in for them in just a few moments. In GTX, we had Anik Patel in the Turn 1 Automotive number 182 machine. And that is, let me see what type of machine. You know what? I don't have him on my list, so I can't tell you what kind of car it is right now. He had yesterday a 1:36.063. Second fastest we had was Jacek Muka. Then in Spec Corvette, we'll move over to Spec Corvette. Robert Weston was your fastest driver at 1:30.722, with Brian Curtis second fastest at 1:32.075. And then Brian Boyd third fastest. In American Sedan, we had 3 racers put in times yesterday. Your fastest American Sedan driver, and he was third fastest overall. He's in that silver number 56 Cadillac CTS-V. Thomas West with a 1:30.641. Second fastest, Tom Ellis in the number 151 machine. Ellis turned in a 1:33.797, and then our third and final American Sedan machine, Kelly Lubosh, with a 1:38.679. Let's see who else in GT2, and I believe our sole GT2 racer here this weekend, Ray Mason in the Alliance Autosport Chevy Camaro. He was your second fastest driver on track during yesterday's qualifying session, with a 1:29.455. And if we move over and look at Touring 2, I think we only have we have 2 Touring 2 racers. Fastest Touring 2 racer yesterday, Bruce Griffin, in the number 125 machine. And Bruce is in the Planet Fry car. He turned in a 1:32.417. Second fastest driver, Oscar Hernandez, in the 305 Motorsports machine, turned in a 1:35.090.
Which was the car you were looking for? Who did you want to know what car it was?
I was looking for originally... Gosh, I don't even remember. Anik Patel in the 182 car.
Yeah, Anik Patel is in, it's a 2021 Ligier JS2R.
Okay, so he's in, so both Patel and Muka racing in prototype machines.
Correct.
Here this weekend. Yep. It doesn't look like Muka has brought his car out for qualifying, however. It looks like just Patel is out there this morning. Here as we look early on, we've got 3 flying laps in the books. In Spec Corvette, Robert Weston, your fastest driver today. in his 99 Chevy Corvette. He's out of Elbert, Colorado, and he has a 127.034. That's 0.6 up on Brian Curtis in the number 34 Corvette. He's out of Parker, Colorado. So both these racers coming a pretty long way to race and definitely looking to avoid the snow and the cold, Brian, as they come down to Miami from Colorado. They're your two fastest drivers currently. Joseph Stoddard, your third fastest driver, and he is out of Winter Garden, Florida. So he's a local boy. He's in the Orange County Potties machine. No S, Brian. That is his sponsor. And if we look at Touring 1, Hugh Stewart, your fastest driver in the session currently in his Touring 1 high-speed motorsports BMW 126.243, with Jose Garcia, the JLG Law Apex Alignment Dynasty Racing, the Ford Mustang. He's out of Orlando, Florida. He's second fastest, about 6 seconds off of Garcia's times. And Candelaria, we'll have to watch that black Corvette of Candelaria. He was pretty slow coming around the last time I saw him, Brian, and my guess is he probably headed into the pits. I'm showing his last lap at 6 minutes and change.
I want to say hi to Jeffrey Schneipel in the track. I hope I've got that right. He says it is a nice diversion for watching the snow this weekend. He is in mid-Illinois somewhere. Also, Tim Schreier in the track. Elizabeth L. Irwin is here with us, as always is the case. The Strand. So, very cool. Yes, Tim, the prototypes are in Group 5. So that's, but there are some GTX cars that are also prototypes. It's that's a different level of prototype in the GTX class.
Yeah, exactly. So. The GTX, which we have running in this group here, is for homologated race cars, typically coming from different Pro Series. Whereas in the next group, we'll have both the P class and the P2 class, which are SCCA classes, and that they are purpose built for SCCA road racing.
About 11 minutes to go in this 20-minute qualifying session. Of course, all of our races this weekend presented by Apex Alignment. The Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack, whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance endurance sports car, or street autocrosser. Apex builds a relationship that works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give you the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 5. P, P2, FA, FE2, FE, FX, FS, SR1, and SR3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. And Brian, we talked about James Candelaria, had some issues early on in the session, had that blazingly fast 6-minute lap time. Looks like he's now up to speed as we're on board now with the number 134 Candelaria Racing Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, I love this live stream. And notice how he's got what is usually seen on the back window of cars. He's got the defogging strips there, which obviously isn't going to be needed this morning. But if you do get some rain, that is really, really helpful. And I think did he have to pull in once last year from a race because he couldn't see out his front window? I think he did.
I think that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think it might have actually been. I'm fairly certain it happened in New Jersey last year during one of the other majors races. But yes, indeed. And of course, I guess we'll give him a little plug here. You can see the logo in the top center for Sentinel Racing Systems. James is
The owner and
of the company
designer
that, has built these Sentinel live streaming systems. I believe this is version 3 that we're looking at right here that is capable of streaming over 5G networks. And as you can see, it pulls in data from the cars and from AIM data systems and what have you, and you can hook multiple cameras up. I've seen systems lately with 3 different cameras. So you can go to I think sentinel.racing, if I remember correctly. I'm going to have to verify that URL to get more information about those systems. Yep, indeed. Sentinel.racing will get you there. And not only do we use James's in-car video, but I'll tell you, if you've got not just a Sentinel system or any live streaming system, we want to know about it for the Super Tour this year. Yep. So we send out driver bio requests for every single event. You put right in there whether or not you have an in-car system, and likely we'll be reaching out to you for more information.
Are you enjoying these racing, watching at home? Maybe you live in South Florida. There's a bunch of races out here at Homestead you can be a part of. Florida Region SCCA puts the races on. Their next race, April 26th and 27th. They've got another one in August and another one in November. Great folks in the Florida region. If you want to learn more, get involved, go to FLSCCA, Florida, FLSCCA.com. Really good people. We love working with them on these races. And, and thank you, Florida region, for bringing us on board to do this event. Greg and I had nothing better to do on a Saturday morning, so we're here helping out and having fun with you guys. That's sad for us, Greg, that we had nothing better to do.
Yes, it definitely is. And so, Brian, as we were watching James Candelaria, definitely has solved whatever ailed him, as he turned in a 125.330. Here, obviously, he came down the pit lane after a fast lap, and he appears to be. We'll see if he makes the left turn to go back to the paddock. And yes, it looks like Candelaria's day is done after turning in that 125.330. I believe that is the fastest time that anybody has set on track here this morning in this qualifying session. In Spec Corvette, Marino Reyes is your fastest driver at the moment, and Marino. In the One Mo Time Adventures Chevy Corvette turns in a 126.913. He is 0.12 of a second up on Robert Weston, and Weston out of again Colorado and the Rocky Mountains. Has over 50 club racing wins, but for the moment he's your second fastest driver in Spec Corvette. Brian Curtis, third fastest. Joseph Stoddard, fourth fastest. We still, let's see here, in Touring 2, only racer to put in a time, Oscar Hernandez. Have not seen Bruce Griffin come out today in GTX, and Nick Patel against the sole racer to put in a time. Jacek Muka has not posted for today's qualifying session. And in American Sedan, Thomas West, the only one of our 3 racers to put in a qualifying time this morning as well.
Jeffrey Lucas joining us in the chat. Good morning, Jeffrey. Kelly
the
Carr.
Professor. Good morning, Jeff.
Yeah, Kelly Carr is rooting for Ian Sullivan in this group. He is currently 7th overall, or 7th in Spec Corvette. His fast lap, a 130.386. So there's some information on Ian for you, Kelly. If you are rooting for a particular driver, drop that in the chat, and we'll be sure to give you a little bit of update on that driver's progress throughout the day. 4:40 left in this session. Coming up next, another great group here. This will be our Wings and Things group, and I'm looking forward to that group as well. That's my favorite group, Greg.
It is, Brian. So I'll tell you what, let me make another call to the grid, and we'll make sure that you don't miss any of them. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 5, Prototype 2, Formula Atlantic, FE and FE2, Formula X, Formula S, SR1 and SR3, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session's next. Race Group 5, please head to the grid.
I'm in the process, Greg, of a Wings and Things entry program. Do you know what that is?
It sounds painful. Tell me.
It's a diet. It is a diet. I'm trying to
like
slim down so I can get into an open wheel car the next couple of years. That's my goal.
All right.
Ooh. Our executive producer, Brendan, suggested that might make my Honda Fit faster. You're right, probably. Absolutely. So, all good. All good. Moreno Reyes, your top car in Spec Corvette. I see SC and I want to think showroom stock C, but SC is these days is Spec Corvette. And Anik Patel, your fast car at GTX. James Candelara, your fast car at T1. Oscar Hernandez, your fast car in T2. Ray Mason is our only GT2 car, but he hasn't turned a lap yet this morning. And then Thomas West is your fast car in A sedan. He's the only one to turn a time this morning with a 1:30.2.
Yeah, and so Spec Corvette, Brian, of course, we have them here this weekend at Homestead. They are a regional-only class. We're not going to see them on the Super Tour this year, but great turnout.
Yeah.
We've got 8 of 10 racers out for this morning's qualifying session. About 9-second spread amongst all of those drivers. But we mentioned that we had a couple of racers coming out from Colorado. We also have looks like Brian Curtis joins us from Texas. He's currently your third fastest driver, and finished second at the Spec Corvette race at COTA last year. We also have James Davidson, I think, racing here with us this weekend. Although James is not out for this qualifying session, he was the Florida State champion in CCS Florida in his Z06, and Spec Corvette is for C5 Corvette Z06 series Corvettes. Very tightly controlled as far as what they can do for gearing. The motors, I believe, are more or less bone stock.
Yep.
And in addition to that, they run on a spec tire as well that they had been running, I believe, on if I remember correctly, it was a Hankook, but I'll have to double check that. But going down to the types of suspension bushings that they're allowed to use and the hubs that they can use, it's limited adjustment in alignment, so makes for some really tight, close racing. I've covered a number of their races, again, up and down the East Coast, and always some very exciting racing and great turnouts as we're seeing this weekend here at Homestead.
There's some pockets of Spec Corvettes across the country. We have a really big contingent out here as well. Yeah. We usually get 10 to 15 cars when they come and do their races, when they make a coordinated effort to all be at one particular race weekend. And they're just fun cars to watch. And last year, Johnny O'Connell was out at Buttonwillow and coaching one of the Spec Corvette drivers. And that driver fell ill. And so guess who drove the car in the Sunday race?
I'll bet you Johnny O'Connell. I mean, you're either going to see him in a Corvette or you're going to see him in a Cadillac. Take your pick. It wasn't off-brand for him.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see him out there with those guys. 25 seconds left in this session, and we are getting ready to wrap this one up, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian, I should mention, as far as Spec Corvette goes, the Spec Corvette itself is a regional race series, but all of these Spec Corvette cars, there is a spec line for them, and they do conform to SCCA Touring 2 rules. And if these racers wanted to race them nationally at the Super Tour or at regular U.S. Majors races, they could certainly do so within the T2 class. And we'll see. We may even have another on board for another of our racers out here. I think we may have, if not at the moment, may have Robert Weston out of Melbourne, Florida, that we may be able to get his. And apparently, I'm getting word from our director that we are having some problems getting that feed in. Robert's an electrical contractor out of again Melbourne, Florida, representing the Central Florida region, and he has 8 track records in Spec Corvette in his name. So, of course, he says his mantra is trust but verify. I can't verify that he's got 8 records, but I'll take his word for it here this weekend.
All right, so let's go through our provisional starting orders for our races here, Greg, now that we've got our checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can tell you that the front row for our race this afternoon and this race group number 4, they are scheduled to start at around 2:30 today for their 25-minute sprint race. Should be the 2 T1 entries of James Candelaria on pole in the Candelaria Racing Products Hawk Hoosier Summit Racing Corvette, with Hugh Stewart in the high-speed motorsports BMW starting to his right, starting on the outside of row number 1. And then we've got a large contingent of spec Corvettes. Marino Reyes was your fastest spec Corvette with a time of 1:26.913. Then Robert Weston, Brian Curtis, Joseph Stoddard, Frank Reinhardt, Eric Boyd. And then we've got Oscar Hernandez, our sole T2 racer. He was 9th fastest today, put in his fast lap on his final lap at a 1:30 flat. Thomas West in the American sedan Cadillac will start 10th today. Looks like we've got Ian Sullivan in his spec Corvette 11th. Jose Garcia, 3rd fastest in Touring 1, scheduled to start 12th. Anik Patel, 14th fastest today. And again, we had a number of racers that went out for qualifying yesterday that did not hit the track for today's session.
All right, that's going to do it for the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC Group number 4 race. When we come back, we've got Wings and Things. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. Havoc Motorsport is the premier open-wheel motorsport support organization for SCCA Club and Pro Racing. If you've ever thought about going wheel-to-wheel in Formula cars, Havoc Motorsport offers trackside support and arrive and drive solutions to get you up to speed. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more. 3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Babyface Fabrication is a custom fabrication shop with a variety of solutions for road racing, oval racing, and road car options. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to shop, learn more, or inquire about custom solutions.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to group number 5 here of the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC here from Miami Homestead Speedway. I'm Brian Bielanski, and with me today, as is almost always the case, is Gregg Ginsberg. Group number 5, Wings and Things, is presented by Havoc Motorsports. Havoc Motorsports, a full-service motorsports facility located at Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois. Our on-site facilities allow us to not only offer single or multi-day programs at our home track, but also allows us to be a premier support team for open-wheel programs around the country. Our rental platform specializes in the Ligier, Formula 3, and Pro Formula Mazda, and ranges from arrive and drive to full build-up and execution of championship campaigns. Havoc Motorsports also offers race car storage, transportation, driver coaching, and a whole lot more. Visit us at havocmotorsport.com to learn more today.
All right, thanks so much. And we've got our racers heading out for their out lap. Real quick here, Brian, as I'll run down how we concluded qualifying yesterday. But quickly, we've got Riley Henderson in the chat. He's asking, what time are the Spec MX-5s going to be on track for qualifying and for their race? Well, Riley, they're in the next run group, race group number 6. So you'll see them on track for qualifying here in just a few moments, and they should be heading out somewhere around 3:50 p.m. for their race this afternoon. All right, so Brian, let's take a look at where we finished up qualifying yesterday afternoon in this group. Fastest driver in the group was the Formula Atlantic racer, Brandon Schwartz, and Brandon driving the number 46 machine. And I need to move down to my next group here. Brandon's in a Ligier JSS3. He's from St. Charles, Illinois, representing Signature Production Group. He had a qualifying time of 1:18.485. Second fastest, Robert Krajewski. Robert Krajewski. He was your fastest FX driver, and he is in a 2018 Ligier F4 machine. He's out of Merrick, New York, in the Jensen Global Advisors machine. He turned in a 1. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at how they finished on track by position, not by time. Let's try this again. We're going to start again, Brian.
Okay.
Let's do it live. Todd Vanacore was your fastest driver on track in qualifying in his P-Class machine. The number 19 Comprint Halifax Plantation driver turned in a 1:16.984. There we go. I still would have had it right. Robert Krajewski in his Ligier Formula 4 machine was your second fastest driver. He had a 1:18.225. Then Brandon Schwartz was the fastest of our Formula Atlantic field. Brandon driving the number 46 entry, who I just talked about a few moments ago. He turned in a 1:18.485. Then we had J.R. Smart in the Team Taunus Hurricane. Hannah, Formula Atlantic machine, the 06 car, turned in a time of 1:18.609. Fastest prototype 2 racer on track, Bart Wolf in his machine, a 1:20.416. That was the number 26 car. And then if we move down, let's take a look at FE2, where Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia, I believe he's your reigning national champion in the Formula Enterprises 2, representing Southeast Spec Racer. He turned in a 1:20.736. Next was Eric Cruz in the number 86 Cruz Associates FE2 machine, a 1:21.955. Then Darrell Willis in the Hillenberg Motorsports machine. And should just say here, although Brian, if we were in Miami, we would be expecting donuts. Kelton Jago was fifth fastest in FE2. Great to see Kelton back out on track. He was part of a pretty big pileup at the start of the FE2 National Championship race in 2023 at VIR. And last year spent a lot of time supporting his wife Angela's racing ambitions. Angela racing in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in Spec Miata. And I know Kelton was doing a bit of endurance racing as well, but he's got his FE2 machine back up and running, and it looks like he's right back on pace. So great to see him out here.
Yeah, also should mention Steve Winston in the chat, giving some props to his brother Andrew. He is running his first FE2 race this weekend. He is running a car out of the Alliance Auto Sport camp.
Wonderful.
And that is cool to see. And he is very fast in a Formula V. I can only imagine what he's going to do here in FE2. So.
Yeah, and of course we've had Steven running in FE2, so good to see Andrew putting some time behind the wheel as well here.
It looks like they're both going to be out at Sebring. Steve says he couldn't make this weekend with his schedule, and I don't know if they're both going to be out in FE2. That would be cool if they are, but they also are a long-standing Formula V family as well. So,
hey, and we've got DDR, Dan Denny Rodriguez, or Racing, whichever one you prefer, in the chat right now. Hey, buddy, good to see you, and good to hear from you. Here as we've got drivers now putting in, looks like we've got up to 3 flying laps in the books, Brian, so let's take a look at where we stand at the moment. We've got in Formula Atlantic, and we've got a pretty substantial Formula Atlantic field here this weekend, currently being led by Adrian Morrill in the Morrill Motorsports machine. He has a time of 1:19.909. He's been racing karts since he was 8 years old, and he was the SCCA Central Florida Formula Atlantic champion, and came in, and if I remember correctly, came in 6th at the June sprints. So good start to the season for him. Asen Yelkin, your second fastest driver in Atlantics, with a 1:23.17, and actually that's changed up a little bit now, is James French, a former national champion, and goes to the top of the leaderboard at a 1:18.403. So move Morrill down to second, Yelkin to third, Shane Prieto now in fourth. Your fastest driver on track once again in the P class. And again, this is the merging of Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Although we do have a separate P2 class for 2025. Todd Vanacore, who was your 2023 national champion in Prototype 1 at the time, with a 1:16.705. He's got now almost 5 seconds on Michael Moulton and Wayne Richardson here early in qualifying. And in FE2, Russ Turner, your provisional pole sitter, with James Regan second, Darrell Willis third, Kerry Jacobson fourth. We do have Bart Wolf out racing in the P2 rule set, and he is in a Ligier JSS1. He's out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. He's our sole P2 racer this weekend. And in Formula X, we've got Robert Krajewski and Ken Denault out racing as well. Krajewski in the number 1 machine, with Ken Denault in the number 99 car.
Strand asks, is James French in a Ralt Formula Atlantic? He's actually in a Swift 016A. So Formula Atlantic has a lot of different cars in it these days, the Ligers, the Pro Formula Mazdas, but the Swifts and the Ralts would be considered your old school or your classic Formula Atlantic cars, and that is what James is in. He's in that 2000 Swift 06A, French out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. A lot of Wisconsin and Illinois Formula Atlantic drivers coming down for this race this year.
It's warm, Brian. Can you?
It is. I cannot. I cannot. If I was still living in my little hometown of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, I'd be dreaming of being at Homestead-Miami right now as well. So.
Indeed. All right, real quick, Brian, and we've got some other snowbirds coming down. We've got Paul Gatto and his JDR. He's down from Pittsburgh, as well as, we talked about Brandon Schwartz earlier and his Ligier coming from St. Charles, Illinois. But a lot of racers coming down. We've got James Reagan, who's down from Massachusetts here this weekend as well. Krajewski, who we talked about in Formula X in his Ligier JSF4, he's down from Merrick, New York, and so a lot of folks making the very long tows down to the southern tip of Florida. Real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we've got a very important announcement for people in the paddock over at Homestead. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 6. That's SMX, STL, T3, and T4. ITA, ITS, ITR, ITO, IT7, ITB, and ITC. Please start heading to the grid. Race Group 6, please head to the grid. And for everybody, all of our racers and crew in the paddock, we've just received word that there is a fuel truck. It is over at the Sunoco pumps. The fuel truck will be here until 4 p.m. today, but will not be on site tomorrow. So if you need to stock up and have enough fuel to get through the weekend, my suggestion is to get your fuel cans and head over there now, because the fuel truck will only be by the Sunoco pumps until 4 p.m. today, will not be here at Homestead tomorrow.
All right, that looks like it's the 18 car.
Yep, one of our Formula Enterprise 2 machines. That's Ross Wolf in the Pacific Financial Advisors machine.
All right, the Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment, South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous vehicles both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
All right, so we now have about 8 minutes remaining here in qualifying, Brian. And if we take a look at FE2, most of our racers have kind of settled into a groove. I'm not seeing a lot of fast laps or new fast laps being turned in. But Russ Turner, currently your fastest driver in FE2 with a time of 120.041. And if we compare that to how he ran yesterday, he is almost 7/10 faster than his fastest time yesterday. Darrell Will, second fastest. Kerry Jacobson now turns in his fastest lap in the Jones Aviation number 38 machine, a 121.480. James Reagan, fourth fastest. Kelton Jago, fifth fastest in FE2. In Formula X, it is Robert Krajewski with a 118.036. He just went green with Ken Denault, second fastest, almost 18 seconds, Brian, separating our two FX drivers. In prototype, it is Vanacore with a 116.334. That is 4.8 seconds clear of Michael Moulton in the Young Racing number 77 machine. Wade Richardson, another second and a half back from there. We were wondering about Jacek Muka, who wasn't out in the previous session, Brian, in GTX. Well, he is out in Formula S, which is a regional class here that we run down in the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship in the number 07 machine. He's got a 117.954 in the books. And if we look at Formula Atlantic, it is James French, currently your fastest driver at a 116.637, with Yasin Yelkin at a 119.163, so 2.5 seconds separating the top two Atlantic drivers, Adrian Morrow, Shane Prieto, and Derek LaManna, rounding out your top five. Currently have 8 drivers out on course in Formula Atlantic.
Big spin.
Yes.
Big spin in turn 8 there. Just put a little... another big spin.
One.
Maybe there's some oil down there, possibly. Let's see how these next two cars come through.
Yeah, indeed, and I think a lot of it depends on where they're coming out on track, where they're exiting the corner, Brian. There's a lot of additional smoke, it looks like, coming out of the car that is still stationary at the exit of turn 7 at the hairpin there. There he goes, he gets back underway. There was a big black puff of smoke out of that car. Yeah, it looks like he's getting out of the way to keep
to evaluate his life choices.
Yeah, very, very much so. I think that more with both of those racers, Brian, had to do with them turning in a little bit early there.
Yeah, maybe.
You saw as they tried to put the power down, just lost the rear end on that car as they were running out of track. But most every other racer that finishes up more drivers right over towards the curbing there and is able to open up the wheel a little bit doesn't seem to have an issue with that. As we're starting to see, though, a lot of drivers now is we've only got about 4.5 minutes left in qualifying. I think a lot of drivers heading down to the pit lane. I think a lot of that had to do with the local caution that was out there going into the hairpin. With that said, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 6, SMX, STL, T3, T4, and our improved touring classes. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starts in a few moments. Race group number 6, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Danielle Simons Petit asks, when does Bruce Griffin race? He's at a T2 car. He'll be out at 2:40 this afternoon Eastern Time, 2:30 approximately. So, all right. Got about 3 minutes left in this group. Still a couple cars out there trying to turn a good lap.
Yeah, and interestingly, Brian, as many of the racers I think got caught out a little bit by that local caution and by having 2 cars sitting either just off track or in the case of the second spinner that we had at turn 7 where the nose of the car was actually still on the track surface. One driver managed to put in a new fast lap, and that's Atlantic driver James French, as he turned in a 1:16.507. So he's now 2.6 seconds clear of Austin Yelkin in Atlantic. Kerry Jacobson in Formula Enterprise 2 just turned in his new personal best of the session, a 1:21.314. That is good enough for second. And Kelton Jago now moves up the 4th fastest in FE2. He turns in a 1:21.556. And right now, top 5 in Formula Enterprises 2, separated by a second and a half. So pretty tight field there up at the front. Andrew Whitston, as you mentioned, in his first weekend in behind the wheel of a Formula Enterprise 2 machine, currently 7th fastest in the class, just turned in a personal best at a 1:22.419. He's 0.6 off of Eric Cruz in 6th currently.
Things have seemed to calm down. There's some good strategy, though, waiting till the end to try to turn your fast lap, because a lot of cars, as we saw a lap or two ago, have gone in and finished for the session. Got a lot more open racetrack right now. Don't have to worry about cars in your way quite so much as you might have earlier in the session. So I've always liked that strategy of maybe going out, turning a good lap or two right off the top, and then hanging tight till the end, and then trying to put down 1 or 2 more. And that is always a good thought process. Don't want to wait till the end in case you get a red flag and then you get no qualifying session. But it is not a bad idea to try to turn a couple of fast laps right here at the end.
Yeah, and Brian, we talked about all the people coming down from the north. We should mention James Reagan driving the number 0 FE2 machine, currently sitting 6th fastest in class. This is his 45th year SCCA road racing. He has the majority of it, almost 30 years racing in Formula V. Has had multiple New England region Formula V championships, 15 years racing in Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and also, again, some local regional New England region championships in Spec Racer Ford. And he's, I think this is his 4th or 5th year racing in FE2. So good to have him down here in that Motion Dynamics machine. So hopefully we'll see him. I haven't checked to see if he's registered for Sebring, but I guarantee if he's come down all the way from Longmeadow, Massachusetts, we'll likely see him next weekend. Just up a little bit north from here. His checkered flag should be out on the session here. I thought I saw the starter with the flag in his hand, so we'll see. We're getting ready, just getting close to that, hitting that 20-minute mark, so we'll likely see that in just a moment. Eric Cruz, Brian, jumps back up in the order here in FE2. Cruz just turns in a 1:21 flat, and he is now 3rd fastest in FE2 behind Russ Turner and Kerry Jacobson. Turner just crosses the stripe and resets fast lap in FE2, a 1:19.932. That's almost 8/10 faster than he ran yesterday. It was a great improvement there and definitely raising the bar. Let's see, Paul Gatto in Formula Atlantic in the number 199 machine now improves. And Paul's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in his JDR F1000, where he was the F1000 Rookie of the Year in 2024. He was also a World Karting Association Superkart champ in 2021 and 2023. As he puts his machine now 5th fastest in what is shaping up to be a very difficult Formula Atlantic field. Although, James French looks like he's got the rest of the field. He's got the measure of the rest of the Atlantic field. Everybody from second back is very, very tightly bunched up here in the timing.
All right, let's do one more call to grid, and then we're going to take a break and come back with Group 6.
All right, let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6, SMX, T2, T3, T4, STL, and improved touring. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the 2024. What year is this, Brian? 2025 SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Racers, Babyface Fabrication brings you championship winning roll cages, exhaust systems, and even race-ready cars built to perform safely under pressure. Crash tested, mom approved. Babyface Fabrication, where performance meets perfection.
Havoc Motorsport is a full-service motorsports facility specializing in open-wheel programs around the country. Based at Autobahn Country Club, our team builds, maintains, and campaigns successful racing programs specializing in Ligier F3 and Pro Formula Mazda efforts. Single-day, race weekend, and full-season programs are available. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more today.
Rollon Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Yuri Kolapso's SWR77 Arrive and Drive program supports Mazda Miata racers in multiple SCCA classes, from VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring and Homestead. Contact Yuri or visit SWR-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami or Miami Homestead Speedway. I can never remember. This is the Palm Tree Winter Majors Double SARRC presented by this race group. I can't even speak this morning. I need more coffee. This is the group number 5.
Well, it is like 3 in the morning for you, right, Brian?
No, it's not. It's 7:30.
And it's actually group 6, Brian.
I know. I'm turning my page while we're ramping and vamping because I've lost my mind. Group number 6 is presented by REM Micro Polishing. Contact Eliza Torres at 863-210-0855 today if you are looking for some micro polishing. Also presented by Ultra Chiller. Lightweight cooling system keeps the driver cool and collected. For more, contact Irving Rodriguez at 407-456-6004 today.
All right, Brian. So in this group, and hey, well, you don't need me to tell you which classes are out on track right now because good old Jordan has put it right on the bottom of the screen for you. There we have SMX, STL, T3, and T4, which are our majors and Super Tour eligible classes, and then we've got our improved touring classes, ITA, ITS, ITR, ITO, IT7, ITB, ITC, which are part of the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, the SARRC series. They are regional-only classes, not eligible for the U.S. Majors Tour. And drivers out on, I believe, what is now their first flying lap, so we'll have some times in the books for them momentarily. But in the meantime, let me see if I can pull up some information about yesterday's qualifying for these racers. We'll start off with Super Touring Light, where our defending national champion, Jose Osiris Pena, in his Massa Race Team Honda CRX. We saw him earlier in STU in a different Honda CRX. He was your fastest STL racer at a 133.509, with Gonzalo Aponte in the AKT Racing Team machine, second fastest at a 134.913. And then we have third fastest Chris Clark in the Clark Motorsports machine, the 109 car. And Chris had a time of 136.357. And we've got, I think, 7 racers this weekend in STL. If we move over to Touring 3, Juan Carlos LaRue in the Rue Helmets machine turned in a 134.294. The driver of the number 16 machine was your fastest racer on course. In T3, Dan Moen in the Krug Speed SEDA machine, second fastest at 134.325. So what is that, Brian? We've got about 33 hundredths of a second or so separating those two drivers.
Don't ask me to do math. I'm a journalist.
31 one-thousandths of a second. There you go. In third fastest in Touring 3 would be driver X, because actually I think they're the only 2 drivers in Touring 3 this weekend. We move over to Touring 4 in a good-sized field. In Touring 4 this weekend, fastest driver in qualifying yesterday, Mark Cephalo in the Planet Miata Mazda at a 136.942. Charles, and oh my gosh, the Panic Motorsports folks are going to kill me. Charles Habas-Rutner was your in the number 99 Mazda in the Habas Performance car, second fastest at a 137.196. And then Sergio Slobin, who at one point, Brian, I think had a record running in T4 when he was racing a Mazda RX-8. This was like 4 years ago. I think of like 9 straight Super Tour race wins. It was really pretty amazing there. He's in the number 122 car and third fastest in qualifying. Connor Thomas, fourth fastest. If we move over to, let's go to SMX. Here as year number 2 in SMX as part of the U.S. Majors Tour and Hoosier Super Tour starts off. We had 6 drivers registered here for the weekend. Fastest in qualifying yesterday, Ayrton Grimm in the CRP Racing Peach Cobbler peach cobbler factory machine, and really neat livery on his car. Hopefully we'll get to take a look at it, but I think it's like a monster. So it's great, neat wrap. But he was your fastest driver in SMX at a 135.019. Matt Novak at a 135.208, so about 1800ths of a second back. Second fastest, Skylar Cottrell, who is moving over to SMX after having raced for a number of years in Spec Miata at a 135.426. He was third fastest in the Century Body and Paint Machine with Weston Duchek, fourth fastest. If we move over next over to Improved Touring, let's take a look at ITA. We'll start off with ITS, where Celine Roland, that's Celine Roland Sr., in the Apex Alignment BSI Racing Rossini Racing Engines machine, believe was your fastest driver. Is we've got a car, Brian, that's gone all the way around here coming through turn 3. That is the number 73 car. Surprise, surprise.
I know.
And that's Dan Moen in the Krug Speed Mustang T3 cars. He's now just getting back underway. But if we go back over to ITS, Celine Roland, Luis Molares from Apex Alignment, second fastest, and Tom Burt in the RSR Safecraft Restraints Mongo's Body Shop. So it's like right out of Blazing Saddles. Third fastest. And I haven't seen Tom come out in this machine for this qualifying session, but I believe Tom was actually racing in 2 different race cars in 2 different classes this weekend. We'll try and get some info on that, but Tom racing in a second-gen Mazda RX-7. In ITA, Glenn Vital, I believe, was our fastest driver. Let me verify that real quick as I go through the order. Yes, Glenn Vital with a 141.965 in his Steeda machine, with Matt Fritz in the Making Speed COD B Racing machine, 142 flat. Cesar Ochoa, third fastest in ITA, and then in ITB, I think Greg Ely, your sole racer in the class.
Yeah, a lot of fun cars in this class, a big group of racers as well. I want to give a shout out to Dan Santasario. This tells you how long this event's been going on. It dates all the way back to Moroso. And he says he remembers standing at the fence with Mario and Dee Andretti as they watched their 16-year-old son Michael in a Formula Ford. So a lot of legacy in this event. Goes back a long, long ways. Now it's here at Homestead. Of course, Moroso's not there to be raced at anymore, which makes me sad. But a great place to get this race, continue the legacy here for the Florida region.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, the Palm Tree Winter Majors has been held here at Homestead. I believe 2015 was the very first year after it moved over from, what had been known for years as Moroso, and I guess had spent time as Palm Beach PBIR as well. And that's a neat story there. And it's so sad to see Moroso go. And I know that there has been some activity to try to get another road course built in southern Florida. Hopefully that will come to fruition. Interesting to note, I just wanted to mention here, I noticed that racing this weekend, she was out qualifying in Touring 4 yesterday, and she's currently sitting 6th in class. Jennifer Romes in the number 186 Toyota 86, one of the twins. Jennifer has been spending a lot of time over the last couple of years racing in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in Touring 4, and also our Sprint Bracket Racing, and good to see her in the field. And look at this. This is a blast, Brian. Brad Barnhouse, a fellow ITA racer out of Ohio, raced a Honda EF Civic hatchback. He's in the chat. Brad, great to see you. I hope you and your wife are doing well, and good. Really neat to see that. I raced against Brad in the Mars Series for many years. Great to see him here.
Yeah,
it's like old home week, Brian.
It is it not?
Yeah.
That's awesome. This is a sport. It's about cars, but it's about people, Greg. You and I talk about this a lot. And these relationships that we get to build over decades. I see names on these lists that I've known for a long, long time. So, and that's a lot of what this whole thing is about. It's a family within regular families, and then, of course, the racing family. So, coming up here on 8 minutes to go here for the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance endurance sport car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Attention in the paddock, Race Group 7, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Race Group number 7, please head to the grid. And again, reminder to all of our drivers and their crews that the fuel truck will be over at the Sunoco gas pumps until 4 p.m. this afternoon, but will not be on site tomorrow. So if you think you're going to need fuel to get through the weekend, definitely best for you to head over and see them here before they leave today at 4 p.m.
If you're watching this qualifying session because you're particularly interested in a driver in this class will race at 3:50 this afternoon Eastern time. So we'd love to have you stay with us for the whole day, but if you want to just come back for this one, 3:50 Eastern time.
All right, so let's take a look at the order, Brian, where we stand. Currently, your fastest driver on track, Jose Osiris Pena, and he's racing with the number 1 on the door, befitting your STL national champion. And here he comes, coming into the turn 6 in that Honda, that Moss Motorsports Moss Race Team Honda CRX. Turned in a 132.102. He is 1.6 seconds clear of the rest of the STL field, with Gonzalo Aponte second fastest, Chris Clark third fastest. In Touring 4, Mark Cephalo with 0.7 of a second on Sergio Slobin, with Charles Habestrutner third fastest in the number 99 machine, with Connor Thomas fourth fastest. If we then move over to Touring 3, Daniel Moen, who had that moment that we caught on camera a couple moments ago over at turn 3. Dan Moen with a 133.280. He has 11 thousandths of a second on Juan Carlos LaRue Jr. of Rue Helmets. And then we've got, I think we've got some good battles going on here in qualifying in improved touring. Matt Fritz with a 2800th of a second advantage right now on Devendra Bhagwandine with Rodin Unicel a couple seconds back from there. And in ITA, about 2.5 seconds right now separating Glenn Vital and Cesar Ochoa for pole in class, with Albert Lasso only 0.4 back from there. And in ITS, Luis Mulares has 1/10 of a second exactly on Celine Roland here in that class. So we'll see how things play out. Tom Burt still has not turned a lap in his Mazda RX-7 here in ITS.
About little under 5 minutes to go here. Another clean session here, which is very nice. We've gone full course caution free so far this morning. I probably now put the announcer's curse on it. I'm sorry, everybody.
Yes.
As soon as I said it, I'm like, why did I say that? Anyway. But yeah, just keeping everything going here as we motor through our morning qualifying sessions. Afternoon racing starts at 1:10 p.m. this afternoon. I'm sorry, 12:30 this afternoon.
Yes.
Right after our little lunch break. Or for me, it's a breakfast break, people, out here on the West Coast. But Yeah, it's we're getting this. You know what? We leave for Sebring in a couple of days, Greg. But I love getting my juices revved up here the weekend before Sebring and doing these races. It's just a great way to come off my food coma from the holidays and get into some racing. I love this event.
Yeah, I enjoy it here, and there's really nothing better. It's such a great view of this race course to be out in the actual announce booth here, because you can see the entire track and literally track every single race from start to finish with one view. And of course, we're doing our best to give you that same feel here on DriversEye Live. Brian, we talked a little bit earlier about Skylar Cottrell, who is currently your second fastest driver right now in SMX and making the move from Spec Miata, where he was the 2024, and I believe no, that wasn't Skylar going by, was the 2024 Spec Miata runner-up in the SARRC series, and also it was on the podium in Spec Miata at the Road Atlanta Super Tour last year. He's 20 years old. He's a student at Georgia Southern University, and I guess he's looking for a way to start his spring semester. You might as well do it down here at Homestead.
Absolutely. So,
he's probably got a couple days before he has to be back on campus. So might
spring
as well,
break.
Yeah, do it here and go to Sebring.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. STL. You know what? You mentioned earlier, number one for Jose Osiris Pena. I love it, by the way, when national champions put the number one on their car.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's a pain in the butt to change numbers on our cars and, decals or paint or whatever, but I just love it when you take that chest-pumping pride and put that number one on your race car.
Funny story, back in 2022 when Nick Bruni took his first national championship in Spec Miata at VIR, for the 23 season, he came out to all the initial Super Tours and Majors with the number one on the door. And he said it was almost like having a target on his back. And he actually changed the car back to the number 6.
Oh, really?
to his original number that and when he showed up for the runoffs that year to defend, he had the number 6 on the door rather than the number 1. Yeah.
I wanted that when they all shared the national championship last year or 2 years ago. I wanted to come out the next time with 0.5 on each car. No chuckle. No chuckle from you. Thank you, everybody. I'll be here all week. Tip your waiters. Try the chicken.
All right. Well, as they try the chicken, and Brian, we are getting close to lunchtime, so stop talking about chicken. Let me make another call to the grid for our final session of the morning before we do break for lunch. Our final qualifying session. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. You're on track next. Race group number 7. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford 3. Please head to the grid.
All right, looking at our top drivers real quick here. Daniel Moen in T3. Jose Osiris Pena in STL. Greg Ilay in ITB. Devindra Bhagwandin in ITR. John Morrison in IT7, Matthew Novak in SMX, Mark Cefalo in T4, Glenn Vital in ITA, and Luis Milares in ITS. And we're going to give you a little deeper rundown as soon as we get our checkered flag. And it looks like the check flag is out. Looks like a beautiful, it's like Chamber of Commerce weather in South Florida this morning. Last I checked, it was, let's go back here and hit the button, 63 degrees.
That's a bit warmer than the 25 here in Charlotte. Actually, it's up now to 32 degrees here in Charlotte. So very, very, very nice. I wait for next weekend, Brian, when I can walk around in shorts and a t-shirt.
Now that you've said that, we're going to have 40-degree weather at Sebring.
I know, and all the volunteers are going to look at me like I'm nuts when I have to explain to them that they used to be Northerners.
That's right.
They used to be able to trust like me. Anyway, all right. So as you mentioned, checkered flag is out on this session. Let's quickly take a look at how we finished things up. We'll start off with STL, where Jose Osiris Pena turned in a 131.704. That was just shy of 2 seconds faster than he ran yesterday afternoon, Brian. But again, that is going to be enough for him to hold on to not only provisional pole, or hold on to pole in STL, but I believe that will put him on pole for the entire group. Gonzalo Aponte, 2 seconds back from there in the number 44 AKT Racing Machine, and then Chris Clark, third fastest. In Touring 3, Daniel Moen holds on to pole in T3 by 11 one-thousandths of a second. Juan Carlos Luru was never able to close that gap. He'll start second in Touring 3. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo maintains his advantage over now Sergio Slobin, who leapfrogged Charles Habisrutner, who will start third, with Connor Thomas fourth. In SMX, Matt Novak moves up to pole in the number 11 Advanced Auto Sports Machine. Skylar Cottrell second, Wes Duchek third, Logan Stretch fourth, Ayrton Grimm drops all the way down to fifth, and Joey Andrews sixth fastest. And then if we move over to improved touring, Luis Molares expands his advantage over Celine Roland, had 4/10 on him at the end of the session. Glenn Vital, fastest to start the session, fastest to end the session in ITA, with Cesar Ochoa second fastest, 2.5 seconds back, and then Albert Lasso third fastest. And then if we move over to ITR, Devendra Begwandine, your fastest driver, 2 seconds clear of Matt Fritz, with Rodin Unesi third fastest. And we've got Greg Ellie, again, our sole ITB racer. So that's going to wrap things up for race group number 6. Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our last qualifying session of the day, here from Homestead-Miami Speedway, where you're watching the 2025 Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Roland Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Havoc Motorsports isn't just an arrive and drive platform. We're also a full-service motorsports facility capable of race car storage, transportation, track service, driver coaching, and more. Our facilities at Autobahn in Joliet, Illinois allow us to offer everything from single-day track programs to fully supported season-long campaigns. Contact us at havocmotorsport.com today to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X, .com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kalapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at SWR-77.com today.
Welcome back to the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC at Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is with us this morning. Group 7 is getting ready to get underway. Spec Racer 4 presented by ANSI Suspension and Rygaard Auto Repair. ANSI Engineering, or ANSI Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. It was founded by Angelo Zarra, who brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience with a new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter, Florida. ANSI is able to produce world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit ANSISuspension.com to learn more or contact us today. Rygaard Auto Repair has been operating in the Kissimmee area since 2005, specializing in quality automotive repair and off-road parts and accessories. Visit our Facebook page by searching Rygaard Auto Repair. Contact us at 407-460-2169. Also want to make a quick mention, a note from the stewards. A new GCR was published this morning, but we are not using that GCR for this event pursuant to the GCR. We're going to get a little in the weeds here. 1.2.2.8.1. This event is being conducted under the GCR as was in effect for December 2024. So don't worry about that new one. Look at the December version.
It's like getting the new phone book and you're not allowed to use it, Brian. I don't know if I like that.
What's a phone
What's
book?
a phone book? Showing my age. All right, so we do have our Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers out on track. Let me double check, because I think we might have had one racer qualified in racing in Spec Racer Ford. No, I show that all of our racers are in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, so let's go and we'll run down how things finished up after yesterday's qualifying. Racer X, Denny Stripling, in the Lightspeed Motorsports machine, was your fastest driver on track yesterday afternoon. A 1:29.759 the time. And Brian, you tell me if they were drafting partners or not. Teammate Russ Turner with a qualifying time of 1:29.760, 1/1000th of a second off of pole. Brian Schofield, who is
Do they
go
do paper, rock, scissors to decide who's going to take the pole on a particular weekend? I don't know.
I think that may be the case. Brian Schofield, former national champ in Spec Racer Ford in the PM Racing machine. That's the number 61 car. He was your third fastest driver. He was 3/10 back. And, of course, Brian, regardless of who starts on pole, Schofield is one that we should be watching both here and at Sebring next weekend, as he typically waits until it's race time to put the smackdown on people at these two tracks. There have been many, many years where he's run the table, both here at Homestead and also at Sebring the following week, so we'll want to watch that. The Vanacore Homes Comprint Motorsports Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at Todd Vanacore, the 119 car, fourth fastest behind Schofield, James Goffrey, Arvid Albanese, Trey Ayers. Good to see Trey back behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's in the number 7 Ayers Motorsports machine. He was, ironically enough, 7th. Sam Schechter out of the D.C. region, 8th fastest, Gian Claudio Angelini and Mike Bakanowski, your top 10 in qualifying yesterday. And Brian, already, and we'll try and track down where the issue may lie.
It's on the back straight right
on
there.
Traffic, yeah, because we have a black flag that all of our racers now will need to return to the pits. And yeah, there you go. That is the 46 machine that appears to be limping along.
It might be somewhere else, because I don't think they throw a black flag for that.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't expect it, and I'm looking for who the 46 car is.
Huh.
But as we scan the circuit here, I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get the tones, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, attention to the paddock. Please, gray Audi Q5 tag 64C GTJ. This would be a street car. I'm guessing it's a street car. 64C GTJ. You must move your car immediately, wherever it is. It's a bad place. You got to move it. That would be a gray Audi Q5. The tag is 64C GTJ. Move that car right now.
And Brian, we got finally tracked down the driver of the number 46 machine. That is Ethan Bentnick-Smith out of Duxbury, Massachusetts. He was the 2024 New England Region champion, also the native Northeast Division champion in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 for 2024. And apparently having some issues early on. We'll see if he can get back out in qualifying, but you can see here the field all coming down the pit lane now, and with Bentnick-Smith getting back underway and likely heading to the pit lane as well. This might be a short-lived black flag. We'll see if we can get them out on track here in just a moment.
You know, while we've got a second, I want to talk about this. For the first time, we have a second feed of this race. It's a Spanish language feed provided by Accelerando RD, a completely different broadcast team, thankfully, because I don't speak Spanish. I don't know about you, Greg.
It's all AI, Brian. It's doing translation on the fly.
I put the link in the chat. I think
Father Elliott would be proud of me.
I think this is just the coolest thing that we are doing this outreach to the Spanish-speaking community, and of course, obviously in South Florida, a huge Spanish-speaking community there, and it's just the coolest thing to have this kind of a situation here with our races here, and what a fantastic idea! Kudos to Florida Region for making this happen. You can check it out. It's Accelerando RD, and it looks like they've got a bunch of other Spanish language offerings as well besides this. So big props to them, and very, very excited about that.
Yeah, and getting the information now on who the announced team is on our alternate broadcast. It's Herbert Gomez I'm sorry. It's Diego Campos.
Diego Campos.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Herbert Gomez, who's with the Florida region. So he's doing color commentary. So Herbert, and we've talked to and met Herbert before. He is with the Florida region of the SCCA, but Diego Campos, who came up from the Dominican Republic to call this weekend's races, and great to have them on board as well. And yeah, it's not AI, Brian, although my Spanish accent might be better than it's ever been at this point. All right, so headed back out on track. Indeed, it was a fairly short black flag period. The racers are heading back onto the track here with about a little bit over 12 minutes remaining in qualifying. Most of the racers only had one flying lap in the books. And what did I say? To look for Brian Schofield. Schofield, your fastest driver over that one lap, with James Goffrey, then Todd Vanacore, Arvid Albanese, then Denny Stripling, Gianclaudio Angelini, Trey Ayers, Sam Schechter, Vaughn Misko, and Zach Della. And looking to see who we don't have lap times for. Well, one issue is I'm showing Russ Turner as being in a Spec Racer Ford and not a Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. So we're going to have to likely manually insert him into the order. His fastest lap time, again, only a single lap, of 1:31.863, which would put him 7th, just ahead of Trey Ayers, would move Trey Ayers down to 8th. Looks like Mike Bakanowski and Gary Vizzoli did not bring their cars out for qualifying.
Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment, South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goals are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of the work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com for more information.
All right, so racers having to get back underway, and much like we saw in Spec Miata, obviously working the draft. There is Schofield, as we watch there with the blue, silver with the white stripe directly behind Schofield. The third car was James Goffrey, and I believe that's the 119 of Todd Vanacore that's sandwiched between those two at the moment. So we'll continue to watch those three cars now as they're coming up to the back of some other traffic, and look at that as Schofield comes underneath the car that was leading him coming out of the hairpin. Up ahead of that pack, Brian, locked nose to tail, are Russ Turner and Denny Stripling, and it looks like a little further back we've got the 7 of Trey Ayers along with, trying to get his teammate, it used to be it's the 177 of Arvid Albanese, the two blue with yellow stripe machines. They are certainly working together right now as well. Albanese currently 6th fastest, Ayers 3rd fastest, and there you go, Denny Stripling now moving up to 2nd fastest in the
big
session.
Car.
As we've got a lot of cars off, Brian, going down into what is probably one of the more difficult corners on the track because of how much speed you have to scrub off over at turn 2. We've still got a car to the inside, and the car that went off through the grass there looks like he's rejoining after having taken that apron along the outside.
Yeah, there's still one other car trying to get on the racetrack that was on the inside. We'll see if they can continue there. Probably want to mention Brian Schofield, your fast car right now in this session. He won both the races here last year, and then went on to win at least one of the races at Sebring last year. So
yeah, and like I said, Brian, he typically runs the table on the first 2 events of the year. So we've got a question in the chat from Caden Car Spots. Not Caden Car Sports. Are the races going to be live? Yes, Caden, we will have racing this afternoon starting right after lunch, right around 12:30 today. And then tomorrow, it's an entire day of racing. We'll have the action on track starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning from Homestead-Miami Speedway. And of course, we do it all again next weekend from Sebring International Raceway for the kickoff of the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
You look at the top of your screen there, Matt Gray is not your pole sitter. I think he was the car that went off at turn 1 and then went all the way around the NASCAR track and came around and hit. So that they're going to get rid of that.
But he's got like a 25-second advantage on the rest of the field right
he
now.
Does.
Congratulations, Matt Gray.
I bet you that's I wonder if it's a track record.
it certainly would be for some layout. All right.
Yeah.
But if you take Matt Gray out of the equation, Denny Stripling does go to the top of the leaderboard with a 129.516. Let me check. Well, Brian, I think we've got a redo of what we had at the National Championship runoffs in Spec Miata because both Denny Stripling and Russ Turner are at a 129.516.
Wow.
Identical lap times between them. Now, what did we decide determined who would be on pole if such a situation came upon us?
Right. So what they'll do is they'll go back to each of their next fastest laps, and then whichever one has the next fastest lap will then be the pole sitter. That's how they make that determination.
All right. So at the moment,
and I didn't know that until the runoffs because I had to ask the question, how do we do this?
All right. So if I take a look here, so both racers went faster again, and here, Brian, what's the next determining factor?
Oh gosh,
because Stripling and Turner ran a 129.516 on lap number 5.
Oh, another car off.
Yeah, another car bounding through the sand and grass there, but now they're at a 129.416.
Wow, so they'll go to their third fastest lap.
Yeah, I guess third fastest lap. All right, let's check this out. So third fastest lap for Stripling is a 1:30.332, and Russ Turner is a 1:30.315. So at the moment, Russ Turner, by those rules, would be your provisional pole sitter.
Very cool. Very cool. And regardless, they're both going to be on the front row if it stands the way it is now.
If it stands, exactly.
Right.
Brian Schofield in the PM Racing machine currently sitting third fastest, and he is about 0.3 of a second clear back from those two racers.
Now, I will say our timing and scoring has Russ Turner and a Spec Racer Ford regular, like the old school, which is not correct. It's just indicated wrong in the entry list, I'm guessing, and that's why it's that way. So that is why, if you look, his time is split off from the rest of the times because it was it's just entered incorrectly.
Yeah. All right. Brian Schofield now, Brian, going to the top of the leaderboard at 129.282. That's 0.13 of a second clear of both Stripling and Turner. We'll see what they do. They should be coming across the line here momentarily. We'll see if they can improve, and it does not appear as though they can. So for the moment, it is Russ Turner second, and then Denny Stripling third, based on the tiebreaker here. And of course, Russ Turner was your runoffs winner in FE2 back in 2023, and he is your defending national champion in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, having taken the win this past year at Road America. We know Denny Stripling had a very strong race as well. Unfortunately, I think he got bumped back due to a technical infraction that the alignment was a little bit off on his car at the end of the race. So we'll see. I'm sure he's looking for a little redemption as well here. Trey Ayers moves up to fourth position with a 130.366. Then Todd Vanacore, James Goffrey, Ayers' teammate Albany's now sitting seventh. Giancarlo Angelini, Sam Schechter, Patrick Stringer rounding out your top 10, as we've got just a little bit more than 3 minutes remaining here in the session.
Giancarlo Angelini should be driving a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. I'm just saying. Just putting it out there. I'm sure he'd like that too, by the way.
I've seen Ford versus Ferrari. I think this is apropos.
Oh, very appropriate. Very appropriate. I like that. Coming up on just under 3 to go here in this race. And Schofield, who won both of these races last year, he is currently your provisional pole sitter. And with Denny Stripling, Russ Turner, and Trey Ayers, that's your top 4. That would be your front 2 rows if things stand. Yeah, this class, long history in the SCCA, dating back to the 1980s, where it was introduced as a sports Renault. Over the years, it's transitioned with different motors and transmissions, but the chassis itself, pretty much the same, hasn't changed a whole lot. The chassis itself hasn't changed at all. Some of the components have changed over the years, but this has been one of the most popular classes in the SCCA since the middle 1980s, and it's always a fun class to watch out here.
Yeah, indeed, and the way this class is policed, when we talk about spec cars, Brian, there is precious little that you can change other than alignment settings.
Correct.
On these cars. I remember a number of years ago where a racer was actually docked for a technical infraction, and that technical infraction was an alternate material packing his muffler. But the ECUs are sealed and the wiring harness. There's literally nothing that you can do other than set the alignment and put a nice livery on that fiberglass body kit.
Why does one car sound different than all the others?
Exactly. and it's not because of an alternate gear set.
Exactly.
All right, here as we've got a minute and change remaining, Stripling and Russ Turner now turn in new fast laps, Brian, on lap number 9, as does Todd Vanacore. Not enough to leapfrog Brian Schofield, who's on provisional pole. Should point out that for the 3rd time in this session, Stripling and Turner have set identical lap times. This time at a 129.297. That is 15 thousandths of a second off of the blistering pace that Brian Schofield is setting. Remember, yesterday, the fastest lap time, and this was in the heat of the afternoon, but the track was rubbered in and nice and warm because of the sun. Fastest lap time was a 1:29.759, and Schofield now almost exactly half a second faster than that time that Denny Stripling had put in.
If you're interested in seeing this race this afternoon, it is going to go off at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, our final race of the day. So looking forward to this one.
Hey, and we've got some more of the Spec Racer Ford contingent in the chat. One of them, your good friend and my good friend. It is Dave Ogburn from out Texas way. He was a little surprised that he couldn't make it out here east with his teammates. Also, Cliff White, not quite as far west. Cliff chiming in as well.
Now, I did see Dave on the entry list for Sebring. So, Denny, 3 fast guys and Denny, a couple of them will be at Sebring. So.
And of course, Cliff was our 2012 Spec Racer Ford, so Gen 2 national champion. And he's out of, when I say not as far west, he's out of, I think, Huntsville, Alabama, if I remember correctly.
Cliff calls it Mufflergate 2016. I love that. That is awesome. That is so good.
All right, and looks like checkered flag is out on the session here, Brian, as our racers are on their cool-down lap on the backstretch. Let's quickly take a look at how things ended up. And I'm going to give you we had 31 driver set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 15 here, because that's pretty much all I feel safe giving you at this point.
Fair enough.
Because I can't merge 31 drivers in my head. All right, should be on pole today for this afternoon's race, Brian Schofield, starting next to him. And if this is not how it turns out, don't come at me at Sebring with a torch. But we think that Russ Turner will be starting on the outside of the front row by nature of the tiebreakers,
yes.
With Denny Stripling starting on the inside of row number 2 next to Todd Vanacore. Trey Ayers 5th, James Goffrey 6th, Arvin Albanese 7th with Gianclaudio Angelini 8th, Sam Schechter and David Dickerson. Great to see that. We've got two racers from the Mars Series here, 9th and 10th, Schechter and Dickerson. Tim Preble, 11th. Steve Spano, 12th, who set his fastest lap on the final lap of the session. Patrick Stringer in the iRace.com machine, 13th. Joseph Wolf, 14th. Vaughn Mishko, 15th. And I'll, just so I can give you an entire row, I'll give you 16. Matt Gray, scheduled to start 16th. And, Brian, that the car that had the issues early on that we think brought out the black flag, Ethan Bentnick-Smith,
yep.
He worked his way all the way up to 18th. So
nice.
Good to see that. So was able to cure some of his ills and move on. But as we see here, next on track is going to be our first race of the weekend today, this afternoon, all 25-minute sprint races. This one for the first of our 2 Formula Car groups. And it is, it's 11:13 now, Brian? We'll have to get a word, and I'm wondering if Brendan can get some word locally as to when the track is going to go green. We're scheduled for race 1 to start at 12:30, but we'll see. It might be starting a little bit early.
We can put that up on the screen once we get it as well. So let's get to our breakfast / lunch break, and we will be back at the start of whenever it is, around 12:30, maybe a little bit after Eastern time. I'm sorry. Yeah, 12:30, or just a little bit after. We'll be back with our first race of the day. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. You're listening to and watching the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC from Homestead-Miami Speedway. We're back in about an hour, everyone.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. Havoc Motorsport is the premier open-wheel motorsport support organization for SCCA club and pro racing. If you've ever thought about going wheel-to-wheel in Formula cars, Havoc Motorsport offers trackside support and arrive and drive solutions to get you up to speed. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more. 3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X, .com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Babyface Fabrication is a custom fabrication shop with a variety of solutions for road racing, oval racing, and road car options. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to shop, learn more, or inquire about custom solutions.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome to the Palm Tree Winter Majors Double SARRC. I'm Brian Bielanski. We have our first race of the day up and ready to go. This first race of the weekend is brought to you by Roland Plumbing. Roland Plumbing, Inc. was founded in May 1991 as a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all your commercial plumbing needs, 305-232-0130. Hey, Greg, how you doing, my friend?
I am good. Glad to be back from lunch, Brian. We've got, as we see here for Race Group 1, our pace car bringing the field around. So let's run down the starting order for today's first race. We had 16 cars head out for qualifying. Let's run them down. Starting 16th today is Arshia Akhtar driving in Formula Continental. Don Cedillo will start 15th. He's in the number 28 Formula F machine, with Neil Radoff also in Formula F, driving the number 96 car, starting in 14th. Abby Froelich, for, I believe, racing for Cahill here this weekend, is going to be starting 13th. She's in the number 141 Formula F machine, with Brian Graham starting 12th. Brian's in the number 2 Formula F. He is representing BGR Piper Race Cars. Then we've got Peter Vaya starting 11th today. He's in the number 27 Timo Motor Racing Formula Continental, with Rick Barnard starting 10th. He's in the number 15 Formula F OcuSoft Eye Care machine. Then we've got Dan Thurgood. Dan is starting 9th. He's in the number 79 Formula F Lee Racing machine, with Wesley Gundler driving the number 146 Formula F. He is starting 8th today for Cahill Motorsports. John Benson will start 7th. John's in the number 7 Formula F Advanced, you know what? I can't make it out. I'm sorry. We'll try and get your team down here and give them their
Advanced Borehole Services, Lee Racing, Cricket Farm Market.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you very much. Michael Dowden will start 6th today. He's in the number 8 Formula F for Piper Race Cars. Then we've got Jonathan Kotek, many-time national champion in the class. He starts 5th today, driving the number 3 car. Then we've got Mark Deffer. He's driving the Lee Racing Formula Continental, the 08 machine, starting 4th, with Robert Wright starting on the inside of row number 2. He is in the number 90 UBS Financial Services Formula Continental. And your front row today, driving the number 24 Formula Continental for Morgan Stanley, it's Chris Charno, and your pole sitter, Rob Aller, driving the number 52 Formula Continental. As the pace car comes down the pit lane, Brian, and over to you for the start.
Yeah, as we head down to the green flag, it is in the air as you see those cars fanning out down the main straight, heading to turn 1 for the first time, all over the racetrack, Formula Continental and Formula Fs, as they make their way good through first turn, and it looks like pretty good through turn 2.
All right, indeed, they all look nice and clean there, Brian. Looks like a little bit of maybe tire smoke there in the center of the field from one of our Continentals, and I'll see if we can pick up the number on that green and black machine there as they make it through the little wiggle there at turn number 5, coming into braking. Aller, already with a nice size advantage on the rest of the field on Charno and Deffer here as they come through the double apex turns 6 and 7. You know, we had somebody during the break, Brian, ask us where the flag station is for this corner right here for the hairpin at turn number 8, and it's right behind our timing pylon.
It is. Want to also give a shout out. Yep, there they are.
You can see the whole.
There's that little cutout there. Yep. Big shout out to West Gundler and Abby Freilich, Carters, who are in their first Formula F race this weekend. This is their first ever Formula Ford race, so we'll keep an eye out for them. Welcome to the club, my friends.
At one point, I'm going to stop you from saying Formula Ford and call it Formula F. But,
I'll try.
It's early. This is the tune-up, Brian. All right, 3 wide coming through NASCAR turn number 4. And that is Jonathan Kotek, Mike Dowden, and John Benson currently running 5th, 6th, and 7th. But that is the battle for the lead in, not Formula Ford, but Formula F. here as our top 4 racers, Rob Aller, Charno, are all in Formula Continental, and it looks like they had a bit of a challenge there, Brian, coming through turn 2.
Well, what a fantastic way to collect that car, not let it spin, and come back safely back onto the racetrack as we keep going now through our second lap here. This is a timed race today. All races 25 minutes long. We'll have lap length races tomorrow, but our sprint races today, timed races at 25 minutes. And keeping an eye out already, Wes Gundler, this rookie racer, up into 4th place in Formula F. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did.
I love it. Right now, 70 degrees, sunny skies, pretty much perfect racing conditions, as good as you're ever going to get anywhere in the country. Perfect fall, winter racing conditions here in Florida.
Yeah, I think Brendan put in the chat there that it's a nice 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Please don't ask me to put that into Celsius.
Nope.
It's a metric. But beautiful weather here down in Homestead, just outside of Miami. Is the field now, Brian, starting to stretch out a little bit. Aller already, as we complete lap number 2, has about a little over 3 seconds on the rest of the Formula Continental field. And Chris Charno, running second, has another almost 5 seconds on Robert Wright, who's running third in class. So we'll continue to watch what happens up at the front of the field there in Continental. But things are still very, very tight. And here we see coming through turns 4 and 5, that is that battle for the lead in Formula F, where we've got our top 5 cars all within about 1.1 seconds. So again, very tight fight as we see here, going side by side into turn number 6, Brian, and in Formula F, I mean, this is the type of racing that you will typically see with these cars. That was, I think, Dowden and Thurgood in the battle for third right now in that class. And and I always come away amazed, whether it be the runoffs, whether it be the Super Tour, with the quality of racing and how tight the racing is in Formula F. We always used to talk about Formula F being that gateway up, from karting as racers were, looking to move up the motorsports ladder and trying to get into pro racing. And, Formula F or Formula Ford was typically the first stop. And then you look at somebody like Jonathan Kodak, who's been racing and winning championships for like the last 8 years or so in the class. Certainly not an up and comer, but I'll tell you, one of the folks that's in the field today, and he is running third overall, third in Formula Continental. That if you want to get noticed, he is the man. That's Robert Wright. Driving the number 90 Continental. He's out of Valentine, New York, and he owns FRP, Formula Race Promotions, and has been in charge of it for 20 years. Basically, what was at one point SCCA Pro Racing. They've got FRP runs the Formula 1600 and Formula 2000 classes, the Formula F and Formula Continental on the pro side. So, definitely make sure that he sees you. He came in second in Formula X at the 2020 runoffs. So definitely a very, very quick driver. But you might want to get noticed by the man if you want to start a pro Formula car racing career in the United States.
Jonathan Kotek, John Benson, Daniel Thorogood, Michael Dowden, Wes Gundler. That's your top 5 right now in Formula F. Eller, Charno, Wright, Deffer, and Vajda is your top 5 in Formula Continental right now, as we come up with 20 minutes, 19 minutes to go in this race here.
And look at that fight between Dowden, Thurgood, and Gundler. We just, as we see them all coming down into, and I think that's John Benson in the number 7 machine there, as well, as they all came running down into turn number 1 together. Kotek has started to stretch out a lead over this pack right here. But as they came across the start-finish line, Brian, and this is something with such a heavy draft here with that long run out of the infield and all the way around the back straight in turns 3 and 4, where the draft is going to be so strong. They were 3 wide, crossing the start-finish stripe. That the gap between all of them was less than half a second.
And now Wes Gundler pops up to second place overall here, or in Formula F, trying to catch Jonathan Kotek here, our race leader. And Kotek, obviously a long-time racer in Formula F, very talented and a lot of experience. So Gundler's trying to hunt him down here with 18 minutes to go. I think that's is that second through third in that fourth pack, I believe?
Yeah, that's Benson, Dowden, Thurgood, and Gundler. Gundler had, I think, the fastest, being the trailing car, had the fastest lap there, Brian. I think you may need to make a small change to your timing. Yep.
I've got it fixed now.
Cool.
Greg has to help me with the technology here, folks.
That's right. If you're looking for an IT, if you need an IT professional, I'm available. Oh, running wide, Brian, coming through turn 2. I believe that was Dowden. That's going to likely give up a position to Thurgood, and we'll see if Gundler was able to get around as well. But that car now dropping back off of that what was a 4-car group, now a 3-car group with one straggler trying to use that draft. He should be, and you can see there as they come down into turn 6, a little loose coming into turn 6, but he should be able to use the draft as long as he gets a good dig out of the hairpin at turn 8, be able to draft back up to that group of 4.
Yeah, and as long as the 3 up front aren't racing in a draft order, that will help him be able to stay there and get caught back up after that little moment that he had as they now come out onto that long back straight here at Miami Homestead Speedway. And now this is where the draft really becomes important, and they're side by side, so that's good news for the guy sitting there in 5th place trying to catch back up.
Yeah, exactly. Going to punch a big hole in the air for him, and you'll likely see them fan out as they come, and they did already. Here you go, as they're going to go 3 wide coming out of or at least 2 wide coming out of NASCAR turn 4. And again, you'll notice there that the trailing car, which is Gundler, used that. It basically slotted himself right between the 2 cars so that he could sit in the maximum sized pocket of air that they were opening up for him.
And now they are right back, nose to tail, and that draft is there. Not forgetting about our friends in Formula Continental, Robert Aller, Chris Charnar, Robert Wright, and Mark Deffer is your top 4 there. And all those cars have spread out pretty significantly. No real battles in Formula Continental on the podium side of things. That is why we continue to focus here on this race in Formula F. And there's another car that went off in that group of 4. I think that was Daniel Thurgood again, dropping back a little bit more.
Yeah, about 10 car lengths back at this point.
So now that battle that you're looking at, those 3 cars are Dowden, Gundler, and Benson in whatever order they're at the moment. They're moving around so much, it's hard to keep everyone. It's hard to keep the order straight here. And it looks like the Thurgood car is got some dust and stuff coming off the back, or is that a little bit of tailpipe smoke?
Yeah, a little hard to tell from here whether it's smoke coming out of that single outlet tailpipe, or maybe just maybe it spent a little too much time over at South Beach over the over the course of the weekend. Might have brought a little bit of sand along with it. Actually, a lot of that grass to the outside of the track surface it's got a very sandy base, and you can kind of see that from the runoff on the outside of the curbing there, and that may be the case. But we'll definitely continue to take a look at that, and that would also be interesting. And I think we'd get a sign now. He's started to move and fall off the pace there. Possibly, we'll check the next time they come around. But Brian, he might be having an engine issue, because he's now gone from leading that pack, and I think that is John Benson in the number 7 machine, that he's gone from leading that pack now to being the trailing car in that pack, and that could portend maybe some mechanical issues.
What a great battle here for second place as they all go side by side into turn 8. And coming out on the other side, I believe that's the white car is John Benson and Gundler is the 146 car.
Okay. Yeah, as they were all
Look at that.
all jockeying for position, under braking going into the hairpin there, and the car to the inside, which came out, which was the trailing car of the three going into the hairpin, became the leader coming out. Really interesting to see there, as it looked like the car in the center, of course, was trying to defend cars on either side, and might have been the earliest braking into that corner, and just didn't get a good launch out of the corner itself. So yeah, indeed it is. We're still showing here. And let me check something here. So we are showing it's Benson Thurgood, Gundler, and it's actually the number 8 of Dowden, Brian, that that dropped back in that and is in that orange and black machine.
We also have a Formula Continental car in that mix there. That would be that FC car is no, hold on. That FC car, I think that's Peter Vajda. That's in amongst those cars, trying to make his way through that group and not get in the way of their race.
Yeah, indeed. That's the Atimo Motor Racing number 27 car. He just ran his fastest lap of the race, and he started off a little bit behind this pack. He has, I think, been very diligent in letting the Formula Fs ahead of him run their race, and he just picked a good time and a good spot to pick up a position there. But he's done a pretty darn nice job not impacting that race. But now that we're seeing those 3 and now 4 machines that had been battling it out for second in class now really starting to spread out. Well, we got another one of our Formula Fs that has gone around, and this is coming out of turn 4 or turn 3 going into turn 4.
Right. Yeah, that's a tough spot. If he can't get that car going, that's going to be a full course yellow for sure to get that car out of there. Here comes our group that we were just talking about. That blue car is Benson. And then if you look at this car that's coming through, not the yellow and black one, but the next car through, I believe I know that was one of those 3 that were vying for second place, or I don't know which one it is. The blue car is Benson. I believe the white car is Gundler.
Right, and again, if we take a look there, it's Gundler in the 146. Then we've got Vajda in that red Continental,
right,
directly behind. Then it's Dowden, and then it's Thurgood behind the Continental.
Here they come back,
and Thurgood's the one that's in the orange and
right,
is the one that's quite a distance back right now.
So it's either Gundler or Dowden that dropped back.
And Brian, it looks like we are going to a full course caution now, with that car still disabled coming out of turn number 3, heading over towards the little wiggle over turns 4 and 5. So this might be a good opportunity. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, as we only have about 10 minutes remaining in this race. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, E production, F production, H production, GT3 and GT3U, STU, or probably not GT. Let me try that again. E production, F production, H production, GT3, GT3U, STU, B spec, C spec, GTL, and SPU. Lots of U's in there. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
I also want to take an opportunity to thank our presenting sponsor, the Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
All right, so we are under full course caution here with a little bit under 9 minutes remaining. Again, all races this afternoon, and we have this and 6 more to go, so stay with us. All 25 minutes in length. And for those of you that are here in the paddock with us today, starting at 5:30 p.m. this evening in the Breezeway, we are going to have our famous pig roast. So make sure to join us. There's going to be lots of food, so nobody should leave after. The note I got was there's going to be lots of food, so nobody should leave after the race. I'm thinking nobody should be leaving after the race hungry.
That's true. That's true.
Definitely make sure to stick around. That again, that's open to everybody that's in the paddock over there. Yeah, and Brian, I think let's also remind everybody in the paddock, almost as important as the pig roast is the guy with the fuel truck. We know that the fuel truck is only going to be here till 4 p.m. this afternoon. It will not be here tomorrow. It's over by the Sunoco fuel pumps, and so if you think you need fuel for this afternoon or for the rest of the weekend, best to stop by there now.
So one of the questions in the chat is, are all the classes in each numbered group the same and are at every event? This group has 5 classes in it, but only in the group, but only 2 are here this weekend. That's how they make the groups, Kevin. And if drivers show up for those classes, they would be in this group. But for this particular weekend, we don't have any Formula Vs or Formula 6s. So all that came were Formula Cs and Formula Fs, and that's what we have today. So.
Yeah, indeed. And typically when we get to Sebring next week, they're across all of the different Super Tour events. Typically, the race groups are kind of homogeneous, and you'll find the same groupings each and every event weekend, with some small variations depending on the number of entries, also depending on, in some cases, and I look at the Buttonwillow events, for example, we have very large Formula Continental turnouts, and many times they give a separate group for them. So, we'll definitely cover that as we go to each event. As Brian, we are going back to green flag racing, safety car on the pit lane. Green flag is back in the air, and we are back underway here at Homestead.
Yeah, that yellow flag was so short that they didn't get a chance to really bunch back up like I'm sure some of the drivers in the back were hoping to. But that's what we've got right there. There is Benson in the blue car coming through with a whole bunch of cars behind him now. And he is going to try to keep those cars behind him as much as possible. That red Continental there is Peter Vajda trying to make his way around those Formula F cars. Just not able to get it done. Oh, and now we have a spinner there.
Yeah, and that is one of our Continentals that has gone around and is in the runoff area on the outside of turn 6. Oh, comes right across one of his Continental competitors. We'll try and get the number on that one in a minute. Another driver going around under braking, going into the hairpin. I believe another one of our Continentals, indeed.
That might be Robert Wright there, waiting for the field to go by to re-enter so he doesn't get in anybody's way. That's a helpless feeling when you're watching the entire field drive past you there. But he is now back and underway, and he's got some work to do to get back up through this field with 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. We'll see how this all shakes out as they come across the line this time by. Your Formula Continental field is going to be, here they come across the line, all shook up here. So now it's, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and when the full course caution came out, we had seen where some of our lead Continentals, like Robert Auer, like Chris Charno, had worked clear of a good portion of the Formula F pack, and actually I think had started out towards the very back of the field. Jonathan Kotek and John Benson had cleared a number of racers as well. And, and of course, these full course cautions, they're like the great equalizer, where Robert Auer had, about 5 seconds on Charno when the full course caution came out. And they are now within 0.4 of a second. And Kotek, but, big difference here is Kotek has already expanded his lead on John Benson. The gap now almost 3.5 seconds when they completed the last lap.
So there's Kotek right there coming out of turn 9, and then there's the rest of the Formula V field coming through there. And that is that 3-second gap that Greg was just talking about. And some of these Formula Fs now are going to have to pay attention because those earlier cars that spun, Robert Wright and Mark Deffer, they're going to want to come through the field here.
Indeed.
And they're going to try to get back up to the front. So that's something they're going to have to keep an eye on as we get through the last 3.5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Brian, with those spins, Peter Vajda in that number 27 motor racing machine, who started this race behind a good portion of the Formula F field, he's now running 6th overall. And he is, more importantly, in a podium position in Formula Continental, as we have, 2 of our Formula F machines going wheel to wheel through turn number 2, only a couple of inches separating them. And I believe that was Gundler and Thurgood. They're just ahead of Peter Vajda as they come down through the little snaking section of turns 4 and 5.
Well, and Peter Vajda has been very nice throughout this entire race, not getting involved in these Formula F battles, but now he's got the 4th place car right behind him trying to get back up to the front, and he's going to have to not be so nice, get around these Formula Fs if he wants to stay in that 3rd place position for the rest of this race and get on that podium, because he's got Mark Deffer breathing down his neck. A couple little buffers there with Formula F cars, but he's got to get around this 2nd place car at Gundler and get a move on, or else he's going to have a fight on his hands for 3rd place.
Yeah, and we can see, Brian, where he has split the gap between Thurgood and Benson, or probably between Gundler and Thurgood, I'm sorry.
Yep.
So he's sitting right now between the 2nd and 3rd place Formula F racers, but again, although he has shown a lot of deference to those Formula F racers, he's in a position now where he has to defend that last podium position in Continental, and it's not as though he's trying to impact their race. He's trying to mount a defense right now.
Yeah, and there he did it. He used the draft going through that long straightaway. He is now around all of the Formula F cars, and that puts 3 Formula Fs between him and Mark Deffer. Now Deffer's been able to make his way through, so we're going to have a potential battle in our hand for 3rd place in Formula F here very shortly as they come to the line for the 2nd to last time.
Yeah, indeed. And so as Deffer made his way, as Deffer ended up getting around Wes Gundler, and that really now, as we watch them coming down under braking in the 6th, Gundler now under attack from the number 8 machine of Michael Dowden. Dowden, who we saw earlier, we saw the smoke in the tailpipe. We thought maybe some mechanical issues, but he's right there. And whereas Gundler had a little bit of a buffer with that Continental behind them, it is not there any longer, and they are locked nose to tail. The question is going to be, what, if anything, can Dowden do? Because it looks like Robert Wright in the number 90 machine, who also, much like Deffer had an early race problem. The green and black machine of Wright is going to try and snake around. As looks like, is that the checkered flag, Brian?
That's the white flag.
White flag. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, and look at that right there. It is Mark Deffer right on the back of Charnois, trying to get around. Oh, actually, yeah, Mark Deffer and Chris Charnois. Mark Deffer's just gotten around Peter Vajda. And Vajda now could not keep those cars in that buffer zone, and he has now given up 3rd place to Mark Deffer, but he's still there. This fight is not over, Greg.
No, indeed, as they have now just about 2.5 miles remaining here until they get to the checkered flag. So this is the battle that we're watching now in Formula F. The battle for 4th position, as it looks like Dowden in that number 8 machine. We'll see here as Dowden is right there on the back of Thurgood in the battle for 2nd. So a real tight fight now as they come down towards the hairpin at turn number 8 for the last time. The one finish that is not under contention at this point, Rob Aller crosses the line. Rob Aller is your winner in Formula Continental. And he once again had opened up a pretty good gap, as looks like one of our drivers had some issues there coming out of the hairpin, Brian. And coming out and across the line, that is Chris Charnois. And talk about how quickly Rob Aller could open up a gap. 16 seconds separating Aller and Charnois for 1st and 2nd in Formula Continental. to finish this race off. Jonathan Kotek will take the win in Formula F, and at the line, finishing second in Formula F. Who's it going to be? It's Dan Thurgood finishing second, and between Dowden and Gunler in that battle for third that we just saw them wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door, 3 1,000ths of a second, Brian, separate them. It is Michael Dowden. He's going to finish third. Wes Gunler finishes in fourth.
Yeah, and that's how Formula F finishes out. Rob Aller first, Charnaud, Deffer, Vajda is your top four in Formula Continental, and that's probably Arisha Akhtar there, parked on the backstretch. Dead stick, it looks like. So, all right, Greg, if you want to run through the finishing order here, and then we will get to break before our next race comes along.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to make a final call of the grid. All right, so in Formula Continental, taking the win is Rob Aller. Chris Charno finishing second. Mark Deffer takes the last spot on the podium. He gets around Peter Vajda on that last lap. Vajda finishes in fourth. Then in Formula F, it's Jonathan Kotek. 11 seconds separates he and Dan Thurgood. And Michael Dowden taking the last step on the podium. Wes Gunler finishing, again, 3 1,000ths of a second off the podium in fourth. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 2. E production, F production, H production, GT3 and GT3U, STU, B spec, C spec, GTL, and SPU. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, your race is next. Please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a quick break, Brian, and we'll be back here in just a few moments with the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Apex Alignment from Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Racers, Babyface Fabrication brings you championship-winning roll cages, exhaust systems, and even race-ready cars built to perform safely under pressure. Crash-tested, mom-approved. Babyface Fabrication, where performance meets perfection.
Havoc Motorsport is a full-service motorsports facility specializing in open-wheel programs around the country. Based at Autobahn Country Club, our team builds, maintains, and campaigns successful racing programs specializing in Ligier F3 and Pro Formula Mazda efforts. Single day, race weekend, and full-season programs are available. Visit HavocMotorsport.com to learn more today.
Rollon Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Yuri Kolapsos' SWR-77 Arrive and Drive program supports Mazda Miata racers in multiple SCCA classes, from VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring and Homestead. Contact Yuri or visit SWR-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the Palm Tree Winter Majors in Double SARRC. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. Group 2 racing here, brought to you by Babyface Fabrication. Babyface Fabrication is a product of over 2 decades of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt, who is in this race. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current race car or new build. Whether you're looking for roll cages, performance parts, or have ideas for custom parts, Babyface Fabrication can do it all. Welding, plasma cutting, shaping, shearing, bending, and powder coating. Visit our website or contact us at babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
All right, Brian, let's run down the starting order for race number 2. We are going to have what is known as a split start. Basically, we're going to have every class that isn't B-Spec behind the first safety car, and then we'll have B-Spec following behind. Let's run down the starting order. We'll start off with the B-Spec racers here, and I'm going to give you, because it's easier for me to figure this out, I'm going to give it to you from the front row to the back row. And you see the B-Spec cars just getting ready to come off the pit lane. Josh Schmidt is your pole sitter from Babyface Fabrications. Good thing he's sponsoring this race. Stuart Black will start on the outside of row number 1. Luke Russell will start alongside Jason Grant. That's row number 2. Tom Pendergrass flying all the way in from California. He'll start on the inside of row number 3 with Greg Ely starting in 6th position. Then Alistair McEwen and Lee Davis will start 7th and 8th. Let's move over to our front field, where Jose Osiris Pena is your pole sitter today in his STU Honda CRX. Richard Estacio will start 2nd in the number 72 machine. That front row, all STU. Scott Sansone in his GT3 machine from Pettit Racing will start 3rd, with Michael Kuna in the high-speed Autosport STU car will start 4th. Miles Hewitt will start in 5th. He's in the MPH Racing Team STU car, with Chris Bovis, your F Production pole sitter, starting 6th. Nathan Nicholson, your E-Production pole sitter, will start 7th, so he's on the inside of row number 4, with Ken Kennard starting next to him. He's in the E-Production Northwest Cable Construction Hoosier JP Motorsports Integra. He starts 8th. Then we've got Ray Philibert. He's in the MR Drywall Services STU car. The number 15 machine starts 9th, with Mark Weber in his F-Production Goodyear Mazda Miata starting in 10th. Then row number 6, Steve Saney in his E-Production Active Auto Works STS Racing machine will start 11th, with German Candelario in the GC Renovations machine starting 12th. That's the 198 car. Edwin Soto Quinones will start 13th in his Scuderia Crusty STU machine, with Yuri Colossos in his E-Production Mazda starting 14th. Paul Mavoli in his F-Production machine, that's a Mazda Miata, will start 15th, with Tom Burt in his E-Production Mazda will start 16th. Matt Fritz will start 17th in his E-Production machine, with Paul Azon starting 18th in the STU Toyomoto Sales machine. John Rodat will start 19th, with Ted Phoenix starting 20th. And then we've got Roden Unesi and Todd Johnson starting 21st and 22nd.
All right, we've got a total of a whole ton of cars. I'm looking for the number here. 39 cars getting ready to come down to take the green flag here for our second race of the day. 25 minutes long is how long this one's going to take, and it is going to be a fantastic action. Look at all of those cars up front. Green flag is in the air as they come to the line for the first time, coming to turn 1 for the first time. It's going to be about 3/4 of our field here for the first lap here. Osiris Pena out front early, followed by that Lotus Elige in second place. I believe that's the Richard Estacio car. Everyone looking like they made it through turn 1 and 2 just fine. Now we wait for our B-Spec crew to come through, and here they come 3 wide across the line down towards turn 1. Oh, some side-by-side action there. Oh, thankfully they all collected it, and here they come through 1, side-by-side now going into 2.
And Brian, I think that might have been Josh Schmidt in the silver Babyface Honda, Chevy Sonic that got very squirrely under braking going into turn number 1. He drops back now in the 4th position as he is trying to hold off. I believe that's Luke Russell in the 193 machine that he's got behind him, or possibly Jason Grant. I'll try and get the numbers on him there, as the entire B-Spec field, though, coming up onto the back of Rob Horrell's H-Production Honda CRX. That's a new build for Rob. but he definitely had some. It's not a new car, but it's new to him. Had some issues with it this morning in qualifying. Definitely looks to be a bit off the pace.
All right, there is your STU and GT3 F production, H production, a whole bunch of cars coming through and onto the backstretch for the first time under anger as they come to complete lap 1 here for the first time. And there is Osiris Pena out front. The second place car across the line is going to be Richard Estacio, followed by Scott Sansone, Michael Kuna, Mike Hewitt. There's your top 5.
Yeah, and as they come across the line, Osiris Pena, he's being kept pretty darn honest by the Lotus of Richard Estacio, Lotus Exige there, and I think 2 cars that are certainly not torque monsters, Brian, but they have the advantage once they get out of that hairpin that they got a lot of straight line running there as we see the yellow Exige in very close proximity, and then we've got Scott Sansone. He is in, and I drew a love for this car here at Homestead last year. He is in a Mazda RX-3 coupe, and he is running, I believe he is running as part of the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, as he's running in GT3, not GT3U, but those cars, they're magical in the rain, which is problematic because it's not raining all that much today. But we had a lot of rain here at Homestead last year, and he drove the wheels off that thing. But he's currently 3rd in the group. Michael Kuna and Miles Hewitt just behind. They are battling it out right now for 3rd in STU. Chris Bovis, another one of our Honda CRXs on the field, and there he is coming right underneath our camera. Again, he comes over from the GT Light class, where he is a multi-time national champion, and he has got Ken Kennard, who was our 2023 F production national champion, starting to close things down. And and this is going to be again, Brian, I guess a real look at especially in national SCCA racing, where we do have balance of performance seemingly happening every couple of months leading up to the runoffs. This is going to be the first time that we actually see GT3 and F production cars racing in the same class, and we're going to have to see how closely matched they are. The different advisory committees think they got it right out of the box. We'll have to see, as we've got 2 champions running for the class lead right now.
Torque Monster is my vote for the next Marvel comic character, by the way. I love that. Here we come. And there is Chris Bovis coming through here, going through turn 6, and that little short shoot then to 7, and then down towards that hairpin. As we get to see that outside of turn 7 there is 6 there is where we see a lot of cars going off throughout the first course of today so far. Here comes our drivers now through that hairpin section and onto that long backstretch that basically takes NASCAR 3 and 4. Kind of has a little bit of feel of Daytona with this long 3 and 4 section. There's no bus stop here or Le Mans turn, but Le Mans chicane. There's Ken Kennard right there. That's that orangish Acura.
Yeah, exactly. The 3rd gen Acura Integra, again, that he won a championship in, and Mark Carpenter won 2 national championships in, I believe, both at Road America. And Kennard's going to take a look to the inside on the CRX of Bovis as they come down through that high-speed sweeper at turn number 1, and Bovis is going to hold him off for the time being. But you saw there where Ken Kennard gave a little bit of a look to the inside, Brian, and he had to jump back in line because we see there, as it looks like Rob Horrell in the other CRX, his problems continue, and he was really off speed coming down into turn 2, and you see all the smoke coming out of the back of the tailpipe there in that little 1.5 liter Honda. And Ken Kennard, as he looked to the inside, I think saw that other CRX getting larger and larger in his windshield, and thought better of trying to make a move on Bovis.
Let's see, Jordan, if we can pick up the B-Spec battle right now. It is about 0.1 seconds between Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt here, last time at the line. And there they are. It looks like that first 2 cars right there, that should be Black and Schmidt. Not far back is Tom Pendergrass and Luke Russell. Pendergrass got into a little bit of a moment in qualifying, took off the front left fender on that car, but he said it was just cosmetic and he had extra clips to put it back on. because he had just replaced that front fender before the start of the race season. She sent me some pictures of it during the break, and so he's back in the action, obviously, in third place, fighting for a podium right here. And here they are. That's your B-Spec field. All these cars on spec Goodyear tires. We saw Jay Chapman from Goodyear in the chat earlier. Big supporters of this class, Goodyear, and it's great to see them here with us again this year. So Black, Schmidt, Pendergrass, and Russell, that is your top 4 right now in B-Spec. And here they are, not the yellow car, but that group of cars right behind them. There's your B-Spec field.
Yeah, indeed. And I think during qualifying, Brian, I think we had thought that maybe it was Luke Russell that had that little coming together and had the issues with the front bumper, but indeed it was Tom Pendergrass. So we'll see here as they are coming up towards the back of that Integra, and I think that is Alistair McEwen in the number 28 machine, if I remember correctly. And we'll see here. He's still got a little bit of a gap, but this is a nice little breakaway now for Stuart Black. And Black was your pole sitter here at Homestead a year ago and had some issues on track with some other cars. It got pretty rough and tumble in the B-Spec race a year ago, both Saturday and Sunday, and I think that Black came away with one of the 2 wins. The other, he got shuffled back, but great fight so far between the 2 fastest B-Spec racers here so far this weekend.
It'll be interesting to see if Schmidt is happy to stay there in second place and try to work with Black to get away from Pendergrass and Russell. That would be the smart move at this point in time. If they can pull away a little bit and just have a battle amongst themselves. But now you're going to see the Lotus Elise, the second place car in F production, trying to make their way through these battles without messing up their race. But he also doesn't want to let the first place car pull away any more than he has to. Actually, he's in the lead now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian, we probably should mention this, is that is Richard Estacio. He is your STU and overall leader right now in the Lotus Elise. Jose Osiris Pena was your pole sitter. And I'm looking to see where that car is on track currently. I'm showing him that he is up to 13 seconds back. And yeah, here he comes right now, coming into the flag station. And we are we're seeing whereas a lot of racers were getting blue flags as the B-Spec racers, as some of our production racers were coming through. And actually, I think that might have been for Horrell there. But definitely a moment for Osiris Pena, who now finds himself on the back foot. And he's got Michael Kuna in that number 74 machine. He's only a couple car lengths back now, sitting in third behind the Honda. And there is Kuna taking the high side in the white BMW, and that car definitely has some legs here at Homestead.
Yeah, I got to wonder what happened with Pena, because he was a leader there for a while. Now he's 16 seconds back. So I don't know if he's having car problems or if he had to put a wheel off somewhere. But whatever the case is, it is a nice big lead now for Richard Estacio in that gorgeous Lotus Elise. I want that car, Greg.
And yeah, here we go. Here's the Exige starting to make his way underneath and through some traffic. Of course, the key with those cars, they have a lot more torque than an Elise does, but they are still, without a doubt, momentum cars, and you want to try and use the draft as long as possible, and then drop to the inside as we saw him do there, coming out of turn 7. And you can see how much ground he opened up with the BMW behind. So there is Pena, and Brian, after Pena had his issues, he had lost 3 more seconds.
Right.
Probably that's not Pena, that's the Integra a little further back. There is Pena just now coming through the hairpin, where Pena had lost an additional 3 seconds to Estacio on the superseding lap. And I'm wondering if indeed maybe he is having some mechanical issues with that car.
He's also mired in traffic now. Astacio's got basically a free ride in front of him. There's not a lot of cars, and when he does get them, he picks them off one at a time. And then he also gets the leader's deference by having the blue flags.
Yeah, but Brian Kuna just drove right around Osiris Pena like he was standing still. Yep. So move Michael Kuna now in the white number 74 STU BMW up to second overall. And yeah, Osiris Pena might have been balked a little bit by the B-Spec cars as they were coming through the hairpin. And there he is now popping underneath the Integra, but that car definitely appears to be off the pace that it was turning earlier today. That last time around, Osiris Pena was 3 seconds off of Michael Kuna's lap time there, and again, that's a pretty huge gap, and not something that getting balked coming out of the hairpin would possibly lead to.
And here's your Beast leader, Stuart Black, and right behind him is Josh Schmidt. And it looks like they've been able to negotiate letting the faster cars through a little bit better than Pendergrass and Russell, because they have opened up almost a 6-second lead over the third-place car here with 13.5 seconds to go. Let's do a call to grid, Greg.
You read my mind, sir.
Oh, that's dangerous.
I know. Especially since my mind is so small. All right, Group 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race Group 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET, please head to the grid.
The Palm Beach Winter Majors and Double SARRC is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel and alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack, whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance endurance sports car, or street autocrosser. Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the services they provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. And we should also thank Babyface Fabrication. They are the sponsor of this particular race, the small bore production group. Babyfacefabrication.com. Find out more from them on their website.
All right, Brian, I want to thank some great people that have joined us here in the chat today. My favorite Thursday night blunder racer and H production racer, Mike Kelly, joining us here in the chat. We've got Russ Lundberg. Of course, we've got B-Spec racer Trenton Kramer here in the chat as well. All very active here, so good to see them, and thanks for joining us here down in sunny Florida. All right, so as we now have just a little bit more than 10 minutes, actually about 11 minutes remaining here in the field, it is in STU. Richard Estacio, your leader, Michael Kuna second, Jose Osiris Pena currently sitting about 2.5 seconds back from there in third. Scott Sansone in that beautiful Mazda RX-3. He is your sole GT3 racer. He currently runs fourth overall. Ken Kennard did manage to get around Chris Bovis. And so Kennard is your new F production leader. Bovis running second. Mark Webber, great run for him. He is running in third, with Paul Mavoli coming over from GT Light and moving from a Nissan over to a Mazda Miata. He is sitting fourth in Class E production. It's Steve Saney. He is your leader from STS Racing. Tom Burt is currently second. Matt Fritz is currently third in H production. Rob Horrell, and we'll have to track if he's still out there. I think he did bring the car down the pit lane. He was our only H production racer to take to the track today.
And here we go. Looks like our timing pylon might not be proper here. I've got we've got.
What's the issue?
Well, okay. Yeah, I think our timing monitor is a little bit janky at the moment, so we'll work on getting that fixed here. There's our B-Spec leaders coming through again. That is Stuart Black up front, followed by Josh Schmidt. Now coming through is third and fourth place, Thomas Pendergrass and Luke Russell. Pendergrass opening up a little bit of a lead over the fourth place car, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths here. But they have kind of fallen out of touch now from the first and second place cars. So that first group there you're seeing coming through right now, that's your battle for the lead in B-Spec. Now your next 2 cars coming through, that is your battle for the podium, the third place on the podium in B-Spec as well. These guys putting on a great show again, like always, and this will come down, Greg, I'm guessing, to the final lap, as it often does in this very, very evenly matched spec-ish class, because they are different cars, but they work on a very limited amount of what they can do to them. Very tight rule set for B-Spec. A spec tire for all of them. That's the good years, and it is a fun class to watch. It's becoming one of the most fun classes, ranking right up there with the Spec Miatas and the Spec Racer Fords. Really fun competition for that group. A reinvigorated class here. I can't even talk. I'm so excited about it.
I'm gonna have to use that at some point. Reinvigorized, yes, absolutely. All right, yeah, and such a great race, and I'm so happy to see Tom Pendergrass putting in a great fight. I don't think we saw him at all on the Super Tour last year, and I don't know how much time he got to spend behind the wheel of his Mini Cooper last year, but it looks as though he is, he's gotten right back into the groove of things.
Yep, absolutely. 8 minutes to go here. Let's do another call to grid, Greg.
I think we can do that. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 3. That's Spec Miata with SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata, SMT, SMSET, and SMSE. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And in the Days of Thunder moment there, Brian, as they all come through a big cloud of dust, which means there's probably something that we just missed.
Yeah, that yellow car coming through the fog of war there, that was Richard Estacio in that Lotus Elise. He is your lead car in STU. Second place in STU is 23 seconds back. That's Michael Cunha. And then another 26 seconds back from him is Jose Osiris Pena. That's your top 3 in STU. Also your top 3 on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Brian, real quick here as we watch our overall leader, Estacio, coming up towards turn 3, and there he is. He just went around. It didn't cause any real issues to their race, as we have now Luke Russell and Tom Pendergrass side by side as they've been, as they came out of the hairpin and as they crossed the start-finish line to complete lap number 10 and start lap number 11, 68 one-thousandths of a second separating them at the line. And it looks like Pendergrass, I don't know if it's completing the pass, but he finally fully defends against the pass attempt about 2.5 miles later, coming into turn number 2.
Yeah, that was the longest pass attempt in the history of motorsports. It looked like it started when they came onto that backstretch, and they were fighting all the way around 3 and 4 down to turn 1, and Pendergrass has come up. But now they're side by side again, with Pendergrass on the inside this time, and who is Luke Russell? I've lost my mind.
Yeah, it's Luke Russell along with them.
Pressure him again.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see who's in the BMW Z4 just ahead of them on track, and I think that is that Todd Johnson, because unfortunately I don't have a lot of information from the region as to what cars these racers are in. No, Todd Johnson is actually in an Integra.
I have a Z3 of Paul Azan.
It's Paul Azan. Okay,
yeah,
that would make sense.
And here they come. That is Pendergrass and Russell there. And they've got another car trying to get around them. Different class car working their way around. Not going to be an issue for them because they're going into the oval there. But that is drafting at its finest. The question now, Greg, was that just a test run by Russell with 5 to go, so he has a good idea of where his car works better than Pendergrass? Is he just getting ready to be able to pop out here on the final lap? That's what I would be doing.
Well, if he is, it looks like Pendergrass is planning his defense already, and we'll see if Russell has a countermeasure that he could use. I want to clear something up. Brian, I think I said earlier that Paul Mavoli, in moving over from GTL, moved over from a Nissan to a Mazda. That is not the case. Paul Mavoli, we've seen him out on track in the white with light blue Nissan Sentra. So he is still racing the same car that he had been racing for years in GT Light. And I think the surprise in seeing Paul Azan in the BMW Z4 is that Azan, for a number of years, I believe, has been racing an E46 BMW. So change in chassis for him here this weekend. And speak of the devil, that is Paul Mavoli's Nissan. That's not the way to get camera time, Paul.
The announcer's curse. And that was right in front of B-Spec leaders as well.
Yeah, and
oh, there's another spinner right there. That's a BMW.
Yeah, and that is the green and black BMW. Let me try and get the number on that car.
While you're doing that, let's just mention that in the other battles, which are kind of hard to pick up sometimes, but Ken Kennard has a 1.2-second lead over Chris Bovis. Steve Saney has a 5/10 of a second lead over Thomas Burt in E-Production. STU is that big battle we've been talking about with Estacio and Kuno, a big gap there. So still a little bit of a question mark in F-Production and in E-Production. Those races are not settled yet.
And I'll continue to try and get the number for the that green and black BMW sedan that went around. But this hairpin here at turn 8, Brian, continues to be a challenge for a lot of our racers. We're getting a lot of drivers who are maybe cheating in a little bit from driver's right and really impacting their entry to the corner and finding the rear end. It just doesn't want to stick for them. There, and they can't seem to steer out of it. Let's quickly make another call to the grid, Brian.
Yep.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That's, race group number 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Miata, SMSE, SMT, and SMSET. Your race is next.
We should also mention that the fuel truck is by the Sunoco pumps. It'll be here today, but it will not be here tomorrow. So if you need to get some fuel, head over to the pumps this afternoon and get that taken care of. You'll need it today because they will not be at the track tomorrow. All right, again, another car going slowly. Thank you very much for pulling off there so we don't have to get you yanked out of the way and have to cause a full course yellow. Big kudos to whoever that driver is there. There is Osiris Pena. That's your 4th place car in STU coming through. We should try to pick up the lead in B-Spec right now because last time by it was only 0.8 of a second between Stuart Black and Josh Schmidt. Here they are. That's Black up front. Schmidt is right there behind him. That is a battle for the lead in B-Spec.
And you can see how defensive Black is as they come out of turn 3, as he plants the car maybe a little bit left of center to try essentially forcing Josh Schmidt, one, to go a little bit further around, but also impacting his entrance into turn 4 and that little wiggle, little S's between turns 4 and 5. Now, again, these are two identical chassis, both Chevy Sonics. They should draft off of one another fairly well. And this is a battle that we've seen before. I think Josh Schmidt, he took his first Super Tour win last season at Road Atlanta, and I believe took the win from Stuart Black. And we'll have to see how this works out because I think that is the Kuna BMW that comes underneath both baby faces, Josh Schmidt as well as Stuart Black, coming through the hairpin, and really impacted the Schmidt car much more so than Stuart Black, who you see here now, where Black has about 5 car lengths on Schmidt, as we see Osiris Pena go high, and that gap, it's going to be hard to make up, especially, Brian, when you consider that the white flag is in the air. There it is. One last lap remaining for this B-Spec race, and we'll check in with some of our other classes here in just a few moments.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard gap to overcome. Same thing happened a little earlier from the battle for 3rd place between Thomas Pendergrass and Luke Russell. They got caught up in a couple of cars trying to get around them, faster cars, and Pendergrass was able to open up a bit of a lead there as well, and it's going to be hard for Russell to catch back up, but for many laps, those two are the 2 best battles on the track.
Yeah, indeed, as we take a look in STU, Estacio opening up almost over a 40-second advantage on Michael Kuna in E-Production. Tom Burt, great run for Burt, as he's got over 13 seconds on the rest of the E-Production field. And Ken Kennard opening up almost 3 seconds on Bovis as the checkered flag is in the air, Brian.
Yep, checkered flag was in the air. That yellow card that went underneath it, that is your race winner. That was Richard Estacio in the Lotus de Liege, and now we're going to see if we can get some of the rest of these cars to come across the line. We're going to see our B-Spec battle coming into our view right now. That is Stuart Black, and with another lap car in the middle of those two cars. That's so unfortunate. That car is not in contention for anything and got in the middle of the two cars for first and second place. Josh Schmidt tries to go really low coming up onto the oval there, and we'll see if he's got anything left for Stuart Black, but that's going to be a hard gap to come together and make up here.
Yeah. You know, and Trenton Kramer in the chat makes a pretty accurate statement here, is that Josh Schmidt really seems to have the measure of Stuart Black on the infield, but that number 40 machine, it's just got some legs.
Yeah, here they come.
They come out onto the oval, and he just certainly doesn't give up any ground to Schmidt. And as they come to the line, Josh Schmidt's going to take the win in Stuart Black's going to take the win in B-Spec. Josh Schmidt will finish in second. And we just saw Ken Kennard right behind them come across the finish line. Kennard is your winner in F production. And here's that battle for third in B-Spec, Brian.
Yep, there is the run to the line in B-Spec, and your third place car is going to be Thomas Pendergrass. Luke Russell able to make up the gap to 0.3 of a second, the gap between third and fourth, but your podium in B-Spec is going to be Stuart Black, Josh Schmidt, and Thomas Pendergrass.
All right, so let's move over to the other classes in STU. Richard Estacio, Michael Cunha finishing second. Osiris Pena, who was our pole sitter for the group today, he finishes third, with Miles Hewitt finishing just off the podium in fourth. In E-Production, Tom Burt takes the win. Matthew Fritz will finish in second, with Yuri Colossos rounding out your top three in class, with Rodin Unesi finishing off the podium in fourth. If we move over to F Production, it is Ken Kennard taking the win by 3 seconds over Chris Bovis. So mark it down as F Production 1, GT 3, or probably GT Light 0. Mark Webber comes home in third. Great podium finish for Mark Webber. Paul Mavoli will finish in fourth, and I think other than Ted Phoenix running in SARRC GTL, our sole racer in that class, and Scott Sansone in his GT3 Mazda RX3 finishing, where did he finish up? He dropped a little bit further down in the order, and I'm looking to see where the Mazda finished up. He had been running as high as fourth. He's going to fall back through the order, and it looks like he may have actually retired a little early, Brian, but again, your sole racer in the class.
All right, that's going to do it for our second race of the day. A big one's up next, Spec Miata, so stay with us. We'll be right back. You are watching the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC here from Miami Homestead Speedway.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Rollon Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Havoc Motorsports isn't just an arrive and drive platform. We're also a full-service motorsports facility capable of race car storage, transportation, track service, driver coaching, and more. Our facilities at Autobahn in Joliet, Illinois allow us to offer everything from single-day track programs to fully supported season-long campaigns. Contact us at havocmotorsport.com today to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X, .com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kolapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at swr-77.com today.
Welcome back to the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double Spark SARRC Group 3 races. This one's presented by SWR 77 Race Car Rentals. SWR 77 offers arrive and drive experiences for our customers with a focus on quality and fair pricing. Owned by Panama-born Yuri Colazos, our pair of Star Wars Mazda Miatas are built to run in a variety of classes across the Southeast. Whether you'd like to get involved in Spec Miata, Super Touring production, or improved touring, SWR 77 will ensure a great time with a proven and reliable car. Get behind the wheel of our number 66 Darth Maul or the number 77 Kylo Ren at racetracks ranging from Homestead to VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring. Visit SWR77.com or contact Yuri Colossos for more information.
All right, Brian, as the pace car is bringing our Spec Miata, SMT, and SMSE field onto the track for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. We had 43 drivers set qualifying times between yesterday afternoon and this morning. I'm going to give you the top 30 because I can't count the 43 easily. So starting 30th today, driving the number 60, and by the way, these are all Mazda Miatas if you haven't figured this out. Starting 30th in the number 69 car is Mike Leo. Christian Myers driving the number 92 Mazda. He'll start 29th. Mike Ryan is in the number 119 machine. He starts 28th today. That means John Hotz is going to be starting 27th today. He's out of the Washington, D.C. region. My man John Hotz starts 63rd. Or pardon me, he starts 27th. He's in the 63 car. If I'm only running down the top 30 and he starts 63rd and there's only 43 cars, that's going to be problematic. Chris Clark, he starts 26th today. He's in the number 46 car with Matt Novak starting 25th. Matt's in the number 11 machine. Alfredo Zidane starts 24th today. He drives the 13 Mazda with Miles Hewitt starting 23rd in the 17 car. Max Hewitt, not wanting to start all that far away from his brother, he starts 22nd in the number 22 car. Then we've got Max Stallone. He drives the number 03 Mazda. He's going to start 21st today. Brian Arroyo is going to start 21st. He's in the 31 machine with Bobby Gossett driving the 144 car. He starts 19th. Stuart McAleer will start 18th today. He's in the 143 car with Jason Fichter starting 17th. Matt Stretch drives the number 89 Mazda starting 16th today with Joe Federo starting 21st. Joe is in the number 21 machine starting 15th. Elvin Goulart will start 14th today in the number 70 car with John Salerno driving the 168 car. He starts 13th. Nick Bruni will start 12th today driving the number 6 car with Vinny Miskelis, recent award winner, SMX Challenge shootout winner, and he starts 11th today driving the 112 car. Logan Stretch starts 10th. He's in the number 98 machine with Jose Olfe starting 9th. He's in the number 19 car. Noah Harmon will start 8th today. He's in the number 99 with Christian Sarnecki in the 44 car starting in 7th. Ethan Goulart will start 4th today, and I believe that Sarnecki car might be up for sale, by the way. Ethan Goulart, our reigning national champion, is going to start 6th today. He's in the number 72 car with John Noonan starting 5th. He's in the 0. Frankie Barroso drives the number 148 Mazda. He starts 4th today with many-time and multi-time national champion in Spec Miata Preston Pardis starting right beside him on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 42 machine. And your front row today, driving the number 41 Global Project Services Mazda Miata, it is Matthias Ramirez, and your pole sitter driving the Lit Racing Mazda, the number 18 car, Nate Cicero.
Pace car on the apron. There's your first 10 rows side by side. The rest of the field forming up nicely as they come down to the green flag for the first time this weekend, for the first time in 2025. Here is your Spec Miata field. Green flag is in the air. Look at those cars fanning out now. 4 wide down the front stretch as they come down to funnel into turn number 1. Is 40 cars going to come through? Will 40 cars come out the other side? We are looking for that to happen right now. Side-by-side action through turn 2. So far, looks fairly good. Do I speak too soon? Apparently not.
No.
That's pretty good, Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to wait another 2 seconds to see if the last 3 rows make it through turn 2. But, Brian, it amazed me how they fanned out. They went 3 wide coming down the front straight. And then somehow, some way, as they went and entered turn 1, they ended up 2 by 2 again. As we have Ethan Goulart trying to make a move down to the inside, coming into turn at number 6. as Goulart was trying to get around Sean Noonan. I think he got that pass done. Great move there, and I don't think Noonan really expected our reigning national champion to make that late move. Is there anybody there coming out of turn 6? That's a lot of dust and dirt as the field now comes down into the hairpin in turn number 1, and it is still, I believe, the number 41 machine of Ramirez, who got around Nate Cicero here at the very start of this race, but we're going to see what the effect of the draft is in Spec Miata, Brian, as they come here onto the back stretch.
Still a ton of side-by-side action as they come through the hairpin. Now they go a little more single file up front, but a lot of side-by-side action grows up 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. There's still tons of that going on right now. Here they come down to the line for the first time here in this particular race. First race of the year, Spec Miata is underway.
All right, as one lap is now in the books, Preston Pardus moves up to third. He is your fastest racer on track on the opening lap. So here is, and Pardus is in that black number 42 machine. Looks like he's now moved up in the second position, getting around Ramirez. And the rest of the field now, as we go 3 wide, coming into turn number 4, Elvin Goulart shutting the door on, I believe that was Vinny Mescalis, the 112 machine, as they came through turn 4. And Brian, it looks like a lot of our racers spending more time on the edges of the racetrack than maybe on the pavement itself, as we see there. But we see both Cicero and also Pardus dropping wheels coming out of turn 6. Into the variable dust cloud. One driver getting the braking all wrong going into turn 6, runs very wide, very deep, and just couldn't get the number there as Nick Bruni makes a move, and that was a nice move by Bruni coming down the inside, I believe, of Christian Sarnecki. Tried to outbrake Logan Stretch into the hairpin, couldn't get it done.
Cicero, Ramirez, Pardus, Barroso, Goulart, Ethan Goulart, Sean Noonan, Noah Harmon, Jose Ulfe, and Logan Stretch, and Nick Bruni. That's your top 10 across the line last time. They're going to come to the line this time. We'll see if that's shaken up at all. But we got 20 minutes into this, 20 minutes to go in this race, and the action fast and furious here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Here they come across the line. Now it's Preston Pardus taking the lead, moving up to second place. Frankie Barroso, Ethan Goulart into third. He just went purple with his fast lap of the day. Nate Cicero drops back to fourth. Matthias Ramirez fifth, and Sean Noonan in sixth.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, the track here at Homestead, as well as Sebring, as well as Daytona, ones that Preston Pardus knows very, very well, as he comes to us from North Florida, and I think just a couple miles outside of Daytona International Speedway, as he now moves back up into the lead, again with Barroso now sitting back in second place. Yeah, it looks like maybe some trouble there right in the midfield, yep. Brian, coming out of 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure what car that was. We're hearing car number 89. 89 would be Matt Stretch. Matt Stretch, Logan Stretch's brother, sons of really fantastic race car driver. Oh, look at that big sideways slide.
Oh, my.
What a great job collecting that, using the cushion, absolutely. Woo!
So we've got now Frankie Barroso, Brian, up in the second place. Barroso, just 20 years old. He was the SCCA Turkey Trot winner at Sebring just this past fall, back in 2024, as well as 2022, and finished fifth at the runoffs this past year at Road America. So his car, the big red machine, and it is kind of easy to pick out since I think everybody around him is in a black Miata. That 148 car looking very, very strong here so far this morning. We'll see, or this afternoon, pardon me, see if he's got anything for Preston Pardus.
Preston Pardus, Ethan Goulart now working together. Look at them all together, and then right behind them, Barroso and Cicero trying to do the same thing. 2x2 pairings and draft partners here. As we've learned, that is really important in this Spec Miata class. 2 partners better than a whole stream, and look at those cars starting to pull away. That is Pardus and Goulart out front, and then Frankie Barroso and Nate Cicero in third and fourth, as all these cars snake through that section there of turn 5.
Yeah, and we talked this morning. Nate Cicero, former rookie of the year in in the MX5 Cup in the Pro Series. So good to see him staying strong here. Of course, I'm sure after starting on the pole, he'd like to be up a little bit higher. But Brian, it's interesting because the draft in these NA
here we go, a pass for the lead.
Yep, so much stronger as Ethan Goulart now gets around Preston Pardus going into the hairpin. As I was saying, the draft in these much earlier Miatas, we have somebody drops a wheel coming out of the hairpin, gets the car about 35% sideways, gathers it back up, however. We'll try and get the number on that car. But, Cicero, who's been racing the ND Miatas in MX5 Cup, they don't draft nearly as well as these earlier chassis. So this may be a bit of a change for him. It's been a couple of years since he's spent a lot of time behind the wheel of these earlier Miatas.
At the line right now, your youngest ever SCCA national champion, Ethan Goulart, in the lead. Won it last year at age 15. He might be the age-old intrepid 16 by now. That's Goulart in first. Preston Pardus with tons of experience in these cars in second place. Frankie Barroso, Nate Cicero third and fourth as they come through. Then we've got Sean Noonan, Christian Sarnecki, Matthias Ramirez, and Jose Ulfe. That's how they run. That is your top 8 right now.
Yeah, and I think almost as importantly, Brian.
Wow, that car went way off.
Very wide there. I was going to say, Ethan Goulart might actually be old enough to drive himself to the track now in the mornings.
He could be Dad's DD now if he had to be.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's good stuff here as they come here through turn 7 again, the Dust Bowl. I think they need to put a little water down at the outside of 7 here during lunch each day, because that is a lot of dust, which is when that visibility, I'm guessing the visibility on the track is better than what we're seeing right now, because those cars are not lifting at all. There's a pass there way back about 10 spots. I don't know who that car is, but they've made that move several times, and then the over-under. I've seen that car do something similar about 3 laps in a row now.
Yeah, and Brian, I don't know if you noticed this, but Frankie Barroso has gotten around Preston Pardus, so moved Barroso up into second, but all the while those two racers starting to lose touch with Ethan Goulart at the front of the field, although it was only three quarters of a second, actually not even 3/4 of a second, it was 7/100ths of a second when they crossed the stripe the last time by. I think we're going to see a big change here. Indeed, it's now almost 7/10ths separating Goulart from Barroso. And we'll have to take a look. I think that was Preston Pardus, Brian, that we in the 42 car that we just saw come down the apron and head to the pit lane. Because as they cross the line, Nate Cicero moves up into second position, Sean Noonan into fourth, or probably Barroso second, Cicero third, Noonan fourth, Sarnecki fifth, and yeah, indeed, Preston Pardus retires early from today's race.
That's going to give Ethan Goulart just a little bit of a gap over Barroso and Cicero. It was 0.6 of a second in the line. Those cars now need to get closer together. I'm talking about Barroso and Cicero, about a car length between the two. But if they don't work together to try to catch Goulart, Goulart is just going to drive away here. You can see the gap there, about 3 car lengths between Goulart and maybe 5 car lengths even, Goulart and Barroso. If those two second and third place cars do not work together, Ethan Goulart will drive away, and it'll be peace out, folks. He's going to be able to move it.
And Brian, it looks like, we got a slow-moving vehicle coming out of turn 7, making the run down the 8. He is thankfully staying much to the inside there, and it looks like he's going to try to move back in line to set up for the hairpin, and comes right across some of the traffic, but looks like he is certainly staying out of the way. We'll see if we can pick up his number in just a moment here. I was going to mention Sarnecki, Sarnecki just got passed by Matthias Ramirez. So Ramirez looking to move back up through the field after starting on the front row. Sarnecki was in 2023 and 2024 the Northeast Majors champion, and also a former MX5 Cup shootout participant. So we'll have to see how he is going to do here. Again, it sounds like it's horrible to be back in 6th position, but when you have all of these very similar cars lined up, and not a lot of traditional hard threshold braking corners, with the one exception being right here at turn number 6. It's kind of hard to make a move up and around unless somebody makes a pretty wild mistake up ahead of you. And we just saw Sarnecki get kind of trapped to the outside coming through 6, as I believe he may have given up a position to Logan Stretch. We'll take a look here as they come down into turn 8.
Yeah, that gap from 6th to 14th is a grand total of 1.4 seconds. Sideway cars right there going into turn 8. Then another car has to go off to avoid. That car's just going to sit there. Hopefully he will not try to pull in front of these cars coming through right now. And here comes more of the field driving on by.
Yeah, and that red, white, and blue machine is one of the Wheels America cars, one of the Stretch teammate cars. Another car going around under braking. Looked like they had some brake bias issues there, and had some rear wheel lockup. Maybe a misshift going down into the hairpin is going to lose some positions as well. As all that was happening, or actually just after that happened, Brian, a great pass going into turn 8 is Elvin Goulart. That's the dad, the 2012 national champion, made a stellar move on Nick Bruni to move up into 9th position, and just was late on the brakes, popped to the inside at the last moment, and as Bruni took a look to the mirrors getting ready to turn into turn 8, he realized that there was a car there that maybe a fraction of a second hadn't been there earlier. Great move.
Don't look now, but Frankie Barroso is right up under the bumper of Ethan Goulart as they come through now and try to head down for, we're about at the halfway point of this race. This is not finished by any stretch of the imagination, Greg. Unfortunately, let's take ourselves a little bit of a breather here, do a call to grid.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. That's our big bore group. American Sedan, GT1 and 2, T1 and T2, GTA, GTX, SPO, Spec Corvette, and ASR. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, please head to the grid.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of experience of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance, driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex, not a tow and go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
All right, as we get back to the action, this is the battle for the lead. And as you said, Brian, Frankie Barroso, he made up a lot of ground in the last couple of laps to be able to draft up to the back of our current leader, Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion. And this is going to make things a little difficult for the number 18 machine of Cicero. He's maybe just a smidge out of the draft right now. He doesn't have a partner. We've got Christian Sarnecki and Jose Alfe about 10 car lengths back from Cicero right now. And they're gonna have to work together in order to push up to him and maybe have a chance at the win here. But right behind him, Elvin Goulart. And look at this as they come down into the hairpin, and that is our leader's father. That is Elvin Goulart, and he has Matthias Ramirez, who now falls back again into 9th position along for the ride. Logan Stretch, Nick Bruni falls back into 10th position right now, and that group, Brian, has been working so hard just to jockey for individual positions. You can see, and they're all lined up, but they're so much further back from the pack ahead. It's going to be very hard to draft back up to them.
Yeah, the smart move right now, Ethan Goulart, would be, and well, I was going to say the smart move for Frankie Barroso would be to just keep in second place and drive away from Nate Cicero. But there he goes, makes the move for the lead. So your new leader right now, Frankie Barroso, right behind him, your national champion, your reigning national champion, Ethan Goulart.
And, it looked as though Goulart didn't just open the door, but it was really uncontested. Let him come underneath him going into turn 1. This might help out Barroso maybe get a little bit of air to the radiator as well. And we'll see what happens here over the next couple of laps, as we have now under 10 minutes remaining. So at a minute 39, minute 40 clip, what are we looking at? Probably around 5, maybe 5 laps.
Yeah. Well, and this would be smart race strategery from Goulart. He might be saying, you know what, let me get around the back, not waste my tires so much. And he might be saying to himself, I'd rather be in second place going into that final lap and not be the sitting duck out front. Yeah. And if that's the smart way to go about it, that's what he's thinking.
All right, Brian, notice here coming out of turn 7, going into turn 8, we've got a car in the grass. That's going to bring out the local caution down at turn 7, so no passing until they get past that car. And looks like that pass was made safely. Pass was made just after they got past the incident, and we'll see if that driver gets out of the car. But he's pulled right up to the corner station there at the entrance to turn 8.
Well, there's Ethan Goulart looking to make the move again. He takes and returns the favor to Frankie Barroso going into turn 1. I think they're just testing each other right now to see where they have to pull out at the end.
Yeah, but the other part of this, Brian, is in not playing defense this early, and again we've got a couple of laps to go, they are doing a very good job of keeping the 18 car, Nate Cicero, back where he is. Cicero has not gained any ground on those two cars, so the minute that Barroso and Goulart start to duke it out, that's when the 18 might get into the fight. So better to delay that as long as possible. Should note that Cicero, though, real good pace right now. He is actually running about 0.4 of a second faster than Sarnecki and Ulfe behind. So, we talked about, well, maybe those two could get up to the back of Cicero and the three of them could push forward to our lead pair. That does not appear to be happening. Not only does it not appear to be happening, but Elvin Goulart has brought Sean Noonan, Max Hewitt, Logan Stretch along, and they have now moved up to the back of our 4th and 5th place cars. And I said just 2 laps ago that group behind had been fighting so much that I didn't think they'd be able to push forward, but indeed they are.
That's right, Barroso, Goulart, Cicero. That's your top 3 right now. Then you've got 4 through 10: Sarnecki, Ulfe, Goulart, Noonan, Hewitt, Stretch, Logan Stretch, and Matthias Ramirez. That's your top 10 as we stand with about 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race.
So, Brian, you heard me earlier this morning during qualifying when I screamed in elation that Brad Barnhouse, who I'd raced against almost 15 years ago, was in the chat. I now have sim racing royalty. It is Jonathan Grabowski, director for Apex Racing TV, and one of my broadcast partners for one of my little side gigs. He is sitting in the chat enjoying his Saturday afternoon. Welcome, John. Can't wait to work with you Monday night. I might even call you Brian by mistake.
There would be a shock.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Under 6 to go now. That's going to be about maybe 4 laps, I'm guessing. 3-4 laps. And front 3 cars kind of pulling away a little bit. And then you've got a nice gap back to 4 through 10. And there they are fighting 4 through 8 maybe. Fighting there for that position. But it looks like right now the best battle's going to be right there up front between Goulart and Barroso here at our final laps.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be the best fight, Brian, because I am now watching a driver who knows what is coming. Jose Ulfe in that yellow and white number 19 machine, currently running 5th behind the black and orange 44 Sarnecki. Ulfe is right in the middle of that pack right there, and it looks like he has now given up some positions, and the positions that he has given up are to Elvin Goulart. Goulart now getting around not only Ulfe, but gets around Christian Sarnecki as well, and he brought Sean Noonan along with him. So move Goulart now up into 10th, or probably in the 4th position. Sean Noonan in the 0 car over in 5th. And, this is maybe a little bit different than what we saw at the runoffs this year, where father and son, Ethan and Elvin, both started off in the front row for the Spec Miata National Championship race. And Elvin was, resigned to playing spoiler, finished fourth, but did a very good job of playing rear guard for his son. And now that is definitely not the plan. He's trying to work his way up, and let's see as the race winds down with 4 minutes remaining, if Goulart, who is currently running lap times very similar to Nate Cicero up in third, if he can pull that pack along with him.
All right, our leaders now coming up on some slower cars here. Hopefully they can make their way around these cars here during the NASCAR portion of this racetrack, and they won't play a role in the outcome of this race. The slower cars here right in front, then we've got the third and fourth car there. Those are your leaders trying to work their way around, and looks like they're probably going to make it around those cars here before they get to turn one.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 4. American Sedan, GT1, GT2, T1, T2, GTA, GTX, SPO, Spec Corvette, and ASR. Please head to the grid. Race Group 4, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, great job by our two leaders getting around those slower cars, and a great job by the slower cars not getting in the way. There's your third place car. That is the black car of Nate Cicero, trying to keep in touch with the second place car and keep the fourth place car not too close to his rear bumper. But Elvin Goulart really would love to be on the podium with his son here, so he is working his way up. The gap at the line a little less. That was 3.6 seconds last time by. Now Elvin Goulart 2.6 seconds back from Nate Cicero in third place.
Yeah, and Brian, at least through the infield here, you can see where Goulart gets his speed. He's at times pulls away from the pack behind. They'll draft back up to him on the oval, but this might be a bit of a challenge if he can't keep them with him. We talked this morning when everybody was out for qualifying on how a lot of these racers now and the way they work the draft is to essentially draft all the way around the track in the corners as well and use that pusher for the entire length of a race lap. That isn't happening here, and Goulart, who's now also going to have to deal with those two-lapped cars, he comes out of the infield with about a 2-car length gap between he and Sean Noonan behind. That Noonan and the rest of that pack just cannot seem to keep up with the 70 machine.
Going to be 2 to go at the line this time by, and the question now is going to be who is going to be our winner between Goulart and Barroso, and who is going to be our third place finisher between Cicero and a whole gaggle of cars behind him who are trying to catch. And we've got a smoker right there coming out of turn 4. There is Goulart and Barroso, and then there is Cicero, and that whole group of cars behind, those cars would like to be on the podium, and they're trying to hunt down Nate Cicero. We're going to keep on our leader at this point in time. Here they are. We're going to watch this battle now for the last lap and a half. That is Ethan Goulart, your defending national champion. Right behind him, Frankie Barroso. That is the lead right there. First and second. We stay with them. A lap and a half to go, Greg.
All right, and the Cicero again not making up a lot of ground, and now we've got a little bit of separation back behind. The last time by, Cicero was able to run 36 one-thousandths of a second faster than Elvin Goulart. So maybe 2 inches extra between them, but it looks like now Sean Noonan is getting with the plan. He's been able to get up right behind Elvin Goulart, and we'll see if they can push forward. And I think that might require a little bit of help from Jose Olfe in that white and yellow car directly behind. But I think as the next time they go by, they're going to see the white flag. Time is running out for Goulart and any of the other drivers with him to get up to Nate Cicero here. Cicero's driven a pretty quiet race here in third as our leaders come out of NASCAR turn 4, and leading the 16th and final lap here is Ethan Goulart, and he's got Frankie Barroso right behind.
That's right. There are your leaders going through turn 2 for the final time. That is Goulart up front. Then you've got Barroso in second. Now they're through 4, heading down that little short chute there before the right-left combination. And that is where they are, kicking up a little bit of dust. They've done this almost every single lap. Barroso right on the rear bumper of Goulart. Half a lap to go here. There is Barroso taking a peek. I think that's probably too soon to go, and he thought better of it here, turning through 6, now into turn 7. And Ethan Goulart working really hard to keep Barroso behind him. I don't know if Barroso is, I think Barroso might be in the best spot right now, but that little 15-year-old, and I say he's a short little guy, he is savvy as a race car driver at such a young age. Here comes Goulart and Barroso coming onto the NASCAR turn 3 and 4 for the final time.
All right, Brian, and one thing to note, you said that Barroso might be in the best position. The one thing that I've noticed through the majority of this race, and when they swapped positions going into turn 1, is that usually the pass was not made until after the start-finish line.
Right.
So, Barroso, he's going to have to use a slingshot here, certainly, but it's taken some straight line running in order to get enough speed here as they come out of turn 4, and Goulart takes Barroso very high on the banking. Barroso's going to try to drop down low. Goulart goes to defend. Barroso goes wide into the outside driver's right, and as they cross the line, Brian, it's Ethan Goulart taking the first Spec Miata win of the 2025 U.S. Majors Tour. Margin of victory over Frankie Barroso, 11/100ths of a second. Nate Cicero will finish in third. Elvin Goulart finishes fourth. Sean Noonan, Jose Alfe, Christian Sarnecki, Logan Stretch, Max Hewitt, and Nick Bruni rounding out your top 10.
What a great finish there. Goulart was able to just be savvy through that entire final lap, and it would have, if the start-finish line were another 200 yards further down the track, Frankie Barroso might have been the winner of this race, but that is not the case. And here he comes. That's your second place car right there, and right behind him, Nate Cicero.
But I'll tell you, Brian, as Goulart took Barroso high around the banking and then dropped down low, he left just enough room for Barroso to think about making the move to the inside, and Barroso actually fell for it. He actually went down there and then very quickly realized it wasn't going to work and shot around the outside, but all that time moving laterally is time that the car isn't moving forward, and I think it spelled the difference. It was a masterful bit of defense there from Ethan Goulart, who takes the win in race number 1 this weekend in Spec Miata. All right, so coming up next, we're going to have our big bore racers, the ground pounders, here at the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by... And who are they presented by? They are presented by Apex Alignment. We'll be back in just a few moments. The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service
service we provide and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. Havoc Motorsport is the premier open-wheel motorsport support organization for SCCA Club and Pro Racing. If you've ever thought about going wheel-to-wheel in Formula cars, Havoc Motorsport offers trackside support and arrive and drive solutions to get you up to speed. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more. 3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Babyface Fabrication is a custom fabrication shop with a variety of solutions for road racing, oval racing, and road car options. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to shop, learn more, or inquire about custom solutions.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the Florida Region SCCA Winter Majors in Double SARRC. Race group number 4. This is the big bore group presented by Pope Machine Shop. Pope Machine Shop is the official distributor of high-performance lifetime oil filtration from K&P Engineering. K&P Engineering's reusable oil filters offer faster oil pressure at startup and offers up to 7 times more oil flow than paper filters. Their magnetic pre-filtering spin-on filters are easy to inspect for contaminants, and better filtering helps you extend the life of your vehicles. K&P Engineering offers filters that are environmentally friendly and reusable. Call Pope Machine Shop, located in Kissimmee, at 393-645-5339.
All right, Brian, as you mentioned, our big bore group heading out on track right now. And perhaps when we talk about these big ground pounders, one car that we don't expect is a big, giant prototype car. And let's run down the starting order. There you go. There's Jacek Muka, our pole sitter. Let's run down the starting order for this race. And we are going to have a split start with our GTX, GT2, Touring, and American Sedan fields in the front, and then we will have all of our Spec Corvettes starting together a little bit later. We'll start to see them come around here in just a few moments. So, going to start off with the front row of our not Spec Corvette field, and it is Jacek Muka driving the number 5 GTX car. He'll start on the inside of row number 1. To his right will be Ray Mason driving the number 82 GT2 Chevy Camaro. On row number 2, James Candelaria. He is your T1 pole sitter driving the number 134 Chevy Corvette. He's going to start right next to Hugh Stewart. Stewart in the number 23 BMW 3 Series, starting 4th overall, 2nd in T1. Then we've got Bruce Griffin. Bruce is driving the number 125 T2 machine. He is your T2 pole sitter with Oscar Hernandez starting 2nd in T2, 6th overall. They're going to share row number 3. Starting 4th today is starting 7th on the inside of row number 4, driving the number 56 American Sedan Cadillac. It is Thomas West with Tom Ellis driving the number 151 American Sedan car, starting in 8th. Then we've got Jose Garcia. He's going to start 9th today. He's driving the number 123 T1 machine with Anik Patel. Our starting 2nd in GTX, starting 10th overall in the number 182 machine. Then we've got Kelly Lubosh. He's going to start 3rd in American Sedan, driving the number 3 machine. Starts on the inside of row number 6 with Marino Reyes. If we move over now, we're going to move over to the Spec Corvettes as we see them making their way out of turn 7, heading towards the hairpin, trying to get some heat in those tires. Your pole sitter in Spec Corvette, Marino Reyes, driving the number 86 car with Robert Weston, starting on the outside of the front row in the number 4 car. Then we've got Brian Curtis. He'll start 3rd with Joseph Stoddard starting in 4th. Frank Reinhardt will start 5th in Spec Corvette with Brian Boyd starting in 6th. Ian Sullivan will start 7th, so on the inside of row number 4, with James Davidson in the 22 car starting 8th, with Brandon Dennis and Cecil Stevens making up the final row in Spec Corvette. Brian, as the pace car now is on the pit lane, turning things over to Jacek Muka.
Yep, Jacek Muka has the field as they head down towards a potential green flag, waiting to see if the starter likes what he sees, and he does, or she, and the starting green flag is in the air as they head down to turn 1 for the first time. That GTX prototype moves into the first place there quickly here, and our second field starts coming towards the line as well. They gave the green flag to the first field. They're definitely going to give it to the second field. And here we go. Lap 1 here of race group number 4.
All right, here, and they go 2 wide coming down into turn number 1 and start to fan out. And now as they come through turn 3, battle for the lead here in Spec Corvette. Between our front 2 qualifiers, between Marino Reyes and Robert Weston. I think Weston now moving out into the lead there in the number 4 machine. Great run around the outside going into turn 1 for him, Brian.
Yeah, everybody gets through the first couple of corners just fine. Now they start to fan out just a little bit. And here comes our Corvette T1 group, basically, as they come into turn 1 here, or turn number 7 here for the first time.
So, I keep referring to Jacek Muka
over in the GTX field. There he is all by himself, just driving a prototype car, because I keep having this research and search what car he is in. Brian, he is in a 2017 Dallara P217 Cadillac powered machine, and I believe this ran in Grand Am, or actually I guess in IMSA in Daytona Prototypes. It's a DPI car, and it has one of the most glorious sounds compared to everything else that you've got out here. But and those Dallara P217s, great chassis, I guess essentially an LMP2 chassis.
Yeah, Russ Lungard in the chat helping us out with the LMP2 versus DPI. But there's a puff of smoke there in an unusual spot. I wonder which car is causing that. Everybody negotiating this first turn here pretty nicely here so far early on in this race. I just love seeing all these T1 Corvettes. It's just a beautiful sight to see. Oh, there's a car kind of a little bit loose there coming out of that corner, and was able to collect it and bring it back together.
Yeah, and I think that was Cecil Stevens out of Tampa, Florida. A lot of dirt oval experience, Brian, which might explain that big cloud of smoke that maybe he feels more comfortable when he's not on the asphalt. So we'll keep watching. There he is. We'll keep watching that machine.
So remind me, Greg, was the split start for the Spec Corvettes only, or was T1 back there as well?
No, just for the Spec Corvettes.
Okay.
We had T1 right up towards the front of the field. Candelaria and Hugh Stewart were on row number 2.
There we go. So that's the big group you're seeing here, is the Spec Corvette class. The T1s are going through with this first group here now.
Yeah, exactly. They're actually coming up on the Spec Corvettes. The Spec Corvettes, as we mentioned, they are eligible to race in the SCCA Touring 2 Majors class. That there is a spec line specifically for them, but especially at these regional races for the South Atlantic Road Racing Series, and again we've seen them with the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series as well, and you've seen them out west. That they typically will run the regional class, obviously, and they have their own East and West Coast. Actually, they have a Northeast, a Southeast, and a West Coast championship.
Yeah. Peter Kane says to please mention that the Spec Corvette is now T2 legal for the Hoosier Super Tour and the runoffs with their current rule set.
I just mentioned that.
Oh, you may have.
I thought I just said that.
I was looking at something else while you were talking, and I find that I try to listen to Greg as little as possible. No, just kidding.
Thank you much. I greatly appreciate that. And actually the big change, Brian, is that they are running that they are allowed to run on our compound tires, whereas typically Spec Corvette, when they're out here racing here today, I believe that they are actually on 200 treadwear tires. And I'm sure Peter is going to correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the major difference. And has been one of the things that makes them not as competitive under T2.
Right. Oh, big smoking car there. 2 smoking cars. That is interesting. It's odd that you'd have 2 cars smoking at the same spot. I don't know.
Well, I was going to make a joke that would probably get me in a lot of trouble, Brian.
So let's not.
And not with the Corvette, contingent, but maybe another racing contingent in the SCCA.
Your T1 leader right now is James Candelaria, who's 1.5 seconds in front of Hugh Stewart. Jose Garcia way back in T1. You've got the GTX cars, Jacek Mucha, thank you. He is in first place, followed by Anik Patel, and the gap there is more than a lap, it looks like. Or just a big gap at the moment.
Yeah, and of course, Muka started on pole today, and Patel started in 10th position. So big, a lot of ground for Patel to make up, and I think Patel. Let me double check what chassis he's in. I saw
he is
that
in a Ligier.
In a Ligier,
and I believe he's also registered, because I saw him in the open wheel group, which is our next group, and we'll make a call to the grid for them in a few moments. Group 5, I believe, running in one of the 2 Spec Radical classes, or sports racer classes that's specifically for the Radical chassis.
All right, your Spec Corvette top 5: Robert Weston, Marino Reyes, Brian Curtis, Joseph Stoddard, and Frank Reinhardt. T2 leader, Bruce Griffin, Oscar Hernandez. Bruce Griffin's wife is in the chat. And let's see, I saw her name, Lisa Gonzalez, I believe. No, wait a second. I just gave him a different wife. Where is it? Hold on. Layla Butler. Sorry. Layla Butler is in the chat, rooting Bruce on. Sorry, Layla.
And, Brian, we've got Berg Racing checking in, and one of the things that he is saying is that, and I think that's Mr. Weisberg possibly, but that one of the possibilities there for all that tire smoke is given how much of a load is put on these cars coming out of the banking at turn 4. It may just actually be tire rub, which is certainly a possibility here. Great move there in Spec Corvette. Going into the hairpin is Cecil Stevens, who we talked about a little bit earlier, making a move around Frank Reinhardt. So move the number 17 car now up into 5th position in Spec Corvette.
James Candelaria now opening up a 2.027 second lead over Hugh Stewart.
And look at that, Brian. We got Nathan Jackson in the chat saying that he can't wait to run his GT2 car just to hear me announce his races.
Greg is the GOAT.
There you go. All right, let's do this, Brian. It is not going to show a ton of action unless perhaps he decides to bring us something exciting and compelling. But here is James Candelaria with his Sentinel system, currently working the lead in Touring 1. And looks like we had some technical issues there. We'll try and get back to James in just a few moments. But as you mentioned, he had opened up a nice advantage over Hugh Stewart, about 2.5 seconds here as they're working lap number 7. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that one of the main cell towers at Homestead is on the outside of turn number 4 there, and we sometimes lose the camera there because when on the banking you lose line of sight to that cell tower. So that may have been what happened there. I think that is the Ligier right there that we're seeing of Anik Patel.
No.
Muka's in the Cadillac Alara. Hard to tell them apart when you're not. Yeah, I think that one's the Ligier. It's a little bit smaller than the Dallara. So coming up here on 15 minutes to go here in this race.
And if we check in I want to check in real quick with the Touring 2 race, Brian. We had both Bruce Griffin and Oscar Hernandez start side by side. They started off on row number 3. Bruce Griffin in the white number 125 Chevy Corvette. And that's one of our Spec Corvettes, I think, that has gone around. And is that the number? Was that the number? That was Robert Weston that just went around. We'll get back to Stoddard in just a moment. But that is Robert Weston out of Melbourne, Florida, an electrical contractor. That is having the issues over there. He's got 8 different track records in Spec Corvette, and he might have now the record for the longest camera shot at turn 6 as we watched him get his car back underway. Good to see him get that car back underway. But again, Bruce Griffin in the number 5 machine started off in the lead it's the white with green stripe down the hood Chevy Corvette in T2, and he's managing to hold off the 0-3 of Oscar Hernandez for the moment. Hernandez in the 0-3 machine, and that is the Porsche 911 that is out there, the Soul 911. It's a gray. There is Griffin, and we'll have to see what happened to the Porsche.
That spin by Robert Weston cost him 8 positions. He drops from first down to 8th. Brian Curtis takes the lead now in Spec Corvette. Marino Reyes second. Joseph Stoddard third. Cecil Stevens fourth. Brian Boyd is in 5th. So a very costly situation there. And actually Weston now drops down to 9th place.
9th, yeah.
So it's going to be tough to recover from that, even with 13 minutes to go. The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, a long-distance enduro sports car, or a street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goals are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex, they are not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. And this group is also sponsored by this race, Pope Machine Shop as well.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5. Prototype 2, FA, FE2, FE, FX, FS, SR1, and SR3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Now, I was looking at American Sedan also here, Brian, where Tom Ellis has now gotten around Tom West. And the last time I checked in, West was your leader. There is the Cadillac. Oh, he just had the Cadillac of West going into the hairpin, and he has lost considerable ground and considerable time that last time by. We'll try to pick up where Ellis is on track. That is the number 151 machine. And we'll see here. We may see him coming around the outside of the corner there. Actually, that's one of our prototype cars about to come underneath the car that zigs, or the car that's actually, that was a Cadillac Catera, but coming underneath Tom West's Cadillac. But so Tom Ellis now moving ahead, and he's got almost a 10-second advantage over our American Sedan pole sitter.
10 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Candelaria, Stewart, Garcia, your top 3 in T1. Mucha and Patel, your top 2 in GTX. Curtis, Reyes, Stoddard, your top 3 in Spec Corvette. T2 is Griffin and Hernandez, 1 and 2. And then your A Sedan race, you've got Ellis, West, and Lubash, your top 3 there. Let's see if we can pop in and find the T1 battle here. James Candelaria, it's actually not really a battle. There's an 11-second difference between first and second place in T1. So we can maybe just show James Candelaria just for a second here so we can give those guys just a little bit of love. It is a Corvette. My director has said, what does this car look like? I'm like, it's a Corvette.
I believe... Yeah, it's a C7 Corvette, if that helps.
Yeah. I am 100% unhelpful. Here it comes, right there. I think it's... And there is John Candelaria, your first place car in Touring 1. And if you wait about 11 seconds, you're going to see Hugh Stewart come through. And that is the way they look right now in Touring 1.
And my bad, I think I said it was a C7 Corvette. It's actually a C6 Corvette.
Okay.
A 2005 Chevy Corvette chassis.
James doesn't care what we call it as long as we tell everybody he's in first place.
Exactly. So James finished with a bronze medal at the 2020 runoff, same in 2023, and he was the 2024 Northeast Majors champion as well. And I believe he qualified on the pole in T1 at the runoffs this year. Had a bit of a challenging run at Road America, but good to see him out here. And again, he's opened up a nice gap to Hugh Stewart, and I really thought that Stewart's BMW on a track like Homestead might be a little overtaxed. That car has great balance, has great brakes, but as we talked about earlier, not a lot of opportunities to display that here at Homestead. A little bit more of a wide open track that really suits the Corvette chassis.
Yeah, and they were really close a couple laps ago. Griffin G mentions that. Also mentions that James and Hugh are great gents. I concur with that assessment as well. So we've got 8 minutes to go here in this race. I guess maybe another call to Gregg. Call to Gregg?
Call to Gregg? Yes, we can do that. Absolutely. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 5. Our open wheel racers, Prototype 2, Formula Atlantic, FE2 and Formula Enterprises, at Formula X, Formula S, SR1, and SR3. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, please head to the grid. Want to welcome Michael Lewis, multi-time national champion in many a class here, joining us today.
Hello, Michael. Hopefully we'll see you at Sebring. Real quick, we also want to remind everybody who's at the racetrack, don't forget about the pig roast tonight. Everyone who's participating is invited. It starts at 12:30 in the Breezeway at Paddock Central. Lots of food, so no one should leave after the race, and no one should leave hungry as well. Maybe they can box up them and send it to us.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, Brian, I wanted to respond quickly and maybe toot yours and my own horn just a little bit. Nathan Jackson in the chat, besides wanting to hear me and only me announce his GT2 race, he asked if we're live streaming any other races like Majors or SARRC or SARRC Mars or just the Super Tour, and the answer is yeah, kinda. Brian will be streaming most of Cal Club's races out on the West Coast. And Brian, what YouTube channel is that on?
It's the Racing Network. We try to do all of them. It's tough to stream from Willow Springs, so that one's a little bit in question. But all the Button Willow races will be streamed this year, and we'll do something at Willow Springs. I'm just not quite sure what yet.
And I, both myself and my other Brian Donati, will be bringing you coverage of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, at least the events at Summit Point Raceway, New Jersey Motorsports Park, and when they travel down to Virginia International Raceway for the SARRC Mars, also with coverage of the Summit Point Majors and the New Jersey Devil Majors as well. So make sure to join us. We broadcast all of those events on the Washington, D.C. region's YouTube channel. It's at WDCR. So join us this season. I think we have our very first event. I think it's March 20th and 21st or somewhere along those lines.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we've got next weekend is Sebring, and then 2 weekends after that is the Button Willow first majors on the brand new circuit at Button Willow. Brand new racetrack opening, first race ever will be 3 weeks from this weekend.
And I think Tony.
There we go.
Absolutely. This is where I asked Jordan, hey, Jordan, do we have the Super Tour schedule that we could put up on screen and show everybody when we'll be broadcasting the 2025 Hoosier Super Tour? All right. Well, so join us for the first round next week from Sebring, and we'll show you every other Super Tour is. Or you can go to scca.com/Super Tour to see the schedule. And, of course, we'll be broadcasting every round right here on the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel.
Is there any way to find the T2 battle here? That is our only battle on the racetrack that's really close at the moment.
Yeah, so let me help you, Jordan. It is the white Corvette with a green stripe down the center, and then there will be that's it right there, and there is a gray Porsche 911 or a white Porsche 911 trailing it. That is the second car in class. That is Bruce Griffin in the 125 Corvette. That is Oscar Hernandez in the 03 Porsche directly behind, and they're both coming up on Hugh Stewart, who's running second in T1. Looks like Stewart might be a little bit off the pace as he goes high on the banking there, and he's going to let both of the T2 cars by.
Let's stick with this till the end here. It's the only battle on the track that's closer than about 5 seconds. So as far as for any position, as far as that goes. So that's these two guys here, Griffin and Hernandez. And Hernandez is it looks like a little bit faster in the infield section. And then the Corvette presses that little skinny pedal on the right to the floor and drives away a little bit on the oval. Which is kind of your classic American versus German battle here.
Yeah, exactly. And so see now as Hernandez moves it to the inside, Brian, see if he's close enough to make a braking maneuver going into turn 6. These are the situations, again, under heavy braking where that Porsche has the advantage, much better brakes, and also digging out of slow corners where the weight comes back and you've got the engine that's sitting over the rear axle, and you can just kind of hunch back and just dig those tires into the pavement and be able to dig out of a corner. But again, once you get onto the oval, that's where the Corvette has the advantage. The other advantage that the Corvette has is when somebody goes side by side with your competitor through the hairpin and slows his exit down, as it appears that that is the one of our spec Corvette racers. The blue Corvette, I believe that's Marino Reyes, that went side by side with Hernandez. Yeah, Reyes making who is our spec Corvette pole sitter, working his way through the field, and definitely impacted that race a little bit. And
oh, there goes your leader.
Yeah. As Griffin runs very wide through turn 2, and now overtaking him, it is Oscar Hernandez. He's your new leader in Touring 2 with just less than 2 minutes remaining.
Shocking how far off that Corvette went and how not far behind he is when he returned. I would have thought there'd be a huge gap, and it's really not that big right now with us. Probably a lap and a half to go here. They're probably going to get the white flag this time by. And it is pretty remarkable how that Bruce Griffin recovered from that to only be, 3-4 car lengths back now.
And you know what that tells me, Brian, is those Corvettes get great rotation when you got four wheels in the grass. Griffin tries to go deep down into the hairpin, I think more just to scare Hernandez just a little bit. He was far too far back to make a move. And Hernandez, we'll see, might be able to put some of this other traffic. We've got the American sedan Camaro, I think that's Kelly Lubosh. Just ahead of him, might be able to use some of these cars as picks going down into turn 1.
All right, here they come through 4 for the second to last time. We should see, there it is. White flag is in the air. One more lap to go as that Corvette tries to hunt down the Porsche up front. Look at the gap, close down even more. This is not over yet. Here they come through turn 2. The Porsche up front is Oscar Hernandez, followed by Bruce Griffin right behind him now. Those other cars definitely causing some issues for Hernandez. And right now, Bruce Griffin is right there, almost on the back bumper, going through this infield section. He will try to be right there coming out of the final hairpin, and then it'll just be a drag race, but he's going to try to make the move now. Look at the Corvette on the inside. That is Bruce Griffin making the move for the lead. Oscar Hernandez drops back into second. A big mistake a couple laps ago, and it's all been made up for. Bruce Griffin retains the lead.
And Brian, you saw how Hernandez, he was getting ready to turn in, and great move by Griffin, just planted his Corvette right in front of the Porsche, and you saw where the Porsche just had to take that last stab of the brakes going into the corner, and that was a problem, and he lost ground, but he comes out of the hairpin now, side by side as the checkered flag is in the air, with Jacek Muka taking the win in GTX, taking the overall lead. But let's jump back to this T2 battle.
Here they come now through NASCAR turn 3, moving through towards NASCAR turn 4. Look at how that Corvette has the legs to pull away here, and he is going to take the win. It's going to be Bruce Griffin, T2 winner. Second place is going to be Oscar Hernandez. At the line, the gap is going to be 0.6 seconds. What a great finish in that race.
Indeed it was, Brian. All right, taking the win in Touring 1. I think the only drama was whether his in-car stream was going to work for us. James Candelaria in the 134 Corvette. Hugh Stewart finishes in second, and again, that car a bit off the pace towards the end of the race. As a matter of fact, he was running almost 20 seconds off of his previous fast lap was Hugh Stewart at the end of the race. Jose Garcia will finish third in Touring 1. In GTX, we mentioned Jacek Muka taking the overall win, and Nick Patel finishes 2 laps down. In Touring 2, we covered Griffin and Hernandez. In American Sedan, it was Tom Ellis taking the win over Thomas West, with Kelly Lubosh finishing the third. Ray Mason, our sole GT2 racer in the field today, and he finishes the race. He had some issues, and I believe had to retire early. Finishes 19th overall after having started on the front row. And so let's move over to Spec Corvette, where Brian Curtis takes the win over Marino Reyes. Reyes was your pole sitter today. Joseph Stoddard will finish in third, with Cecil Stevens finishing fourth, Frank Reinhardt finishing in fifth.
That turned out to be an exciting finish, probably much more exciting than Bruce Griffin would have liked. But at the end, he got the job done, getting around Oscar Hernandez on that final lap and then just pulling away through the NASCAR portion of the oval. Let's take a break. When we come back, Group 5 is next here at the Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC from Miami Homestead Speedway.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-dough shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Racers, Babyface Fabrication brings you championship-winning roll cages, exhaust systems, and even race-ready cars built to perform safely under pressure. Crash-tested, mom-approved. Babyface Fabrication, where performance meets perfection.
Havoc Motorsport is a full-service motorsports facility specializing in open-wheel programs around the country. Based at Autobahn Country Club, our team builds, maintains, and campaigns successful racing programs specializing in Ligier F3 and Pro Formula Mazda efforts. Single day, race weekend, and full-season programs are available. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more today.
Roland Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Yuri Kolapso's SWR-77 Arrive and Drive program supports Mazda Miata racers in multiple SCCA classes, from VIR and Road Atlanta to Sebring and Homestead. Contact Yuri or visit SWR-77.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC races here. Florida Region, SCCA. This is race group number 5, Wings and Things, presented by Havoc Motorsports. Havoc Motorsports is a full-service motorsports facility located at Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois. Our on-site facilities allow us to not only offer single or multi-day programs at our home track, but also allows us to be a premier support team for open-wheel programs across the country. Our rental platform specializes in Ligier, Formula 3, and Formula Mazdas, and Pro Formula Mazdas, and ranges from arrive and drive to full build-up and execution of championship campaigns. Havoc Motorsports is also offers Havoc Motorsports also offers race car storage, transportation, driver coaching, and much more. Visit us at havocmotorsports.com to learn more.
All right, Brian. So heading out on track is, as you mentioned, Wings and some Things, our prototype cars. We had a number of racers go out in set times. In all, we had 28 racers. We are going to be doing a split start once again. We're going to be putting all of our cars that are not Formula Enterprises 2 up in the group at the front, and then the Formula Enterprises 2 will get their own start a little bit further behind. Let's run down the groups. We'll start off with Formula Enterprises 2, starting in 10th position. It is going to be Brian Yates. He's driving the number 52 machine, with Ross Wolf starting in 9th. He is driving the number 18. Starting 8th is Andrew Whitston. As you mentioned, he's driving the number 54 car for the very first time in FE2, with James Reagan starting in 7th position. Then we've got Kelton Jago. Welcome back, Kelton. He's driving the number 29 FE2 machine. He'll start right alongside Daryl Willis, who's on the inside of row number 3. Then we've got Eric Cruz, who is going to start 4th today in the number 86 machine, with Kerry Jacobson starting 3rd. Kerry's driving the number 38 machine. And then our front row in Formula Enterprises 2, Eric Wisniewski driving the number 25 machine, with reigning and defending national champion Russ Turner starting on the pole, driving the number 32 machine. He's out of Montpelier, Virginia. All right, let's move up to our non-FE2 racers. Starting 18th today, driving the number 99 Formula X machine, it's Ken Denault, with Anik Patel driving one of the Spec Radical machines. He is in the number 182 car. Robert Krajewski is your pole sitter in Formula X. He's going to be starting 16th today, with Wade Richardson starting 15th in the number 56 machine. Camille Kopko will start 14th. He's in Formula Atlantic, with Derek LaManna starting 13th, also in Formula Atlantic. Paul Gatto, another Formula Atlantic driver, will start on the outside of row number 6 in the 199 car, with Michael Moulton starting next to him on the inside, car number 77. Bart Wolf, our sole P2 racer here this weekend, is in the number 28 machine, with Shane Prieto starting next to him on the inside of row number 5 in 9th position. Then we've got Adrian Marl, who is driving the number 5 Formula Atlantic machine, starting 8th, with Asen Yelkin starting 7th, also in Formula Atlantic in the number 75 machine. J.R. Smart will start 6th today in the number 06 Formula Atlantic machine, with Ethan Sterling starting 5th. He's driving the number 1 Formula Atlantic. Then we've got Jacek Muka, who's starting on the outside of row number 2 in his Formula SCCA machine. He's in the 07 car, with Brandon Schwartz on the inside of row number 2. And your front row, Todd Vanacore, your pole sitter in the new P class number 19 car, and James French, your pole sitter in Formula Atlantic, in the number 6. And obviously, Brian, they've already taken the green.
Yep, first group taken to the green. Second group now coming to the green for their start of their race. Already 4 wide before even getting to the start-finish line there. And now they're going to try to funnel down into turn 1, hopefully all playing like good boys and girls. And it looks like, oh, that's so close there. But they managed to not come together, to the best I can tell. And safely through turns 2 and turns 3, and now they come down towards turn 4. Nice clean start for the first group as they came by while we were wrapping up the grid there. Thank you, Greg, for doing the grids all the time. He is the best at that. So I get too tongue-tied to get through all those like Greg does. But anyway, getting through our first race lap here. So far, I love the shot where you can see them coming across the backstretch through NASCAR 4 there while we're looking at the other part of the infield. Here they come, down to the line for the first time. Let's see who it is. Oops, pressed the wrong button. Here we go. James French, Todd Vanacore Brandon Schwartz, followed by Ethan Sterling, J.R. Smart, and Jacek Buka.
Yeah, and look at that with French, who's a former national champion in Formula Atlantic, with Todd Vanacore, a former national champion in Prototype 1, now in Prototype, or P, as they were all of 0.08 of a second apart as they crossed the line to start lap number 2 in what are, I think the GT1 drivers may have something to say about it, but I think probably the 2 fastest classes here in Sports Car Club of America road racing, P and Formula Atlantic.
They're supposed to be. Not always the case, but yeah, if they're all cars are running together, running well, those are our 2 fastest classes, no question. And then GT1, I would suggest, is probably our 3rd fastest class on most race weekends when we have GT1 cars.
And so you mentioned Ethan Sterling, who is currently running 3rd in Formula Atlantic, Brian. He is in the number 1 machine, and this is only his 2nd year racing cars. He's out of this is somebody with an identity crisis. He's out of Massillon, Ohio. He's a high school senior, 18 years old, member of Cal Club, and he had 6 second places in SCCA last season, finished 4th in points for the Western Series Championship. So you probably saw Ethan out on track a couple of times there out at Buttonwillow. And good to see him out here. He said he was ready at K1 go-karting, the indoor karting chain. And somebody saw him, a couple of Formula 4 racers actually saw him out there and got him into real cars, which I think is a pretty neat thing. And I'm sure as his parents are trying to put an 18-year-old through college, probably not a neat thing for them.
Absolutely. So.
Yeah, and there's that radical that we talked about a little bit earlier. That is the oh my gosh, Anik Patel, who's in the Radical, and I think it was Russ Lundberg who asked about SR1 and SR3.
Right.
Those are Spec Radical 1, Spec Radical 3. They match up with the Radical Cup Pro Series, and were put into the GCR, I think just before the runoffs. Actually, it was late summer. When they're now GCR regional only classes, so they are not part of the U.S. Majors Tour, and we won't see them at least in those classes on the Super Tour. We would typically see some of those radicals in the GTX field, I think, on the Super Tour.
Right, that's where they slot in. GTX is kind of one of those catch-all places where if there's not a real good place for a group of those type of cars in another class, they end up in GTX. So got a car. I think that's a little tire smoke. No, that's a big wreck there.
Yeah,
we'll see the smoke clear, the dust clear. We got a wheel all the way across onto NASCAR 2 there.
Yeah,
so there's definitely a bunch of suspension damage.
Yeah, sitting right in the middle of the grass there, and it's like there were 2 other cars that either that were involved in one way or another. Yep. And we are going to a full course caution, and you can see the safety car there deploying from the end of the pit lane, Brian.
Yeah, definitely safety car out here, and they will get out there and get that car collected. That's going to take a little bit harder to get that car out because there's definitely missing at least one wheel on that car, so they're going to have to get a place to hook that and to get it out of there. I don't know how wet that grass is out there. I don't think it's much with all the dust we've been seeing these days, so at least that won't be too much of an issue. So.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so let's reset the field here, Brian, and we'll start off with Todd Vanacore, who is, I believe, our sole racer not our sole racer in P, but he is our overall leader, and he had, at the time the caution came out, a 24-second advantage over Michael Moulton, with Wade Richardson running 3rd in that class. And then we move over to Formula Atlantic, where James French, who is running second overall, leads that field. He's got Brandon Schwartz second, Ethan Sterling, J.R. Smart third and fourth. Austin Yelkin falls back into fifth position in class after having started on the inside of row number 4 and having started, I think, third in Formula Atlantic. In SR1, again, Nick Patel, your sole racer in the class. We do have 2 Formula X racers. We've got Robert Krajewski, who is racing in a Ligier JSF4 machine, and then Ken Denault, Ken in the number 99 car. And let me see if I've got some information on which machine Ken is racing here. Ken is in a Formula Mazda machine car that he's been racing for a number of years. In Prototype 2, Bart Wolf, again, our sole racer in class in Formula SCCA, same for Jacek Muka. So let's move over to Formula Enterprises 2, where Russ Turner started on the pole today, and he had starting next to him Eric Wisniewski. Well, Wisniewski's fallen back to 4th in class, and Daryl Willis and Kelton Jago have moved up to 2nd and 3rd. So Turner, Willis, Jago, then Wisniewski, Ross Wolf running in 5th, Eric Cruz sitting in 6th position.
Shout out to the skis that are out there. Wisniewski and Krajewski gotta represent the skis whenever I can.
This is perfect skiing weather, Brian.
Exactly. I love it. So. All right, good. That driver's out of the car.
Just got word that exactly the driver's out of the car. But I think the biggest challenge is going to be, especially if that one suspension, when that one corner is down, is going to be getting that car up on a rollback. Although hopefully they'll just be able to. We'll see if they've got the equipment that they can put it on a hook and just lift the whole thing up in the air and be done with it.
That would be ideal. The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance endurance sports car, street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the driver to optimize performance, driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex, they are not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide and the quality of work that is seen in the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. And this race, of course, is presented by Havoc Motorsports. And you can find them at havocmotorsports.com.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 6, SMX, STL, T3, T4, and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6, SMX, STL, T3, T4, and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. All right, so we are under a full course caution here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, here in our open wheel, our large open wheel race group, or Wings and Things.
Yeah, it looks like the two cars that came together down there were Ken Denault and Kerry Jacobson. They're the ones that have completed the least amount of laps here.
Yeah, indeed. So Jacobson driving the number 38 Formula Enterprise 2 machine, Ken Denault, one of our 2 FX entries, and again, Denault driving the number 99 Formula Mazda. Now, there was another car involved in that incident that looked like he was able to get back underway. Probably lost a number of positions, but was able to get underway fairly quickly. And I'll see if I can track down who that might be.
And while you're doing that, I just want to let everybody know, if you're enjoying this racing and you live in South Florida, you might want to check out FLSCCA.com. They have several races out here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Their next one after this race weekend, April 26th and 27th, a double SARRC regional. Then they've got another race weekend, August 16th and 17th, and they wrap up their season November 8th and 9th. If you want to get involved, that's exactly what you want to do. Also, if you're interested in a Spanish language simulcast, go to Accelerando RD on YouTube. what a really awesome and cool thing that we're doing this weekend, having a Spanish language simulcast. And I went over and during lunch and rewound it. Those guys, I couldn't understand what they were saying, but they certainly sounded like they're having a great time. And it was they're really passionate about this motorsports thing, just like you and I are, Greg, and having a blast doing it.
Very cool.
I can only imagine. Our producer says nobody is having more fun than they are. So, gotta love if they're anything like soccer broadcasters, they'll be fun to listen to.
All right, so Brian, I've been trying to track down who the third person in that coming together were, and unfortunately cannot seem to do it. And as we mentioned, that third car did rejoin fairly quickly. And so at this point, I haven't found anybody who's lost a number of positions, and almost everybody is running lap times in the 2 3/4 to 3 minute range. So nobody sticks out like a sore Formula thumb at this point.
Peggy Barton.
Yes.
Peggy Barton tells us
that would be the FT class, by the way.
Peggy Barton tells us they do have a hook there that they can pick up a car. So hopefully they'll have it going here. We shouldn't be too much longer, I'm hoping. With about 12 and a half minutes left to go, want to get these guys some more green flag laps here.
Yeah, and just a reminder that tomorrow we're going to have more action for you. Action begins at 8:30 a.m. with the first of 7 races. It's nothing but racing tomorrow, and it's all feature races, 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And join us tomorrow. And as we said, first race at 8:30 a.m. and that will be for some more open wheel racing, our small open wheel group, to lead things off.
8:30, I get to sleep in an extra half hour.
Yes, you do. It's almost
Very
like
nice.
daylight savings time for you.
Very nice. Also want to let everyone know that next weekend we open up our Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, 10 weekends of racing, 20 races across the country, from Sebring to Portland, from Buttonwillow to Watkins Glen. We've got all that action. It's going to be there on the SCCA official YouTube channel. Greg will be here. DriversEye will be here. I will be here for most of those races. We'll all be there for most of those races, but the coverage will be there for every one of those races.
For everyone.
And cannot wait to get that started. And Greg and I and Brandon will be together. Brandon will be together at Sebring next weekend. And the gang's all back together here. Get ready to go back to green here with 11 minutes to go. Great job by the track crew to get us cleaned up, and we are back to racing action.
All right, and here we go as the field now barrels down. Maybe not barreling.
Barrels, that's not the right word, Greg.
not after what we just saw a moment ago. Down into turn number 1 and 2. And it is, again, Todd Vanacore who leads James French into turn 1. Big brake lockup going down into turn number 1, and then have another car runs off into the grass. Not the same car, by the way. But manages to rejoin one of our FE2 machines, running a little bit wide, coming through turn number 3. I'd like to get the number of the car that locked up the brakes, because he's going to be bouncing around a little bit with some pretty big flat spots. Patel coming down into turn 1 in that radical, and makes a nice move, picks up a couple of positions there. Again, Patel, our sole SR1 racer, started in 17th position today, and he is currently, I'm showing him his, I don't have any times for him. We'll get the time.
Yeah, car going off on the inside. I hope that car is not high-sided on that curb. It looks like it could be. I don't know if someone hit that car from behind. I believe that was Patel in the other prototype car here.
Yeah, well, we'll see. That would be either one of the P cars or the P2 machine.
Right.
Brian. So possibly Moulton or Richardson. Bart Wolf, our sole P2 racer, and I think he just crossed the stripe, so I don't think it's the 28 machine.
Okay. As they came across the line this time, Todd Vanacore is your leader. James French second, Brandon Schwartz third, followed by Ethan Sterling and J.R. Smart. That's your top 5 right now as they keep circulating through. We have not gone for, of course, yellow, which makes me think that car may have been able to move on.
It
Oh,
is
it
not.
has not.
It is still there. So we'll continue to watch. And regardless, there is a local caution there as we've, luckily we haven't pulled the ticker away, but we've got a nice little gap there. You can see the flaggers out there vigorously waving that yellow flag, and racers taking a little bit later apexes. We have somebody else now, one of our Formula Atlantic drivers that has run wide coming through the hairpin over at turn 8, and I believe and actually that may have been not in Atlantic. I think that might have been Robert Krajewski in the JSF4 Ligier. And Brian, we are going to see an early end to this race here as the checkered flag is in the air. We'll pick up our podium finishers in each class in just a moment, but I think they felt that might take too long to get that car moved out of the way.
Yeah, with 8 minutes left on the clock, it's very hard to get a car out like that from that particular situation. By the time they slow the field down to get them under control and then get a course crew out there, I think probably this is the best decision here. Unfortunate, but that's the way kind of the cookie crumbles here on occasion. But it is the way it worked out here for this particular race. So
all right. So let me give you the rundown here. And we'll break it down by class for you. Top 3, Todd Vanacore in P. Then the 2 Atlantic cars of French and Schwartz, with J.R. Smart finishing 4th overall, 3rd in Atlantic. So let's break things down. Actually, that's your podium in Atlantic. French, Schwartz, Smart, then Austin Yelkin finishes 4th. Adrian Morrill will finish in 5th. In P, it is Todd Vanacore with Michael Moulton, and it was Wade Richardson in the number 56 machine that is there at the apex of the hairpin. He's showing currently 2 laps down. That's the Richardson Clement machine, the number 56 car. If we move over now to Formula X, we know that Ken Denault was involved in that early incident, so that gives the win to Robert Krajewski. In P2, Bart Wolf, our sole racer. In Formula S, Jacek Muka, our sole racer. So let's move over now finally to FE2, where Russ Turner takes the win by 4 seconds over Darrell Willis. Kelton Jago takes the bronze. Congratulations, Kelton. The number 29 car finishes in 3rd. Eric Cruz, good friend of his, finishes in 4th, with Eric Wisniewski finishing in 5th.
That's a great situation for both Kelton Jago and Eric Cruz. Those 2 cars were involved in that big wreck at the runoffs a little more than
back
a year ago.
Yeah.
And to come back out, I believe this is Kelton's first race since that wreck. I'm not sure if Eric got out at the end of last year at all. But what a great finish for those 2 drivers here, which at 3rd and 4th here. So good job for them.
All right, so there you go. That will wrap up our 5th race. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, SMX, STL, T3, T4, and improved touring. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, SMX, STL, T3, and T4, and improved touring. Please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. While we get some of those cars cleaned up. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Homestead-Miami Speedway, where you're watching the 2025 Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC, presented by Apex Alignment. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a toe-and-do shop. We genuinely care about the service service we provide and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130.
Havoc Motorsports isn't just an arrive and drive platform. We're also a full-service motorsports facility capable of race car storage, transportation, track service, driver coaching, and more. Our facilities at Autobahn in Joliet, Illinois allow us to offer everything from single-date track programs to fully supported season-long campaigns. Contact us at havocmotorsport.com today to learn more.
Babyface Fabrication is the product of years of NASCAR and road racing fabrication experience by SCCA B-Spec driver Josh Schmidt. Our website has dozens of existing products and custom solutions for your current or next race car build. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to learn more.
3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
SWR 77 is an arrive and drive program that builds on Yuri Kolapsot's years of racing experience. If you'd like to get behind the wheel of a top Mazda Miata in IT, production, super touring, or spec Miata racing, contact us at SWR-77.com today.
Welcome back to the Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC. Group 6 is presented by REM Micro Polishing and Ultra Chiller. REM Micro Polishing, contact Elazir Torres at 863-210-0888. Ultra Chiller, lightweight cooling systems, keeps the driver cool and collected. For more information, contact Irving Rodriguez at 407-456-6004.
All right, there we go, Brian. And now we've got heading out on track. And oh my gosh, let me.
You gonna be okay, Greg?
No, I don't think I am. I just realized I didn't have our starting grid in front of me. So let me bring it. Let me bring it up. Here we go. I'm in good shape now. Let's take a look at the starting order for today's STL SMX T3, T4, and improved touring race. And we're going to start with 30th position, although we had 34 drivers set qualifying time, so sorry, 31st through 34th. Jeremy Goldberger is going to be starting 30th. He's in the number 55 STL machine with Tom Gahn starting 29th. He's in the number 49 STL car. Then we've got 3 ITA cars, Albert Lasso, Cesar Ochoa, and Matthew Fritz. They're starting 28th, 27th, and 26th. Starting 25th in the number 186 T4 machine, it's Jennifer Romes. Glenn Vitale will start 24th in the number 70 ITA car with Celine Roland. Starting 23rd, he's in the number 14 ITS car with Luis Molares. In the number 08 ITS car, starting 22nd. Matthew Fritz driving in ITR will start 21st today with Dirk Strasfield in the Touring 4, number 123 machine, starting 20th. Daryl Stein will start 19th. He's in the number 169 STL car with Connor Thomas starting 18th. He's in the T4 129 machine. Thomas Bird is in his ITS Mazda RX-7. He starts 17th in the 0 car. Charles Habestrutner will start 16th. He's in the number 99 T4 Mazda. Then we've got Devendra Bhagwandi starting 15th in the number 48 car. Chris Clark starting 14th in the 109 STL machine with Sergio Slobin in the Touring 4 122 car, starting lucky 13th. Joey Andrews is in the SMX machine. The number 111 car starts 12th. Mark Cephalo is your T4 pole sitter. He starts 11th today in the 00 car. Jose Osiris Pena starts 10th. He's your pole sitter in probably no, he's not your pole sitter, but he is in STL with Ayrton Grimm starting 9th. He's in the SMX number 21 machine. Logan Stretch also in SMX, the 98 car. Wes Duchek will start 7th today. He's in the number 140 SMX car with Skylar Cottrell, also in SMX, driving the 9 car, starting in 6th. Gonzalo Aponte, he is starting 5th today in the 44 car with Matt Novak, your SMX pole sitter, starting 4th. Then we've got Juan Carlos LaRue in T3, the number 16 car with Dan Moen in the 773 car, both in T3. And I said Osiris Pena was starting all the way back in 10th. No, he is starting on the pole today. The STL driver is driving the number 1 car.
And here they come through turn 3 and in towards turn 4 now. Seemingly pretty clean here so far as our cars now come through turn 4 for the first time. Still some side-by-side action there as they come through that section, and looks like the standard of putting a wheel off in this corner continues to be the case here, as we've seen that happen pretty much all day long here. There is Osiris Pena as he comes through turn 6 here with the whole field behind him. Osiris Pena did really well in the earlier race he was in until he had some car problems. He started to fall back.
Until he didn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we'll see here. The 2 cars look very much alike, but they are drivetrain-wise very, very different. And this is the car that Osiris Pena took to a national championship this year. Great race with Joe Moser for the win big contact coming through the hairpin is I think like that. Looks like a couple of SMX cars involved, and Mark Cephalo, who was our T4 pole sitter, looked like he might have been involved with that as well, as we've got one of our machines. Yeah, one of the Mustangs pulling over, and we'll try and get the number on that car here momentarily. And no other cars pulled over, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple drop down onto the pit lane as well.
All right, here comes our cars across the line for the first time with Jose Osiris Pena taking the point here. Juan Carlos LaRue Jr. is in second. Matthew Novak third. Skylar Cottrell fourth, followed by Logan Stretch, Gonzalo Aponte, Mark Cephalo in seventh. So looks like Mark Cephalo did not fall back too far.
No.
If he was able to stay in 7th place, so if he was involved, he's able to continue.
I think it was a little bit further back, and I think it might have actually been that green and black BMW that might have been involved. So we'll try and get a little bit more information from race control as this goes on. Tony Kart Racer asks if Osiris Pena's CRX is a K-swap, and not quite sure. Most of the STL cars have still been running B-Series motors, the 1.8 liter motors, in some cases 1.6, so that they can run at a lower weight. I don't know if he's got the newer K-Series there, but I do know the B-Series motors getting awfully hard to find parts for them. Might be cheaper to run a K20, as we've got a car that's just run wide on the exit of the hairpin. Didn't look like there was any contact with another car, but now you can see there at the top of your screen as he rejoins.
That's way wide. way wide. Here they come down the backstretch, heading towards turn 3 and 4, NASCAR turn 3 and 4, and I guess we call it turn 11 here, but everyone else in the world would look at it as NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. And they're bearing down here for the 3rd time now, heading down towards turn 1. Thank you to that Mustang that pulled off there on the back straight for helping us stay green here. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like we've got maybe some more issues in turn 9. Is that what I heard? Okay. Oh, I understand now. Yeah, that Mustang pulled off at Station 9. Osiris Pena is still our leader. A lot of side-by-side action here going into turn 6. Let's see if they can get through there. Ooh, well, discretion, the better part of valor on that one. That car on the inside decided to let those cars through so they could get through cleanly. And now they come through side-by-side here through turn 7 as well. That's turn 6 heading towards turn 7. That's another area where we've seen a lot of dust over the last couple of hours of racing here. Not a lot of rain in South Florida to help bring the dust down, so it's very, very dry, and that is what happens when that happens there. There's our cars coming out of the hairpin, utilizing that curbing as long as they don't go a little too far out, because we've seen what happens when that happens. But everyone moving through just fine here. Looking through some of our other classes here, our ITA battle, it's Glenn Vitale in 1st, Albert Lazo in 2nd, Oscar Ochoa in 3rd. SMX, Matthew Novak is our race leader there, followed by Logan Stretch and Ayrton Grin. There's your top 3. John Morrison's our only IT7 car with us this weekend. T4, Mark Cephalo is your race leader. He's opened up a 10-second lead over Charles Hebesberger.
Yes, that's right.
And Dirk Straussfield. And sorry, Charles, if I butchered that up.
Don't worry, I did it for 4 years and had the Panic Motorsports folks going and sending me messages every time I called his races here. This is Jennifer Romes in her T4 186 Scion FRS, and she runs a little bit wide coming through T1. I think this is Jennifer's first time down to Homestead. Still trying to get some of this track layout to memory here, and but pretty good recovery for it. Luckily here at Homestead, you run a little wide through some of these corners, and you've got a lot of sand and you got a lot of grass, but you don't have to really contend with with a lot of walls or Armco like some of the other circuits to keep you within bounds.
Yeah, ITR, Matthew Fritz, Rodin Unesi, and Devendra Bagwadin.
Yes.
STL, Jose Osiris Pena, Gonzalo Aponte, Daryl Stein, your top 3 there. ITS, Thomas Burt, Luis Malares, and Selin L. Roland. And then in T3, you've got Juan Carlos LaRue Jr. and Daniel Moen. Got a big battle here. There it is. That's the 2nd and 3rd place battle in STL, I'm thinking.
No, this
T3. Got it.
T3 and SMX. This is right up at the front of the field. We just saw Osiris Pena go through. It's Juan Carlos LaRue in the Touring 3 machine, and that is the number 16 car, and then Matt Novak, who's your SMX leader, in the number 11 machine as they come out of turn 7, Brian, and start to make their way down towards the hairpin.
Yep. There you go. That is that battle we were just talking about as they come to the hairpin and on to the NASCAR portion of the racetrack here. And there's a nice little battle there, a 4-car battle right behind them. And that would be Gonzalo Aponte, Ayrton Grin, Mark Cephalo, and Joey Andrews, those 4 cars that we're looking at right there. So.
Yeah, indeed, and as they come through, well, not all, but of the 4 cars, Brian, 3 different classes. Aponte is currently running second in STL to Jose Osiris Pena. Then we've got Mark Cephalo, who's your Touring 4 leader, and Cephalo, as they crossed the line, was actually managed to get around Aponte, and they're side by side going in through Cephalo is sitting right behind that battle. That is Ayrton Grimm and Logan Stretch going side by side here through turn number 4, both of them in SMX. That is currently the battle for second in SMX.
Yes.
And behind them, we've got Cephalo and Aponte, who we were just talking about. But then, look at this. We got Joey Andrews, Skylar Cottrell, Wes Duchek, coming under braking going into turn 3, all keeping within about a half a car length there, trying to work their way back up towards a podium position here. But good fight so far.
Yeah, those 3 cars battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th. There behind that group of 4, there's that Mark Cephalo car and that unmistakable blue and yellow Planet Miata livery. Some pretty decent battles going on with just a little more than 15 and a half minutes to go in our second to last race of the day. There's Cephalo trying to make a move on a slower car. That car doing a nice job of keeping low and not getting in the way of those faster cars. Very well done there.
And I love watching this, and having run the Roval or the infield course at Charlotte so many times in a low horsepower car. It's interesting to see watching when these drivers, they get out of the infield, Brian, and they stick all the way on the white line, drivers left, all the way down the backstretch and into NASCAR turn 3, essentially to run as little distance as they can to get around the corner. You don't want to be running high and adding like another 40 to 50 feet to your distance. You could end up giving up a position pretty easily that way.
Absolutely. So that's that 4-car battle right there of, my timing screen just locked up. 4-car battle of Novak, Grimm, Stretch, Cephalo, and Aponte we're looking at there. Want to remind everybody that we'll be back at it again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for 7 more races. We start right off the top of the day with racing. No qualifying tomorrow, so we'll get right to our racing action early. And that'll be at 8:30 tomorrow morning, right here on the SCCA official channel. And don't forget, Spec Racer Ford 3 is still ahead coming up after this race. That's always one of the highlights of the race weekend here, is of any race weekend. That Spec Racer Ford class always puts on a fantastic show. Now it looks like that Aponte is trying to get underneath Mark Cephalo there, and it looks like he has made that pass going into turn 1.
Yeah, indeed, and you would think that in most cases that the STL car would probably be up, have a little bit more power than the Touring 4 car now behind. just because you have the ability to do quite a bit more internally to those motors than what you have in stock. Although from a displacement standpoint, I believe the T4 car, actually a larger motor, the STL cars are required to be 2 liters or under. And and now I'm going to have all the Mazda heads come out because I think that the motor in that NC Miata is a 2.2 liter, but somebody's going to come and correct me, I'm sure.
There you go. And, it's also Cephalo, he's got a 23-second lead over second place. So
yeah.
This might be tire preservation. Make sure he can use those tires tomorrow for the race as well. Lots of things could play into that situation, but he is not fighting for position with that car, although you never want to lose a spot. But sometimes, there's a car that just went off there at the exit of turn 2.
That's Jennifer Romes once again. That's the second time that she's had some challenges there on the exit of turn number 2. As she gets that car back underway, just as our overall leader, Osiris Pena, is coming through.
And I do notice on the entry list, not here with us this weekend, is Amy Mills. Amy Mills runs out of the Chris Taylor racing camp. And Chris Taylor lost his trailer with a couple of cars in it in a trailer fire.
Brian, real quick, you continue the story with Chris Taylor, but Amy Mills races for Flat Out Motorsports.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong, but she's still not here.
That's correct.
But anyway, Chris Taylor lost his trailer in a fire a couple weeks ago with a couple of race cars in it, including some of his rental cars. He's usually down here for this event this weekend, and they're trying to regroup and get cars back together. I don't know when they're going to be joining us again, but I just want to give out a shout out to Chris Taylor, and I know he's working hard to get his drivers back on the racetrack.
Yeah, indeed, one of the driving forces over the past number of years in the B-Spec community.
Correct.
And also a racer in B-Spec.
Yep.
And Amy Mills would have been racing in STL, and I think both she and Whitfield Gregg, her husband, were registered for this event, and don't see either of them, or haven't seen them out for qualifying yet today.
Yep. Let's do this, Greg. 10:40 left in this race. Let's do a call to grid.
Sure. Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Race Group 7. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race Group 7. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment, South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist, over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the car's owner to optimize performance, driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goals are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the service they provide, and the quality of work seen on the customer's face, that big smile, and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. This race in particular, Group 6, is also brought to you by REM Micro Polishing and Ultra Chiller.
And Brian, we're watching now coming out of the hairpin, a race that is getting mightily entertaining here. And this is Matt Novak and Ayrton Grimm. This is the battle for the lead in SMX as they are locked now nose to tail, coming right past our camera, coming through and into the oval. I think I mentioned the bizarre-ish livery that Ayrton Grimm has on his SMX car. That I think it looks like the Purple People Eater or something on the side, of the number 21 machine. Quite possibly. I'll try and get a closer look. But he and Novak are having an amazing race right now. And when they came into turn 6 and 7, they were both kind of jockeying for position. There, real great battle, and you see they're having to work their way through some slower traffic as well. I think one of our ITA cars as they go and continue on now. So that's one that we'll definitely want to watch, especially as right behind them that fight between Gonzalo Ponte and Mark Cephalo is now kind of abated.
big puff of dust there as the drivers negotiate that area. That has been kind of like the situation all race long. Everyone getting through that without any issues, thankfully.
And we have KC Racing in the chat that says if you want to help Chris Taylor get back on the horse, they have a GoFundMe. I think KC Racing, typically URLs get filtered out by YouTube, but if you have a good way of pointing folks towards that GoFundMe that doesn't include the actual URL, and please throw it in the chat. Chris has been a great guy and has helped many racers over the years.
Yeah, I think all you have to do is just go to GoFundMe and do a search for Chris Taylor Racing.
Okay.
It's pretty much that simple. So there's our leaders in Spec MX5 going now down towards the start-finish line with 7.5 minutes to go here. And that is a great battle, and it probably will be that way all the way to the finish line. Matthew Novak, Ayrton Grimm, car number 11, car number 21. Here they come towards turn 3. And Grimm is not giving Novak any time, all over the back bumper, big in his rearview mirror. And so far, Matthew Novak up to the task.
You know what, Brian? I'm actually looking at this more, and as I've just had an update with our timing and scoring system, I think we might have it wrong.
Oh.
I think Novak is actually quite a bit ahead of this race that we're watching, and I think that it was Ayrton Grimm. I thought it was Ayrton Grimm and, well, you know what? Maybe I don't have it wrong.
Well, no, it looks like, as you say that, the gap between Novak and Grimm is now 14 seconds.
14 seconds, yeah.
So we're watching a different battle.
Yeah, it's quite possible that might actually, let me see, that might actually be a Ponte that is right on his back bumpers. Our timing and scoring just changed wildly right ahead of us. We'll try and narrow that down as we have another driver going around towards the outside of the hairpin there at turn 8. We'll try and get the number for you.
Well, whoever those two drivers are, they're having a great time.
Yeah, you see, I thought that was the stretch car. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that it's Logan Stretch, and all of a sudden Logan Stretch just disappeared from our timing and scoring screens. But yeah, and yeah, so it's Ayrton Grimm in the purple 21 machine, currently running second in SMX, and then Logan Stretch in that Wheels America red and white number 98 car that is directly behind. So again, that's the battle for second in SMX. Then a little bit further back, we've got Gonzalo Aponte, who is running second in STL, 6th overall. Wes Duchek in SMX, currently the fourth place runner in SMX.
I love multi-class racing, but sometimes it's just hard to pick out the cars and make sure we got it right. So we got it now, though. Grimm and Stretch, that's the battle we've been watching here. And 4 minutes and 44 seconds to go in this race. Let's do one more call to grid, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
And I will tell you, we have some epic gaps between first and second place in some of our groups here. Some of them are in excess of 20-25 seconds. So that is kind of why we've been watching that Grimm and Stretch battle, because there's some lead drivers who have put on a clinic here in our 6th race of the day.
Yeah, there's also a fight going on right now in Touring 4, Brian, between Dirk Strasfield in the number 123 car and Connor Thomas in the 129.
Okay.
That is the battle. That is the battle for the last podium position in class. And let me see if I can pick out the cars. Strasfield is in a Mazda RX-8, and Thomas in a Mazda MX-5.
I think we might have just seen them come through our picture.
And at the last time at the line, they were separated by all of about 0.3 of a second, and I think they're coming up to the start-finish line now, going into turn 1 here. Let's take a look. Yeah, big wiggle, wiggle. I think for the RX-8 there. Yeah, there you go. Indeed, that is the black number 123 machine with a big wiggle coming off of the front straight and going into the infield there. And then again with Connor Thomas in that Mazda MX-5. Thomas coming all the way from Loveland, Colorado to race here this weekend. Now right up to the back bumper of that Mazda RX-8 is our overall leader. We'll see what happens when Osiris Pena comes through. If he impacts this race, he might get to them, Brian, on the oval, which is probably the best thing that could happen for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't talked much about Osiris Pena in this race. That's because he's opened up a 13-second overall lead on the whole field. And then when you go down and look at STL, he has a 41-second lead over the second-place car of Gonzalo Aponte. So when I talked about putting on some clinics, right there is Pena doing that right now.
And he's going to use the draft on these two Touring 4 machines as they come down the back straight and try to go right around the outside.
Perfect. Exactly.
Perfect timing. Doesn't impact that race. And he is now clear.
And when he comes to the line this time by, I'm pretty certain he's going to take the white flag, and it is in the air. Final lap of race number 6 for the day, and we'll get this one wrapped up here. But Osiris Pena, he is just doing everything. Hasn't put a wheel wrong in this race so far. Much better outing than in the earlier race that he was in with his STU car, but he is putting on a good show here right now.
Jordan, can we move forward since we're running out of time here to that battle between Grimm and the purple 21 car and Stretch in the red and white SMX car, because they are still locked at, and I think they're going into turn 1 here they are.
Yep.
And they're right behind the Mini Cooper there, just ahead. They're going to both come down the inside.
And that Mini did just about as good a job as possible getting out of the way.
Yeah, there was nowhere else for him to go.
No. Oh, wow, there's a car going way off there at the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, somebody's going to Fort Lauderdale there, Brian.
I don't know if that car lost its brakes or whatever the situation was. But anyway, it's the Grimm and Stretch battle that we're keeping an eye on right now. Here they are. This is your group right there coming through our line. You can see the sun's getting low in the sky as we get to the end of our day here. And there is Grimm still, or Novak still, Grimm still holding off Stretch.
All right, so if we jump back up, there is Osiris Pena. He's our overall leader, Brian, and as he comes out of the final NASCAR turn, he's going to see the checkered flag in the air. Jose Osiris Pena takes the win today in STL.
All right, there they are. There is Stretch and Grimm coming out of turn 9 up onto the NASCAR part of this racetrack. They're going to have a drag race down to the checkered flag here, and let's see who is going to be the winner of this little battle. And there they are through turn 3. That is Grimm in front, Stretch in the red and white car behind. Now coming into turn 4. I don't think that Stretch can catch him at this point in time. That's about a 3-car length lead as they come to the line. It is going to be Ayrton Grimm and Logan Stretch right behind him.
Yeah, and Brian, that was the largest lead I think that Ayrton Grimm had over Logan Stretch in maybe 6 or 7 laps, and it was enough to hold off Stretch for second place on the SMX, or probably not, second place for the SMX podium. All right, let's go and we'll run down the finishing order here. Of course, we had Jose Osiris Pena take the overall win. Juan Carlos LaRue in his Touring 3 Subaru BRZ out of Miami, Florida, takes the win in Touring 3, comes in second overall. Matt Novak takes the win in SMX and comes in third overall. So if we break things down here by class, we will start
start off with STL where it was Osiris Pena, Gonzalo Aponte, and Daryl Stein, your top three. In Touring 3, LaRue, your sole racer in the class today, is Dan Moen, did not take the green flag. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo takes the win over Charles Habis-Rutner, with Connor Thomas finishing in third, Dick Strasfield finishing just off the podium. And in SMX, Matt Novak with the win, Ayrton Grimm second, Logan Stretch third, Skylar Cottrell finishes just off the podium in fourth. If we move over to our regional classes, taking the win in ITA today, Glenn Vital with Albert Lasso finishing second, Cesar Ochoa in his Neon finishing in third. In IT7, John Morrison, our sole racer in the class. In ITB, Greg Ely, your sole racer in the class. In ITR, Matt Fritz taking the win over Rodin Unesi. And finally, in ITS, Thomas Burt takes the win over Celine Roland, with Luis Molares finishing in third.
Before we go to our break here, I want to remind everybody who's at the track this weekend, there's a big pig roast tonight for everybody, drivers, crews, and workers, volunteers, everybody. It starts at 5:30 this evening in the Breezeway at the Paddock Central area. Tons of food, so if you don't have plans for dinner, and even if you do, stop by anyway and check it all out. That's tonight at 5:30 right there at the racetrack. All right, that's going to do it for us here. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Spec Racer Ford group, that is next here on the Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC here. We'll be right back.
The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors is presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment is South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist. With over 15 years of club and professional race experience, Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the vehicle's owner to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex is not a tow-and-go shop. We genuinely care about the service we provide, and the quality of work is seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. Havoc Motorsport is the premier open-wheel motorsport support organization for SCCA club and pro racing. If you've ever thought about going wheel-to-wheel in Formula cars, Havoc Motorsport offers trackside support and arrive and drive solutions to get you up to speed. Visit havocmotorsport.com to learn more. 3P Logistics and Track Services is a full-service race shop located on Sebring International Raceway's Vendor Midway. Our team counts on years of car prep and motorsports experience, partnering with Spec Miata and SMX drivers and teams from club racing to professional motorsport. Whether you're looking for mechanical knowledge or logistics support, we have the capability to handle it all. Contact us at 3P-Logistics, that's with an X.com, or visit our team trailer at Homestead and Sebring.
Babyface Fabrication is a custom fabrication shop with a variety of solutions for road racing, oval racing, and road car options. Visit babyfacefabrication.com to shop, learn more, or inquire about custom solutions.
Roll-On Plumbing Incorporated was founded in May 1991 and is a certified plumbing contractor by the state of Florida. Our work is in all new construction and primarily includes complete plumbing system installs in apartment buildings. Our 15 employees manage multiple concurrent projects, including a number of mid-rise apartment buildings. Contact us for all of your commercial plumbing needs at 305-232-0130. SWR 77 is your arrive and drive provider for Mazda Miata racing and track days in the southeastern United States. Visit us at swr-77.com to learn more.
We are back here at the Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Majors in Double SARRC here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here. Group 7. This race brought to you by Onzi Suspension and Regard Auto Repair. Spec Racer Ford is presented by Onzi Suspension and Regard Auto Repair. Said it twice. I like it so much. Onzi Engineering, or Onzi Suspension, has been devoted to making race cars faster since 1998. Was founded by Angelo Zara, who brings to the table over 20 years of motorsports experience with new state-of-the-art headquarters in Jupiter. Onzi is able to provide world-class engineering support and damper products for all types of racing using the best components in the business. Visit OnziSuspension.com to learn more or contact us today. Regard Auto Repair has been operating in the Kissimmee area since 2005, specializing in quality automotive repair and off-road parts and accessories. Visit our Facebook page by searching Regard Auto Repair or contact us at 407-460-2169.
All right, Brian, let's run down the starting order for today's final race of the day. Again, we're going to start all over again tomorrow morning at 8:30. 31 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s set times here yesterday afternoon or this morning in qualifying. Starting 31st is David Shaw. 30th is going to be, oh my gosh, I'm getting confused. Starting 30th is going to be Mark Silverberg with Evan Bentnick-Smith, starting 29th. Starting 28th, John Dunches with Chris Current, starting 27th. Jim Daly will start 26th, with Craig Wheatley starting in 25th position. Starting 24th today, Reed Johnson with Walter Fernandez starting 23rd. Craig Chase will start 22nd with Gary Vizzoli starting 21st. Ethan Bentnick-Smith will start 20th today with Matt Gray starting 19th. Joseph Wolf will start 18th. He's going to start right beside Patrick Stringer, starting 17th. Starting 16th today, Steven Spano with Zach Della starting 15th. And then on row number 7, we've got Jim Ricketts in the 191 car. He's going to start right next to the 0 car of Von Mishko. Starting in 12th position, we've got Tim Preble with Mikey Bakanowski starting in 11th position today. David Dickerson will start 10th with Gianclaudio Angelini, starting in 9th today. Then we've got Sam Schechter starting 8th on the outside of row number 4 with Arvid Albanese starting 7th today in the number 177 car. Jim Goffrey will start 6th today in the 68 car with Trey Ayers starting just ahead of his teammate Albanese in 5th position. He drives the number 07 car. Then we've got Todd Vanacore. He's going to start 4th today in the number 119 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 with Denny Stripling starting next to him, starting 3rd here today. Then on the front row, starting on the outside, Russ Turner in the number 23 machine, and your pole sitter today, Brian Schofield, driving that silver, blue, and white number 61 car. Brian is the pace car, now on the pit lane, turning things over to Brian Schofield and to you for the start. And green flag is in the air, and Schofield jumps out to an early lead, gets ahead of Russ Turner, and we're going to see dropping now down in the 3rd place. That is going to be Denny Stripling. He gets ahead of Todd Vanacore with Trey Ayers sliding in the 5th position. Jim Goffrey is the rest of the field, Brian, now as they get through turns 2 and 3, starting to go single file as they come through turn 5.
Hashtag undo the mute button, people. Here we go as we get into the middle part of this first lap. Single file up front, still side by side through the back as they come into turn 6, and they will be heading towards turn 7 here. What a great shot here. A little puff of dust there. Now all those other drivers have to go through that dust as they head in towards turn 7 for the first time in this 25-minute race. 35 Spec Racer Fords all trying to get the win here. Brian Schofield, he's out front right now. He won both of the Homestead-Miami races last year. He's going to try to get the first one under his belt this year as well. But there's a couple of drivers behind him. They're like, oh, no, not so fast. We're going to make this really hard for you really early here.
Indeed. All right, so now we've got 31 racers all in single file line coming out of the infield. The top three, a little bit of a mini breakaway, Brian, as we've got Schofield, Turner, and Denny Stripling. Two of them teammates, but right now Stripling about car length back from his teammate Russ Turner, as they cross the line to complete lap number 1. Russ Turner just tucked underneath the real ducktail of Brian Schofield's number 61 machine. Todd Vanacore, Jim Goffrey, Trey Ayers a little bit further back from there, with Sam Schechter, Arvid Albanese, and not that far back. We've got the pair of Vanacore and Goffrey there working together. Vanacore in the red number 119 machine, Goffrey in the silver 68 machine with I guess the German flag stripes down the center of the car.
A really good, clean start for this large race group here as they work through the first early laps of this race. Now everybody pretty much single file, a couple of side-by-side action throughout the field, but everyone's getting settled in here as they work down through these opening laps. There's a pass for, looks like maybe 6th place back there. That's probably, is that Trey? That's
the light blue 55 of Sam Schechter getting around Trey Ayers under braking, going into the hairpin. We typically see Schechter racing in the Northeast Division, and very, very strong. A number of majors wins for the 55 car.
Cars making their way through NASCAR. Oh, look at that. That's first, second, third right there. Coming out of 4, trying to get the drag race down to turn 1. This could get real argy-bargy here. But these 3 drivers, they're pros. I don't imagine they're going to come together. But here they come through turn 1. And it is the car from 3rd place now. That, I believe, is Todd Vanacore. I'm sorry, that's Brian Schofield in 3rd place, trying to get some positions back.
Yeah, indeed. And Schofield, as he carried a lot of speed through the corner there. We saw as he ran wide coming through turn 2, Brian, and ends up losing quite a bit of ground. So that's going to move now Russ Turner up to the lead. Denny Stripling, his teammate, is now slotted into 2nd place with our pole sitter Schofield sitting back in 3rd. They've got Vanacore and Goffrey along with them. Now you also notice here, Brian, as they go into turn 6, that light blue nosed 55 car of Sam Schechter, who had just gotten around Trey Ayers, and Ayers with his teammate Arvid Albanese right behind. But Schechter, just in the span of about a quarter of a lap, has opened up about 5 car lengths on the rest of the field. Schechter finished 8th at the runoffs in 2023. He was also the 2023 and 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champion. And he's showing some good speed so far, but he's got a lot of ground to pick up without the benefit of the draft to get up to Jim Goffrey.
Russ Turner opening up a big of a lead coming out of turn 9. Let's see how big that lead is. Look at that. He's opening it up. That's partially because Stripling and Schofield are side by side, letting him get away a little bit. They don't want to let that happen too much, because if they let him get away too far, they won't be able to catch him. There they are going into turn 1. Turner, Schofield, Stripling, 1, 2, 3 right there.
Yeah, and of course, Stripling would prefer to be able to keep Schofield behind and stay locked in with his teammate. But every time we see a battle up there in the top 3, that's going to bring that next pack led by Schechter down just a little bit closer. Interestingly enough, though, it doesn't appear as though Goffrey and Vanacore have been able to make up that much ground on the top 3. They're closing in a little bit. There's about 3.5 car lengths separating them, but I would have expected by now they would have been able to pull themselves forward up to that lead trio.
Lots of single file action through the back of the race here as well. More action up front. Now we've got that 5 cars up front, and you've got Vanacore and Goffrey trying to not lose contact with those first 3 cars. So far they're doing a fairly decent job at that, but that is job number 1 for those 2 cars, because once those step away, that is going to be very, very difficult to catch them. Of course, Russ Turner, your leader right now. He is your defending Spec Racer Ford national champion, so he knows how to keep a lead. Stripling trying to stay and catch up now with those 2 up front, so it's now Turner and Schofield. Stripling really, really important to not let those 2 cars get away.
And back behind, take a look at that, Brian. 2 wide with 3 cars in the conversation. Now crossing the line, that was Arvid Albides, who's gotten around his teammate Trey Ayers, as well as Sam Schechter. So the 7 and the 177 now both getting around Schechter, who must have had some challenges there on that last lap. The last time we checked in, Schechter had about 3-4 car lengths on the cars that are now just ahead of him.
So some really good battles here in the top 10 in this race, and some good battles throughout the back of the field as well. That's why the drivers in this class love this car. Whether you're at the pointy end of the field or whether you're a little further back, always some good racing and people to race with here. As you can see, there's some side-by-side action through turn 7. Last time the gap at the line was 0.078 seconds, and there you have it. It looks like it'll be very close to that this time as well. Yeah, those two cars nose to tail, trying to keep away and not let Denny Stripling get close. Denny Stripling's trying to keep ahead of the two cars behind him, although if he gets far enough back, it might be in his best interest to let those two cars catch him to try to help him with the draft.
Yeah, I think in the end, Brian, again, with Russ Turner and Stripling being teammates, I'm sure top of mind for Russ would be, if he could, to back Brian Schofield up towards Denny Stripling. And bring Stripling back into the conversation and give Schofield something that he has to look at from behind. But the challenge here, knowing that Schofield has won so many majors races here at Homestead in January, he's got a driver that's run a little bit wide through turn 3, it's not going to be an easy task to back that driver up, because he really knows how to attack here at Homestead.
I know they're teammates, but teammates or not, I don't know that I want to bring a third car into the discussion if I can avoid it. So we'll see how that works out here. And there they are. It is Turner and Schofield 1-2. Stripling is coming up there and trying to hang on. It looks like he's closed the gap just a little bit there going into turn 8.
Now remember also that Stripling and Turner, Brian, in qualifying this morning, turned identical lap times working together on 3 separate occasions here. So we know they've got commensurate speed. It's going to be a question of whether or not Schofield actually ends up pushing Russ Turner ahead, because I think it's less of what Turner wants and more that Schofield doesn't want a third car in the conversation.
Absolutely. And it does look like now the 4th and 5th place cars have fallen far enough back where they're probably not a big part of this discussion at this point in time, unless the 3 cars up front have any issues. It's going to be really hard for them. I think they've lost the draft from those front 3 cars.
And Brian, it looks like Patrick Stringer, driver of the number 40 machine, having some problems as he now drops through the order. He had been running in 16th position and now has fallen all the way to the back of the pack. And maybe Brendan can tell if he's on pit lane, although we've got a local caution over at turn 6.
Okay.
And we're getting word that Stringer is the driver. We saw one racer in the black and yellow car run wide coming through turn 2 into turn 3. That was Stringer, and so he now finds himself at the tail end of the field.
I'm not sure what that local yellow was for there, but we'll try to figure that out as well. As you can see, the leaders, Turner, Schofield, Stripling, pulling away now from that second group of cars. And then there's a big gap from Goffrey back to Albanese, 5.8 seconds between 5th place and 6th place. .14.5 minutes to go in our final race of the day. These races, the Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by Apex Alignment. Apex Alignment, South Florida's top high-performance wheel alignment specialist with over 15 years of club and professional race experience. Apex has provided numerous victories both on and off the racetrack. Whether it's a vintage race car, long-distance enduro sports car, or a street autocrosser, Apex builds a relationship and works with the driver to optimize performance. Driving style, modifications, vehicle use, and ultimate goal are all taken into consideration to give the best alignment possible. Apex, they're not a tow-and-go shop. They genuinely care about the services they provide, and the quality of work seen on the customer's smile and inside their trophy case. Visit apexalignment.com to learn more. And this race also brought to you by Onzi and Regard. Onzi Suspension and Regard Auto Repair.
All right, Brian, and as we were reading that ad, big change now as Jim Goffrey gets around Todd Vanacore. So move Goffrey in that silver 68 machine up into fourth position, move Vanacore back to fifth. Also in the next pack back, whatever issues may have been ailing Sam Schechter a couple laps ago, he hasn't been able to exercise them. And Vaughn Mishko in the number 0 machine after having run his fastest lap of the race just a lap ago, gets around Schechter as well. So move Mishko up in the 8th position. Schechter, who just a little while ago was in 6th, now finds himself back in 9th.
Well, that car just kept its clean there, trying to get through that turn 1-2 complex. No issues there. And look at all over the back of Russ Turner is Schofield. And it does look like Denny Stripling's starting to catch those two just a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. He is closing down and is now definitely in the draft, Brian, as he comes under braking into turn 6. And there is no more of a gap between Denny Stripling and Brian Schofield as there is between Schofield and our leader, Russ Turner, as they come through. Stripling just ran his fastest lap of the race that last time by, and it was almost 25 hundredths, or quarter of a second, faster than the two drivers ahead of him. That's what's brought him right back up to the gearbox of that pair.
It does look like once Goffrey got around Vanacore that he is slightly faster than Vanacore. Sadly, he's so far back, though, he needed to make that pass a whole lot earlier if he wanted any chance of being in the discussion for a podium finish. And that looks like it will be out of reach at the moment unless we get a full course yellow or something else to bring the field back together. But Goffrey pulling away now from Vanacore as well in that battle for 4th place.
Schofield taking a quick look down to the inside of Russ Turner that time, Brian. Again, I think a little bit too far back to make a move. But you can see there he carries a little bit more speed than Russ Turner coming through turn 3, almost getting a little bit of overlap to the rear of the car. But again, has to then back out a little bit as the track switches back the other direction.
Greg, we have this discussion probably 20 times across the year in these types of classes. No, well, wow, there's a big off there. Not quite sure if there's anybody still on the racetrack, but looks like everyone's getting fine. And they've now dropped that. A big spin.
Yeah, big tank slapper there, Brian. Coming through one, and I'm wondering if there might be some fluid down.
Yeah.
As we also had a car run wide. They may have just missed their braking point there, but maybe we've got something going on. Let's take a look as the next couple cars come through, and it looks like they're handling it without any real drama.
Yeah. Interesting. Now, I was going to say, as we talk about this several times throughout the year, especially with this Spec Racer Ford group, with these 3 cars up front, the question starts to be, when do you start to decide to make your move? With 10 minutes to go here, those 3 cars not going to have any worries about the cars behind them catching them. When do they start getting racy here? As you see now, the 2 cars of Turner and Schofield pulling away again from Denny Stripling. Now probably a 10-car length lead maybe a 5-car length lead from 2nd to 3rd.
And Brian, John Dunches in the number 63 machine, currently running 9th. He just resets fast lap of the race.
Wow.
But I think the reason he did that is because he was one of the racers involved in taking that little shortcut. Congratulations, new track record holder, John Dunches, 24 seconds faster than the rest of the field on that last lap.
They'll get that corrected on the timing and scoring sheets.
Yeah, indeed. There as, and it looks like Dunches, even with that off, and I'm wondering if one of the cars involved with that was Sam Schechter, as Schechter now falls back to 10th position, just ahead of his Northeast Division running mate, David Dickerson. Dickerson in the number 30 machine, and I can't tell you how many races I've seen between those two. Here they come now down into the hairpin.
8 minutes, 44 seconds to go here in this final race of the day. I want to remind everybody we're back here at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Slightly different bat time, but same bat channel for tomorrow's races. 7 more 22-lap races tomorrow, our feature races, and we're going to do it all over one more time. Yeah, Denny Stripling just can't seem to close that gap enough and then stick there. I'm not quite sure what the situation is, but you've got Schofield and Turner. Very, very much nothing changing there.
No.
I feel like Schofield's just waiting for the right time to pounce.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Brian, that last time by, Stripling actually, again, made up a little bit of ground on the 2 cars ahead. He was about I'd put it at about 0.7 of a second faster than both Turner and Schofield. So every time he makes up a little ground, maybe the next lap or the next 2 laps, we see him drop a couple of tenths of a second. And he just, other than what we saw now, I think it was, 3 laps ago, he just has not really been able to put the number 4 machine into a position to challenge Schofield.
As we come into our closing laps here, you can see, depending on the camera, some of the cameras are being well taken care of with the iris on the cameras, but other ones you can see the sun getting really low in the sky. Might be hard for the drivers to see in certain situations. Here you can see the way the contrast on the camera has changed, and look at that car. I don't know which car that is. It just got out of the way. What a wonderful sportsmanship move by that slower car to let the leaders through. No problems there at all. Great. They probably have a radio hearing from their crew saying, you got the leaders coming through, and what a wonderful job. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was Evan Betnick-Smith in the number 46 machine. He was your 2024 New England region and Northeast Division champion in the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So maybe a little bit different for him, as he is currently running 30th in the field versus running up front as he normally does in the Northeast Division. But good heads-up racing to get out of the way of the leaders.
Yeah. Obviously some experience under his belt there. Coming up on 6 minutes left in this race. My guess is 3.5 laps left to go here when they come across the 3 laps to go when we come across the line next time by. And Brian Schofield, Russ Turner, nose to tail. It's been the exact same thing here for the last, what are we at, lap 12? So about the last 12 laps.
Yeah.
This is the way it's looked. Again, we said last year Schofield won the first and second race of the year down here, both the races here at Homestead, and looking to try to get that rhythm going again. But Russ Turner, you don't want to let that happen. I'm thinking he waits until the final lap going into turn 1 is my guess as to when Brian Schofield's going to try to make the move. That's what I would do if I was in his position. But he's a national champion. I am not. A former national champion. Turner, Schofield, Stripling, your top 3. Then Goffrey, Vanacore, Albanese, Mishko, Ayers, Dickerson, and Schechter. That's your top 10 here as we get into the final laps of this race.
Yeah, and they're starting to come up on a lot more lap traffic here. It might affect this race as we come down to the final laps here from Homestead, as we see here now as they try to inch past another one of these racers going into the hairpin. And, unfortunately for Denny Stripling, who probably thought, this will be an opportunity for me to make up some ground under braking. Now he's going to be forced to actually use the draft of a slower car coming out of the hairpin, and he loses a lot of ground there as time goes by, and didn't catch the number on that bus. Brian, I think that was the 32 of Mark Silverberg, who is currently running 29th.
Well, there's not much he could have done there, to be perfectly honest with you. That was, he kept his line, did exactly what you're taught to do in driver school. Do what you normally do so that you don't give any surprises to the car behind you. So 3:45 left go now. More slower cars right in front of your two leaders right there. Both of the leaders get by just fine. Now Denny Stripling's going to try to negotiate his way around that car as well. I think right now we're in a situation, Greg, where we're just talking about two cars for the race win.
Yeah, I think indeed that is the case, as Denny Stripling is trying his best to get around some of these other cars as he now works his way around, I think it was David Shaw in the 31 machine as well. But every time they come up on this lap traffic, creates another challenge for Denny Stripling, and given the gap now between he and Schofield, which is now almost 1.8 seconds, again with now less than 3 minutes remaining, it looks like everything is going to be a challenge for him.
Yeah, definitely. Using my math, and we should really not look at my math, we've got 2 laps to go. Next time by the line is the way I'm figuring it. And right there, Brian Schofield right over the back bumper, right under that tailpipe of the Russ Turner number 23 car as they head through NASCAR 4 for what I'm thinking is the third to last time here. I do not see the white flag, so we'll have 2 more to go this time by. Russ Turner is just doing a great job, missing no marks, hitting every single one properly, not worrying too much, as I say, not looking like he's worrying too much about Brian Schofield behind him, but he is all in his mirrors, lap after lap. He's probably looking more backwards, Greg, than he is looking forwards for the last 12 laps of this race. Two laps to go here. Minute and a half left on this race. That first place car right there is Charles Russell Turner. The car behind him, Brian Schofield, first and second. Next time across the stripe should be the white flag lap here. There's your race leaders side by side now, heading down towards turn 8. The car on the right on our screen is Turner, and Schofield a little bit to the right, trying to take a look at that situation, but no can do for Schofield as he comes around turn 9 for hopefully the second to last time here onto NASCAR back straight before they head to NASCAR 3 and 4 here. Turner and Schofield right there. If I'm Brian Schofield, I am exactly where I want to be here. Next time by, they're going to get the white flag here, and I would pop out right here into turn 1. Let's see if he does it. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Schofield looking possibly to the inside. Is he going to duck out? He is not going to take the opportunity right here, just not close enough. He's got about 14 more turns to make this happen here. 11 more turns to make this happen. About 2 car lengths between Turner and Schofield. Turner out front, Schofield trying to find a place, trying to find a way around him. There they are through turn 4-5. That is Denny Stripling in third place. Doesn't look like he's going to have any problem staying in third place, but he's also not going to be part of the discussion. There's Schofield looking briefly towards the inside as they go into turn 6. Turner, Schofield through turn 6, on to turn 7. Looks like Turner's got just enough of a gap where he just can't. Now, the only question is, will Schofield be able to get a little bit of a run here going into the hairpin and maybe be able to pull side by side or pull up right underneath the bumper, or the rear bumper of this car, the rear tailpipe on this car going on to NASCAR and then a slipstream by at the line? I don't think he's close enough, though. Here they come side by side right now down the back street. That's Schofield around him. Schofield gets the pass for the lead on the final lap. Turner's going into turn number 3 right behind him. Can he get the race back? Turner has led for 12, 13 laps here. They go into the final corner. Schofield has taken the win, possibly here. Will it be Schofield? Will it be Turner? Coming to the line. It is Turner in the back, Schofield in the front. Turner ducks out. Who is it at the line? It is Brian Schofield with the win by a total of 0.080 seconds. What a fantastic finish here in Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, Brian, 0.08 of a second separating Brian Schofield from Russ Turner here on the very last lap. So Schofield's streak remains here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Denny Stripling finishes 3 seconds in arrears in third. James Goffrey holds on to 4th position ahead of Todd Vanacore, who finishes 5th. Arvin Albanese will finish 6th. Trey Ayers will finish 7th. Gianclaudio Angelini, David Dickerson, and Von Mishko will round out your top 10.
Wow, what a finish there. Brian Schofield had a plan, thought about it, had 13 laps to think about it, 15 laps to think about it, and then came down to the final lap and said, I'm going to put my plan in play, and it absolutely executed it perfectly. Brian Schofield takes the first win here of the weekend. He's going to come back tomorrow and try to do it again.
All right, Brian, excellent. And as you said, we've got more racing action tomorrow from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2025 edition of the Florida Region's Palm Tree Winter Majors and Double SARRC presented by Apex Alignment. How the action gets underway starting at 8:30. 7 races, nothing but racing all day long. We'll open things up with one of our 2 open wheel groups, and definitely looking forward to the action if it's only as good as it was today.
All right, that's going to do it from here. The Palm Tree Winter National Majors is over. Over for Saturday. We'll be back tomorrow. He's Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. Jordan Worth, our director. Brendan Kaczmarek, our producer. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all. See you later, everybody.